like a robot? Hi, guys. What's up? Happy Friday. Do I sound like a weirdo? Help me. Oh, dear. I forgot to check the audio. Oh, no. I hope it sounds fine. Does it sound up? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gracious. Please. Please, all of the Twitch gods, all of the OBS gods, please make the audio sound normal. I sound fine? Yes. Then we can begin. Splendid. Okay, good. And that means that I don't have to unplug my my Go XLR again. I really don't know what's wrong with that thing. I'm not sure. I'm tempted to get like a upgraded version of it just so that I don't have to worry about this anymore. But it's such a small thing. It happens so randomly. Alchemic! Why? Why must you show me this disgusting image? Hey, Kim's here. Hi there, Kim. What's up? Kim, are you modding right now? Maybe my cables are going bad? Oh, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that it has something to do with the inside of it. It started doing this after, oh wait, no, it actually did it before. I think that it's either a software thing or a USB thing or something like that, because the way to fix it is you just unplug it and then you plug it back in. That's it. That's all. So maybe it could be the USB cable. You're right about that. It could be the USB cable, the connection, the software. I don't know, but something's busted. You're modding right now? Oh my goodness. Okay, Kim, don't let me distract you. I shan't distract you. Oh, also, I'm gonna turn on all of the requests really quick because we're playing some Fall Guys and it's gonna be a chill Friday. So because it's chill Friday, I'm gonna just, boom, workout break is back on. Juggle break is back on. Bada bing, bada boom. No way, you're playing away. I'm playing what? Hey, what's up? How are y'all doing? Happy Friday, Lamo. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. What's up, Lamo Tran? Hey, Ahsoka. How are you doing? Today's Cozy Friday. Cozy. Fall Guys, yes. Cozy Fall Guys Friday. It's true. Hi there. Is that Mirishki gal? Hi there. What's up? How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. I don't recognize your name. Hi there. What's up? Okay, I'm just like adjusting a couple of windows. There we go. That color looks good on you. Oh well. I love it. I love it. It's a really nice hoodie. I love to wear it. It's very comfy. It makes his eyes pop. My eyes, they're popping. You guys are so sweet. Y'all shush. Leela, how are you doing? Hey, Athena, streaming time. We're gonna be hanging out. It's a happy Friday. Hi there, Anne. What's up? Anne's here. Wolfie's here. The king of squirrel. Hello there. How are you doing? I hope that y'all are having a good day. Hi. Happy Friday. We're almost to the weekend, you guys. Okay, just turn up the music just a tiny bit. Hi, Kitty and everyone. How are we? Hey, Andy. What's up? Andy, the #1 gifter. Oi, how are you doing? What a fine, beautiful badge you have there, my friend. A blessed Friday. Blessed, I say. You're new here. Found you through Royalty Soaps. Doing good. Hey, found through Royalty Soaps. Welcome to the party, my friend. Boom. Hi there. It's me, the Earl of Suds, aka Kenny. I play games every single day, except for Sundays, but you know what? Whatever. We still do stuff on Sundays, but it's over on the Discord. You're welcome around here, my friend, if you want to hang out.
That is all. Yes, you times infinity. Smile.
Scott, thank you for the 500 bits, you sweet bean. Hey, no, you said no you times infinity. I can't know you, Scott. Oh, I can't know you, Scott, back. Dang it, how dare you. Scott, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the party. Hey, hooray. Blue is your color, it brings out your eyes. What? Blue's my color? This is purple. Wolfie, are you saying this is not my color? Oh, what? Unbelievable. Oh, you're playing Pokemon Go right now? Nice. LSR playing some Pokemon Go. I almost started Eevee out today, but I decided we could chill with some Fall Guys instead. More fun for Fall Guys. We'll start some Pokemon sometime soon. Don't worry about that. Boom, and then we'll be able to, over on Monday, we should start out Skyrim. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun. I just need to get everything ready. This is blurple, as Discord would call it. Does the color look different to y'all? Because it's like, It's like a darkish purple. Kenny, you aren't receiving bit sounds. I'm not. Oh, did you not hear the sound? Did you not hear the sound? Uh-oh. That would be strange. You didn't hear it? Maybe just let me check real quick. That shouldn't be adjustable. Let me see. I wonder if the that shouldn't have changed, but I can double check if you didn't hear it. Let me just check my sound and make sure that it's piping the sound through the right thing. Hey, was that a bonk? Hey! What's the bonk for? No, it says that it's piping it through the right spot. Twitch is messing it up. It's a thing in general. Everyone's dealing with it. Okay, yeah, because I was saying, I'm pretty sure that I was good. It's working? Okay, good. Alchemic, thanks for the bonk. You heard the bit sound, it was just really low? Oh, okay. Well, I maxed it out over here. I don't know why it's messed up. I hope that it works. Hey, Lust Gamer, how are you doing? And so it's busted, huh? It's busted. Well, at least you can still bonk the streamer. Thank goodness. Just so long as it's still bonking available, we should be good. It ought to work just fine. Also, speaking of bonk, I finally figured out because of my friend Felix, I figured out that I can put folders on this thing. I didn't know that, but you can make folders. So this folder, I'll put in all of my my soundboard stuff. I didn't know, but yeah, this is like the main board, and then I can also make all of these little icons look more interesting. I don't know, but I can like hide a bunch of sound stuff in there. It's splendid. You got a patch test tomorrow so that you could dye your hair black and green? Ooh, black and green. Sounds fancy. Fuzzy Boot, how are you doing? What's up? This is one of those, is the dress blue, black, white, or gold things? I mean, exactly like that though, Scott. It's all up to the camera. So yeah, it might look like it, but every screen like determines colors differently. It's a mess.
Wow. OMG. Wow.
I heard that. Did you hear it? I heard it. Wow. OMG. Wow. Did y'all hear it? Could be the lighting too. Yeah, it's a mess. I heard it just fine. It's just that the music's a little loud, right? There we go. Now the music's a little bit more in control. Hey, Fuzzy Boot. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, my friend. Hi there. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. We're gonna play some Fall Guys. We're definitely gonna win. Definitely 100% gonna get the dubs. I do have a fair warning, you guys. Some salt might be spread around. I don't know. Just yesterday, somebody was like, oh, I'm here from, I know Sleeping Dogfish. And I was like, yes, salt-free gamer. Well, there might be a little bit of salt over here. I don't know.
Whoa, gets the Kenny wolf.
It's too many sounds. It's too many sounds. No. Gonda, thank you for the beautiful music. All the spices, and they gotta choose salt. Salt's good for you. Hey, everybody needs some sodium. Wow. Oh God. Oh God. Oh wow. Kenny. Wow. Kim, thanks for the 100 bits. Thanks for the beautiful jams. I appreciate it. Yahoo, Rosera. Oi, 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 oi. Rosera's here. Hi there. What's up? You can't stay, you're still on shift, but you wanted to say hello. Hey, Howling Crow, thanks for saying hi. Maybe I'll be here whenever you get back, or maybe not. It might be a shorter stream today, you guys. I'm not sure. We will definitely be playing nice, and we'll be there bright and early tomorrow. We're gonna be here bright and early tomorrow, playing some Portal 2 co-op. Co-op. Kenny playing games with somebody on stream? Amazing. Last Gamer, thank you for the 100 bits.
Vibes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The vibes. The sweet, sweet vibes. I appreciate it. The King of Squirrel, thank you for the 100 bits. You guys, what are y'all doing popping off in the chat?
I rough you, Kenny. You're such a great person, kind, thoughtful, and always smiling. You always make everyone feel so welcome and loved in the community.
Oh my gosh, Scott. It's so sweet.
Wow.
You guys, I can't take this today. No, I can't take all this today. You're so sweet, Scott B. Thank you so much for being so nice. Y'all are all so sweet. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. Goodness. I can't process any of this today. I couldn't sleep last night, almost. I did end up sleeping, but I was staying up way too late. Goodness gracious. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Alchemic, choo-choo. The hype train was a success. Hey, hype train's popping over the chat. Yo, yo, yo. Awesome sauce. Woo, 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 woo. You guys, thank you so much. Dang. Oh, and hi there, Rosera. You went to sleep at 3? Oh, no. Rosera, what happened? What happened? You must go to sleep. Ganda.
A Vodako, egg, frying
oh,
an
no.
egg, frying an egg.
Now stand for the national anthem.
Egg,
everybody, hands on your hearts.
Frying an egg.
Yes. Ahoy! Wow, right in time for my favorite song, Celestial. Hey, you're here just in time for the most beautiful song that we ever hear in all of the chat.
A Vodako.
How are you doing, Crystal Summer? A Vodako. Okay, fine.
A Vodako.
All right. You summoned it. You summoned the Avodago. All right, here we go. Here we go. You've summoned it. If Brian's gonna say Avodago that many times, then I guess Avodago's going to co-stream today, even though I can't see the chat whenever it's up there. Okay, I'm gonna have to read the other one then. Hey, it's Divey! Divey! The thing is still going? Oh my gosh, that's a long message. Cozy Kinney, it's true. It's today's a cozy day. You can't for lack of motivation, your Wi-Fi being stupid. Oh no, Athena! Wi-Fi being dumb. I'm so... Is it still going? It was still going. It's still going on. A Avodago. Over here dancing. This is a vibe, baby. Hey. You also woke up with a sore throat because you were working on your Mickey impression? What? You're working on your Mickey Mouse impression? Good luck with that, Rosera. That's amazing. What? Working on impressions. I just was thinking about that the other day. How at one point I was trying to focus more on impressions. But now I've got juggling to practice. You still have work to do, but Fall Guys, oh no! Divey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh dear. The way that it pronounces Avodago sounds like a Pokemon, an Avodago. The most dangerous Pokemon in all of the land. It's a beautiful green bug type Pokemon. It's the only voice I don't suck completely at. Ooh, you gotta practice it. You can do it. Rosera, I believe in you. You'll be the best Mickey Mouse that the world has ever seen. You can play, whenever you play, what's it called? Kingdom Hearts, then nobody will be able to tell whether it's your voice or whether it's Mickey's. You've totally got this one. Easy peasy. Pronounce it like a Pokemon. And those two emotes remind me that I saw Human One playing Fall Guys and I was like, what? Human One streams? I can't believe it. I wish that I could have raided them, but I had somebody else to raid. Ah! So exciting. I definitely want to jump in the chat sometime. But then I was like, oh, maybe I don't want to. I don't know. It's fun to bother people with. The Mickey Mouse voice it is. You bother people with it? What? You're supposed to spread joy and happiness with your voices like I do. The Toad voice. Everybody gets like some sort of hit of joy whenever the Toad voice comes out, right? Human One streams. I know because I mod her streams too, Kim. Maybe you shouldn't put a mod application in for this channel because it sounds like you've got enough work. You got enough work to do as it is. You better not. Human One streams and I've never been able to watch. I'm always sleeping at those times. Anne, do you think that she's doing it on purpose? Do you think that maybe she knows that you would just talk in the chat the entire time and she couldn't talk to anybody? If Anne is there, then Human One can't get a word in edgewise. Nobody will be able to say it because Human One will be too focused on Anne. Too focused on Anne. Oh no. Gotta avoid her just in case frogs are green. Hey, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. And with the hype train, I said that we jump on into this game. What do you say? What do you say? We hop on into this game is supposed to have some like updates or something. Supposed to be all updated. Let's just get this going. Oh, 100 bits.
Kenneth there 5 pog.
I'm sorry I missed the train. You didn't miss it. You're right on time. You made your own special train. Oopsie. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Oopsie. Hooray. How are you doing? Oops. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You actually are awake. Oh my gosh. Oops is awake at this hour? I'm shocked. I can't believe that you're awake. Hello, friends. Hi up. Wow, wow. Oops is here. Goodness gracious. All my friends are showing up. I can't believe it. Also, this Vodigo it do be jumping off of here. I don't want it to jump onto my keyboard. It'll clickety clack on the keys and will like start my recording software or something. You do be woke? Oh, what? Good job being awake. I tell you, Oops, I'm so proud of you. Oops, I am the most proud of you that I've ever been in my entire life. Good Oops. What's the buttons on this controller? I forget which buttons press what. Okay, let me turn it up for y'all. There we go. We're jamming out, baby. No, not the parrots. Oh my gosh, those parrots. Those parrots, I was told by Arisa not to make those parrots available. But you know what? I went against her wishes. I did what I want. I did what I want. And y'all all benefit. Everybody dance. Ew. I just realized that the bottom third of my resume has been deleted. Oh no, Celestial. Whoa, 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 what? Now the spell check is in English. Oh my gosh, Celestial. It's a mess. It's a mess. You like them, Flippies. Ow, 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 ow. They're awful. How dare. They are awful, Arisa. They're disgusting. They're disgusting and they should never be seen by human eyes. Human eyes should never have to see such disgusting Flippies. Not the parrots. Get the parrots out of here. What? Frogs are green. You do not have to subscribe, my friend. Hey, just hang out in the background. You are welcome, my friend, to just hang out with us and just enjoy the vibes, my friend. Boom. You can just chat, watch. Boom. No problemos, my friend. You are welcome here regardless. Here we go. Let's I'm gonna put on my new shark outfit, you guys. Fresh one right here. Oops, it's okay. I blame Kenny. Huggy. No, I feel like this is gonna come back to bite me whenever we play Portal 2 tomorrow. Oh no. Woo, I'm safe. You are. Oops, you're totally fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now, what is let me see. We gotta switch our color. That's a disgusting color. How do let's see. I wanna make this match up a little bit with the shark head. What's the best? Kenny Shark do 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 do. Kenny Shark do do. There actually is isn't there a show called Kenny the Shark? I'm pretty sure that there is. Pretty sure that Kenny the Shark is a TV show. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. Ooh, I know that I'm kind of in your way a little bit, but let's do this. I like this. Oh wait, oops, I forgot to grab it. Hang on. This one here. There we go. Boom! Now we're a fancy looking shark. That's pretty cool. I like it. Okay, Techno Shark is gonna try out some of these new maps. Let's see what they're like. I don't know what these maps are gonna be like. We're gonna have to go check it out. Kenny Shark doo-doo. You're gonna lurk and focus on mod work? All right, sounds good. Sounds good, my friend. Focus on there. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oops, we have to pick a game. We have to pick a game. What are we gonna do? Oops, we gotta play something. We gotta play something. Now that I've finally gotten my Switch fixed. If only, let me see, when does the Mario Golf come out? Mario Golf comes out a little bit later, but also it's a golf game. Seems a little boring. Nintendo, where's all the good multiplayer games? I don't want to play Splatoon. Do you have Splatoon, Oops? Could we play Splatoon as a team? Or wait, no, I have number 2. I like golf. I would only like playing golf with you, Oops. You think that you have Splatoon 2? Ooh. Maybe we can play a little bit of Splat. I know that it's probably not your favorite. Maybe it's not your favorite, but we could maybe play a little bit of Splat. Just for funsies, someday early. It's June 25th. Whoa, that's a while. My frogs are croaking really loud. Wait, what? Do you actually have pet frogs? Hang on. Pet frogs, this is important. For you, I'd tough it out. Oh my gosh. Oops, you're gonna make me shy. Don't make me shy. You won't like me when I'm shy. I first have to, listen, don't make me shy because you're gonna make me focus too hard on that and then I'm gonna lose. Von Chick, it's workout break time right now. A break. A break after 20 minutes of streaming. Ah, I see how it is. I see how it is, Von Chick. All right. All right, a break after only 20 minutes. I don't think that Von Chick knows what break means. Okay, how do I dive? What's my dive button? Oh my gosh, it's at the very top. Holy moly. I forgot to redeem those. My bad. No. My bad. I turned them back on. A shame. A shame. I'm so glad to have my subscription back. Chaotic Neutral M. I saw that earlier. You subbed at tier 3. Holy moly. Holy moly, M. What the heck? Thank you so much for the gigantic tier 3 sub. I could even play something, but you guys, please put some hype in the chat for M, who did that earlier. You did it off of stream? Why did you redeem it off of stream, M? Holy moly. Thank you so much for the gigantic support, for the mega support. What have I ever done? Oh, I so appreciate it, my friend. Enjoy that beautiful crown. Enjoy the beautiful crown. You deserve it. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it to the stream today. Oh, huzzah, you made it. M, you've done it. You've done it. Oh, great. What is this? Yeah, double break 20 minutes in. You guys are ridiculous. You guys are ridiculous. But you can't have a break 20 minutes into a stream. Shaking my head. You guys, unbelievable. Well, we might not qualify for this one, but it's not really my fault. I don't think. Well, maybe we could have picked a bad one. Look, Kitty, supporting you is always fun. Oh my gosh. And you shush. And we need to play some leagues sometime. By the way, apologies to everybody that everybody that I'm constantly saying we should play games. I'm sorry. I get anxious and I never want to ask people to play games. Oh. Ah. I will get better at it. I promise, okay? I promise. I want to play games. I just have trouble starting things. I have trouble. Here we go. You got your surgery today and it hurts bad? Oh dear. Shadow Fox, welcome to the chat though. I'm glad that you're here. I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. I hope you start feeling better. Oh, what? Kenny, we should play Mario Kart. Von Chick, the one who redeems breaks in the first 20 minutes? Take your streaming advice, really? I don't think so. You just want to see me suffer. Von Chick is here for the suffering exclusively. Exclusive suffering viewer. All right, let go of me, buddy. I'm going across here. You hear me? You hear me? Whoopee! Let's go. Sandy Devil, what's up? Hey, Sandy Devil, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? Oi. It's a poppy friendo. Hi there. Kenny, just ask whenever you want to play games. No need to be afraid to do so. No need to be afraid? I don't know the meaning of the word. I don't know the meaning of the word. What do you mean not scared? I don't listen. I'm gonna have to convert that. Is that Norwegian? Can somebody please translate? So many shark skins. I know that's because it's on sale. It's on sale for only 1 crown. It's cheap. 1 crown is cheap in this game, especially since they made it so easy to get crown. I don't know the world either. How are you supposed to learn about the world when you can't go anywhere? Thank you. Right now, I'm taking something to numb so that taking some pills. All right, take some pills to numb the pain. Okay. A double break, unbelievable. I refunded, easy peasy. Ooh, Alchemic refunding them. There'll be no breaks. No breaks. Also, I see an Amogus character. You like the new Tron skins? Ooh. I really like that, the Tron movie that was made by Disney. You know, the remake? I really liked it. I'm not gonna lie. I watched it whenever I was a kid. The one with the Daft Punk soundtrack. I thought it was pretty sweet. I liked it. More Jeff Bridges. Whoopee! Go. That could be a movie night, right? That's only like PG-13. It's a pretty good movie. I love the graphics and how cool everything looked. The soundtrack was an absolute banger. It's true. I think that I started watching it because of the soundtrack. I was like, whoa. This music's so beautiful. I've gotta give it a listen. Whoa, here we go. Sandy Devil, thank you for the 50 bits. For the 50 snowmans. Hey, oh no. Whoops, my bad. My V, goodness. Oh no. Okay, hang on. I got this. There we go. Okay, that's the first time that I've ever done that. That's fun. I like the spinny thing. Go spinnies. Your frog's named Harold, Millie, and Gregory. Oh my gosh. Cute frog names. Cute frog names. Harold the Frog. Can you like make them little tiny hats and put them on them? Can you make them little teeny tiny hats or buy little teeny tiny hats and put them on? Maybe give them a little cane in their hand. A little cane and a little a little top hat for your frogs. Harold. You think that Tron Legacy is a safe movie for movie night? Well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good regardless, but can we watch unanimated movies? Avunchik! The Cursed Pog! The Cursed Pog is here. It's only slightly better than the Cursed Blip. I will, just for you. You'll give your frogs dapper clothes just for me? Thank goodness. You're sorry that you can't stay longer, but you what? Something about tacos. Oh, you're gonna go grab some tacos. Hey, Fuzzy Boot, enjoy your tacos, my friend. We'll see you later. Get yourself some tacos. Yeah, the bleps, but you can't put the bleps backwards because they're bits. They're bit emotes. Speaking of emotes, where's mine? Hey, Jeff Bridges is animated in it. It counts. It counts. Jeff Bridges is fake. Listen, there's enough animation. It's practically 3D. There's almost nothing real in that movie. You're gonna make a tie-dye shirt soon? Ooh, I haven't made a tie-dye shirt since I was like 6. I need to get some crafts on, you guys. We need to get our craft on. I tell you what, today I was thinking we've got to pick what I'm gonna cook. We gotta pick what's to be cooked. I've just gotta do the cooking stream, you guys. It was promised. We gotta do it. Because it was promised. I would rather. Also, there's a Tron skin right there. A Tron skin right there. Check it out. That's the lady from Tron. But I was gonna say, I would rather cook spaghetti than to get too behind on it. We've got to cook something, okay? So I've got to come up with something. I mean, I think that Calico said marinara, but that's too easy. I actually know how to make marinara. That's way too easy. That's just like tomatoes and onions and garlic and stuff like that. Like, I can make that. That's good. Alfredo, I'm allergic to it. Em, are you trying to kill me? Em, I think you are trying to kill me. Make vodka sauce pasta? What? Vodka? Oh no. Oopsie. Oopsie, would go straight for the alcohol? No. No. We need to cook a fine steak and have a delicious wine. A delicious red wine. I say, it goes very well with it. It's got a perfect taste. A perfectly lovely taste, my friends, yes. Okay, wait, everybody come out to the left. The alcohol dissolves? I don't believe it. I don't believe in that witchcraft. Oh my gosh, murder! Everyone's dead. Blood? Anne, what the heck are you? What? Blood pancakes? What? What are you talking about? It's a food? What? Anne, don't ever talk about blood food in my chat ever again. It's very real. It's very disgusting. Absolutely not. There'll be no blood. I'm not a blood eater. What are you? Oh my gosh. Make a chicken pot pie. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, what do I have to? I would have to pick a chicken. Would I have to chick a pickin'? But wait a second. I was trying to make it not gross for our vegan friends. That's the only thing that I kind of want to do. If I can, whenever we cook, I'd rather not like deal with carcasses. I mean, I don't really like them anyway. It's already gross. But if I have to pick a chicken, also I hope that they die. I mean, we don't have to. Oh yeah, we could make cookies as well. Well, cookies wouldn't be the only thing, right? We could make a chicken pot pie if I just got chicken breast. If I just got some breasts. If I just had some breasts, then I could do that instead. I mean, just so long as I don't have to pick a chicken. As long as we don't deal with any carcasses, then we should be good. The music is so jolly. Jolly, jolly. Shepherd's pie is good, but then I'd have to kill a shepherd. I don't want to do that. I don't even know where you'd find a shepherd in America. I'm not sure. That might only be a European thing. They're not around here anymore. Whee! La 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 la. Yeah. So the only tip that I've ever figured out for this game is keep your momentum. That's the only thing that I've figured out so far. Is just don't slow down. Just never give up, never surrender. Just keep charging forward, no matter what's in front of you. Better to make a jump and not slow down. Because if you try to slow down and you try to recover, you're gonna die. You just gotta keep charging forward like a maniac. Whoa, whoa! Charge forward! And then you'll probably get bumped by somebody and die. That's how you die in this game, is that you're running forward and then you go bonk. Bonk into somebody. Whee! Get cut off. La 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 la. Now you're stuck over there. Ooh, I barely made that jump. Yike. See, I just bumped into somebody. Danger, danger. I'm hardly even rotating my character. I'm just rotating the view to jump. Oh, no, I should have dove. Dang it. Ah, that's too bad. Now it's between Duckman and Alien Boy. No! Duck versus Alien, the classic duo. It's like Alien versus Predator. Oh boy. Oh no. Duck's looking a little risky over here. But burning up every. Oh my gosh. There's also Disco Man all by themselves. Dancing the night away. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like standing on it until it breaks. Yikes. Ooh, I don't like it. Oh, frogs, you unlocked the tangy emote. So cute. Tangy emote. Aw, Disco Boy's gonna lose, I think. You died? Imagine the Earl dying. Just imagine. Yes, I died. I perished. Wow. Wow, the Earl's dead. Wow. Oh, bye-bye, Disco. See you later. I wanna see who wins. It was the duck. The duck won. That's all right. I like that face. Look at those big, gigantic, disturbing eyeballs. Oh, the penguins. I believed in you, Kenny. Oh, well, that was your problem, Anne. And I told you not to. What is that? Rosaire, cute bird. Jump 10 times. Ooh, now that's an achievement right there. All right, sweet. Well, we made it. We made it to the finale. Now we just gotta grab that dub. Easy peasy. Shark boy for the win. Come on, Sharky. Another. Never give up. Never surrender. I say. A chicken tikka. What? Are y'all still talking about food? Let me see. It's a Scandinavian thing. Blood pancakes. What is that? Kenny, who is studying chemistry.
Wow, Kenny die. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bot chick. Kenny, who's studying chemistry. I don't believe in dissolving. Witchcraft! It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, Di. Listen. It's a mixture. It's a mixture. Dissolving's fake. Wow. Wow. Kenny died. Wow. Bot chick. Why are you giving Brian cursed things to say? Poor Brian. Wow. Poor Brian. He deserves better. He deserves better. He's a good robot. Sweet Brian. He was actually talking to me earlier, and he was apologizing. He was apologizing for saying a Vodago so strangely. And I told him, it's all right, my friend. It's all right. We love you all the more for it. In fact, could you say it even worse, Brian? Could you? What would be a worse way of saying a Vodago? I mean, avocado. Let me see. Guacamole. I don't know. A Vodago's about as bad as it gets, Brian. I'm not gonna lie to you. You are my comfort streamer now? What? Oh my gosh, frogs. I'm glad that you're comfortable around here. Hey! You are welcome here whenever you want to, my friend. We just goofing around. Oh, whoa! Aw, son of a gun. No. Must go forward. People have already passed. People are already winning. Ooh, there we go. Nice. All right. No spinning platform and just one shtick. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Avocado. Avocado. A delicious avocado. Just put it into your taco salad. Boom. It's delicious and smooth. All right, boom. Easy wins. There we go. Speedy baton. Exactly. Speedy but single. Speedy and single. I used to be that way. Go, go, go. Wow. Wow, you almost died. Wow. Aw, look, they're hugging. Oh my gosh, the shark patrol. Look at them go. Do they know each other? Excuse me, did y'all come in together? Is it table for 3? Table for 3 sharks. I like the blue sharks better. Where do I get the blue shark? Where'd y'all buy that? Which store is that in? I want to get the blue one. Am I using the discolored one or am I using the OG one? I don't know, but I like the blue one best, methinks. Now, if only we could get that nice, delicious friends who play together, lose together. Friends that play together. Listen, they stick together for the longest of times. They have a distinct advantage during the team games. And then during the finale, they all grab onto each other's legs and they tear each other down. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. You can't trust anybody in Fall Guys. There can only be one. Storm Shield, hey, what's up, my friend? Storm Shield was in the chat yesterday saying that they had just finished Dark Souls. Dark Souls. How'd you do that, Storm Shield? Teach me your ways. Teach me your ways. I was actually, I was thinking about playing Dark Souls today. And then I thought better of it. Too hard. Too hard. I'm impressed by anybody that plays that game. We're not even stuck or anything. My friends don't lose. I'm dragging them down with me. Lemon grab. Only one. There can only be one. Too young. Too young. 1,000,000 years dungeon. So many sharks. Ah, they're hungry. You got 300 crowns. Holy moly, that's a lot of crowns, my friend. During the first season, I think I got 100 crowns. Oh, no. We're dead. We're dead, Zoe. There we go. Come on now. Storm Shield, you're an absolute champion. How do you do it? How do you do it? So, people are considering Storm Shield to be one of the champions of Fall Guys. And the fans are wanting to know, how do you do it? Oh yeah, I think that you can jump off the edge for a little teleportation boost. But I don't care about that. Slow and steady. Do-do-do-do-do. La 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 la. 4-day weekend. Oh yeah. So is the 4-day weekend because of is it because of Memorial Day? Is that the American holiday that we're dealing with right now? Look at you standing up on the ledge. So proud of yourself. Well done. Well done, you rascal. Is that on Monday? Is Memorial Day on Monday? Oh, I fell off. Shaking my head. You were doing so amazing. Oh, I guess they're running out of time, aren't they? Ooh, round's over. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, friendos. It was nice to meet you all. Also, Candle. Candle, I want to be Lumiere. Where's my Lumiere skin? Be our guest, be our guest. Put our service to the test. Doo-doo-doo. It was on Monday. Oh, it is on Monday. Nice. How many skins do I have? I was originally playing on PS4, so I've got a lot more skins over there. On this one, I don't have too many. I need to collect them. I must collect them. Linz is here. Oh my gosh, Linz. How are you doing? We're hanging out, having a chill Friday stream. Just hanging out, chatting about the weekend. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. And Corey's here. Hi there, Corey. Hi, Kenny. It's been a while. How are you? I'm doing pretty dang good. I'm excited. I'm excited just generally very excitable. Never calm. Never calm, only excite. Ow, 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 ow. Go, 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 go. Things have been going pretty darn good, Corey. I hope that things have been going well for you, my friend. Oh, this guy's gonna be skillful. Skillful guy. You see the guy with the dragon outfit? Okay, let me practice my, what's my grab button? Okay, it's my trigger button. I wasn't sure. Okay, it's the button. Yo, come here, you sorry sucker. I've been juked. Aha, there we go. All right. Whoopee! Move it. No, no, run away. Yeah, here we go. Get out of here. All right, we got 40 seconds to go. I believe in us. Ooh, flying. More flying. Woo! Oh no, it turns off. Oh dear. I didn't know that that the fan turns off. How horrible. Linz, how has your day been? What's up? I hope that you're having a fantastic day. Also, got any fun plans this weekend, Linz? Ooh, ooh. My fun plan this weekend is playing games with you guys. Ow, ow. No, stop it. Stop it, come back here. Give me that tail. Santa Claus, I swear. I want only one thing for Christmas. No, you shark, I thought that the shark had a tail. No. No, dang it. Oh, it's good. Last time I was here, you finished Mario Galaxy? What? Corey, that is a long time ago. Whoa, Mario. That reminds me that I want to play Super Mario Sunshine again. It's almost Super Mario Sunshine time. Ooh. Skyrim and Super Mario Sunshine. Can I really play those both at the same time? I would literally never be able to determine which one to play. No fun plans, LOL. I just want to rest. Just give me some relaxation. Please. Relaxing with a little bit of Among Us on Sunday. Stab, stab. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't think that I'm going to be able to play Among Us on Sunday. Come to think about it. Now that I think about it, you guys, fair warning, I don't think I'm going to be able to play Among Us on Sunday. So all of you stabby friendos, we might have to postpone that for another time. Your school ended yesterday. You're free. Nice. Awesome sauce. You're finally loose. You've been loosed onto the world, frogs. Finally. Oh wait. Oh, I'm not playing this. What am I doing here? Ah, it didn't let me exit. That was strange. I remember pressing the exit button, but maybe I got it wrong. But how many crown shards does it take to make a crown? What is this silliness? Yeah, I was like, the controls aren't working. There must be lag. It's so strange that you can earn crowns for free. They ruined the currency. A shame. I was asked how many skins I have. I wonder. Not that many. Just a few, just a small handful. I do have a funny crocodile though. What is this? Oh my gosh, the Snow Queen. How beautiful. Why did I even buy a microphone if not to murder you all and laugh in good definition? Listen, y'all can still play. Y'all can still play without me. I'm just warning you, just not this week, okay? I'll play next week. Peaky promise. Okay, I'm gonna be a little orc. Little goblino. Goblin time. Goblin time. Goblin time. Goblin's got an earring. You can trust him, he's a friendly guy. You'll be rich in skins. I've got all these skins that I've taken from my enemies. All of my enemies. I harvested these. Yes. Oops, you're still using flippies. No. Not the cursed flippies. No. Get out of here. Pastel Puffs, you got the job. Hey, congratulations. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pastel Puffs, that's awesome to hear, my friend. Hey. I think I'm gonna drink some water. Congratulations. I was screaming too loud. My congratulations were screamed too loud. Okay. Oh, let me check. I did offer somebody to play. I did offer for somebody to play along with me while I play this game, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they will. Don't know if they'll take me up on the offer. Here we go. Let's go. Goblino. Look at those beautiful teeth. Hey, Obst. Do you have Fall Guys? I don't even think that Fall Guys is on the Switch. And besides, there's no crossplay. Darn it! Come on, Fall Guys. Still no crossplay. I'm crying over here. Whee! Oh my goodness! I love the arms. They're so cute. Look at those. Look at those little skinny arms. I want one of those. You haven't? You have it, do you? Is it on the Switch? Oops. Is it on the Switchy Switch? Fall Guys has crossplay? It does? What? It has crossplay? On Steam? You have it on Steam? What? Oops. Why don't we play Fall Guys? Why don't we play? I didn't know that you had this game. We could squad up. We could squad up and bone all these noobs. Huh? Wait, I just noticed your beard. It's so long. That's funny. I just trimmed it. I just trimmed it. But yeah, I mean, I have a beard. I do have a beard. I grew one. I grew it myself. All natural. Oh, they slipped me off the edge. How dare? How dare? I don't think that I don't think that I've kept up with that. I haven't really kept up with the beard notification thing. A beard? Oh my gosh. Now, Kim, are you obsessed with facial hair because of the missing mustache? Now you're like, oh, at least Salty still has a beard. At least Kitty still has a beard. Just don't shave them. Too much facial hair has already been killed. Too much facial hair has already been lost. PC and PS4 players can matchmake together in all game modes. Cross-platform parties are not possible? What? Boyong. Here we go. Yeah. You're terrible at Fall Guys. Haha, Kenny's 100% times better. 100 times better? Oh, what? You'll be down to play sometime? Ooh. Oh, splendid. I say yes. Oops. You haven't had a big shave then. It counts. I mean, it's true. I haven't had a naked face. My naked face looks weird. I saw a picture of it the other day and I didn't like it. Bumbleweave, how are you doing? You're actually used to the lack of mustache? It only takes like an hour, honestly. I have not looked at his non-mustache face for like an hour. That's all that it takes. Then boom, you're used to it. But some people don't like change no matter what. No matter what. The egg face was something else. That was, ooh, ugly. Holy moly, everybody was so sweet and supportive, it almost hurt. It hurt me. It hurt me that everybody was like, no, Kenny, you're still handsome. And I'm like, what? I've got no eyebrows. I've got no eyebrows and no hair and no facial hair. You liked the eggy? No, you didn't. Y'all are all liars. You're all liars and I don't believe any of you. I can't watch this guy anymore, he stinks. The mustache kiwi is gone. No more mustache kiwi, shaking my head. The egg phase was when I started vibing in the stream. It's all that I knew. It's all that I know. But shaking, it's all that I know. Let me teach you. Shaking, it's all I know, Jake. No, Eggy's ugly. No egg. I can't wait to have some long hair. That's what I want. Egg was a look. Don't slam it. You should have played more with wigs, though. I did, and they looked horrible. Y'all just didn't see it. You just didn't see it. I saw it. I saw an egg looking back at me in the mirror. It's the eyebrows. If the eyebrows are gone, even if you have a wig on, it looks very strange. It looks very strange. Oh, what? We love Elfie? Where's Elfie? Eggy, what? You tricked me. I thought that Elfie was here. Oh no. Poor Elfie, always sleepy. Always sleepy, never wakey. Only the bad Europeans are here. Only the naughty ones. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Ooh, what is this? Don't play with me like that. You said Elfie. I thought you meant Elf. I can't believe it. Then I found Purple Earl. I sure love that. What? Purple or Earl? Earl? Do you say Earl? Purple Earl. Whoa. Oh my gosh. It's all slow in here. Holy moly. Underwater time? You could have used a Sharpie for some eyebrows. I did use Sharpie for some eyebrows. Actually, I did. Just, oh my gosh, this is very confusing. No, Corey. I'm only kidding. I'm only joking. I can make it. I believe in myself. I'm like making it through the first hoop, but this underwater and I can't. The jumps are completely weird. They're completely weird. They're totally unlike any other jumps. Look, I can make a normal jump, but these like you jump way higher than I'm expecting. See, like what is this? I just walked through it. I think that we still have time though, even with all that goofing around. Whee! Here we go. Lupus, how are you doing? Oi, Lupus. How are you doing today, friendo? Oh, whoppa! Oh, you can't make it into the middle, huh? What? You can't make it into the center. This game's rigged. I think that we might still qual. Oh my gosh, the jump is way too high. I was just gonna hop. This is gonna hop, but you can't even do that. All right, boom, we qualified. Easy qual. You need to go buy bleach. You're going back to purple. Ooh, purple hair, awesome sauce. How exciting. I would like to get some temporary hair dye. I would temporary dye my hair after Skyrim, maybe. Maybe after Skyrim we could do some fun things with the hair. But I was just keeping it low key for now. Just nice low key for nowsies. It's only 23:05 and tomorrow is Saturday. All right. That's true. This is the night to go crazy. This is the night to lose your mind. Tonight and tomorrow night. Nice. Oh, yes. You sound like a true American. What did I say? Yeah, all of you Europeans should be in bed. It's a school night, unlike here where I am in America, or as we called Eagleton Freedom Land. Eagleton Freedom Land? That's true. We do call it that. It's French people that go to school on Saturday. Oh, what? French people go to school on Saturday? Oh, no. That's horrible. Why would the French do this? I feel like that's almost every history book. Every history book is exactly the same. They all just say, why would the French do this? I'm the master of subterfuge. My hair is finally long enough that it's starting to curl and wave in the way that you want. Ooh, fancy hair. Oh no, don't hit me, how dare you. You feel bad for the French? You do? I think the French are doing just fine. I was only teasing. The Frenchies are all right. The Frenchies are doing just fine. They've got good bread, they've got good family. The French are all right, which is also the name of my autobiography. Uh-oh, this is not gonna, dude. Oh, somebody bumped me. I could have made that. I could have done that. Oh, no. You'll never forget the tank joke. That was a pretty low-key joke. That was a low-key joke. All right, low-hanging fruit, my favorite. The sweetest fruits are low-hanging. Look at this guy. So, how does this work? I audibly gasped. Can he make a French joke? How dare? Oh man, this is actually kind of tricky, surprisingly enough. All right, let's go. We got this. As long as we don't make any horrible mistakes. That guy doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't know how to schmoove like we do. He doesn't understand the schmoovement of the game. Ah, yes. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, dear. No. Oh, dear. Let's go. Oh, no. This may be my last try. Oh, no. Here comes the slime. Come on, Amogus, let's go! Amogus, don't slow down. Dun, 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 dun. All right, thread the needle. Let's go. Ignore this guy. Ignore Mr. Grabby Grabberton. Woo! What a turn of events, I say. How the tables have turned. At least I was told by my French teacher 15 years ago. I don't know generally true. What? You don't know how generally true French Saturday school is? Saturday school. That's horrifying. You gotta let these kids loose. Kids don't want to learn. Kids want to hang out. They should add anti-gravity fields to the maps. Ooh. Oh, they added, yeah. Is that the mid-season update? Because there was a 0.5, oh dear. There's a 0.5 update somewhere around here. The fruit shoot. You better look out. Those cannons do be shooting the fruit. Shooting the fruit. Okay. Just so long as there's no bananas, we should be fine. It's the bananas that get you. It's the future. Oh yes, very futuristic. Where all rooms are all watery, and there's anti-gravity. Oh yeah, there's a hammer back there. I'm not gonna take a risk with the hammer though. I'm just gonna go slow and steady, and let everybody else get smacked by the fruit. Oh no! And myself apparently. Uh-oh. But I can get a slight edge. Oh boy, I got a slight edge. See you later. That was the person that was grabbing last round. They deserve it. The blueberries. Okay, I think we're in the top echelon. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, we've got this. Oh, yeah! That's right! Nice! Eat it! Eat my dust! Eat my dust. I was the last one in. It's not a banana, it's a banana. Yeah! We win! We win the whole game. There we go, we get a crown. Oh, wait. There's another round? Are you kidding me? I thought that we were done. What's wrong with bananas? They in this game, they're so difficult to predict. Oh no. Ew. No, not Fall Mountain. Not this one. Oh goodness.
Banana smoothie apple orange.
Von Chick, thank you for the beautiful music. The beautiful music. That's the new national anthem. Banana smoothie apple orange. Earl Mountain. Oh no, not Earl Mountain. Earl Mountain. Oh no. No, I've already made a mistake. Game over. You make one mistake and you lose. Because there's gonna be one person that doesn't make any mistakes. No, 2 mistakes. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. No. No is me. Dead is me. Sad is me. Bullet wins. Ah, what? There's not even anybody jumping for it. Are you kidding me? There wasn't it. Nobody even touched it. Ooh, what a cool badge they have. A groovy, vibrant Joker. Oops.
GG Blepbo.
Genie Blepbo. The Blepbo. He actually said it. Oh my gosh. Oops. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, how do I professionally say that you got fired from a job on a job application? What? You got fired? Oh, it depends. It depends on how you were fired. How were you fired? You were let go. You could say that you're laid off. I don't know, 4 years ago. You were a completely different person back then. They better not judge you for that. Earl of Dragons, aka LSR Dragon. Thank you very much for the sippies. I will take them. Maybe just keep it vague. That's what I'm thinking. You were separated from the company. I like that. I was excised. We parted ways. You're thinking professional differences. Ooh, professional differences. You were let go. Yeah, see, that sounds pretty good. Hey, it's the Wholesome Trash Bag. That name, Wholesome Trash Bag. Hey, what's up? Welcome. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Wholesome Trash Bag is just filled with styrofoam cups. Styrofoam cups with smiley faces on them. How adorable. It's a wholesome trash bag. Well, I've got some wholesome trash for you, my friend. Hooray! I don't know. I always remember the time where you fell behind Fall Mountain there with 4 people in front of you and jumped into the pit for no reason. Huh? You'll always remember the time that I was far behind and then 4 people just jumped into the pit. I know, that's why you never give up, Dive. That's why even if you get behind, you just can't give up. Because some people will just like, they'll just jump off the edge accidentally. They'll just be dumb. Some people just be dumb. So you gotta stick with it just in case. Otherwise, you'll never win. I mean, you'll get lucky eventually. Just keep going for it. Just go crazy. Go crazy, go stupid. I wonder, there's so much that's changed about this game that made it so that I can't win. I don't know if they made it more random or if I'm just not good at the new stuff, but back in the day, we used to destroy. Maybe I just need more practice. I don't take it seriously like I did back then. I'm not a professional, you know, I used to make 7 figures being a Fall Guy professional. Professional coach, did the YouTube channel, everything. No! Come on, let's go. You're good? All right. Wholesome Trash Bag is doing all right. I will check that off the list. Thank goodness. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good, too. Just climbing up this mountain with a bunch of stinky beans. A bunch of stinky beans that I'm trying to beat. Trying to beat all these bums at their own game. Move it. Mine. Boyong. Boyong. Nice. We boyonged our way to victory. You would ask for a reference from the employer or boss that has not fired you. Ooh, yes. Interesting. To only put the information to the people that that you didn't have professional differences. Nice bounce. Nice boyong, I say. I have to put the last 4 places that you worked. 4 places? Whoa. What kind of job is this if you need 4 places? I've never seen more than 2. And even 2, like, at the beginning, I guess I've only had, like, let's see, I've had, like, 2 real jobs. I've only got 2 jobs that I could put on the, I've only got 2 jobs that I could put on an application, I think, that were an actual employment thing. You don't know the last 4 places that you worked? Oh no, die. Die? You'll have to consult the documents. You'll have to consult your PDA. You'll have to read up. Don't worry, I'll send them to you on your beeper. You've had too many real jobs. Oh no. Oops. I guess that I've had real jobs. Definitely have only had really 2 that were like taxed. I only had 2. I'll put it this way. I've only had 2 jobs that I was ever taxed for, but I've probably had 4 jobs, or maybe 5. You think that you had 5 before your full-time one now? Ooh. Lots of hopping around. You had like 8. Oh my gosh, Oops. Oops likes moving around. Oops wants to try it all. That's all right. Oops is not gonna give in for a crummy job. Oops move on. Oops change. Oops evolve. You've had 2 jobs, 2 volunteer positions, and applied for early childhood education. Huzzah! 2 jobs, not too bad. You found a good one. You found a good one. Arisa! Arisa! Arisa, have you had any jobs? I gave Arisa a job of drawing that blip one time. You've had 2 jobs, question. in parentheses. Arisa! The shaking bog. I am literally shaking right now. Arisa! My resume is 4 pages, did I tell you? Oh my gosh, Celestial, that might be a little lengthy. You might want to trim down those references. Jobless, mod only, unpaid mod too. Unbelievable. Worst job ever. He doesn't even pay his mods. Ay, ay, ay. You've had the same summer job for 9 years. Hey. A summer job, that's a long summer. And this is the longest summer ever. This summer, the longest summer ever starts with TheAnneMine in. I'm employed now. Or maybe you just like making money. Maybe Anne just likes to make money. It's pretty important. Those darn jobs, they just have a way of sticking around, you know? But now I have a job, so I can't work there this summer. Now you have a job, so you can't work there this summer? What? No summer jobs? Oh no. Summer job has been abandoned. Real job is here. I come back and all I hear is screeching. Jedi, where do you think this is? What are you talking about? Jedi arrives and it's like, is this the Earl of Suds? Who is that? Is that Kenny? What is that? Wait a second. Is that guy from... I saw this guy like play games before. Is that the same guy? Jedi, what do you expect around here? You act like it's your first day on the job. What? Yes, unpaid mod here too. Nobody pays their mods. I'm only joking. Jedi, welcome back. Did you bring us all some coffee? Because I'm thirsty. You should be more concerned if he was being quiet. Yeah, do you want me to be quiet? I'll be quiet if you want me to. I'll go for it. I got paid 1 time. You did? I don't remember paying you. And the answer is yes, Arisa. Yes. Arisa might jump in and play some Fall Guys with us. Maybe. Not by me. Oh, what? Oh, by Kelsey? Oh, no. Oh, wait. I don't know. Not by me? Yeah, I don't remember paying anybody. Arisa, you can jump in and play some Fall Guys if you want to. It's true. Push him off the edge, Arisa. No. How dare you? I say, there'll be no tossing. Imagine, just imagine, Kim. Imagine. Arisa can't beat me. I'm a champion. I'm the biggest winner in the game. I cannot be defeated. Look at my Goblino form. I have become ultimately powerful. I have gotten the juice. I have become the Goblino. Ah! Yeah. Come here, Amogus. Da-dum. Do-do-do. Come here. We got a suspect on the loose. Oh, thanks for the tail there, Bullet Bill. Hey, what? How did they grab me? That stupid bullet. They're cheating. They're cheating, I say. Boing, boing. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm ignoring these guys. Give me that. No, give me that tail back. Give me that tail back, you dum-dum. Dum-dum, you bring me gum-gum. Come down here. Give me that tail. You know I deserve it. You too, Eggy. Come here. No, come here. I've been bamboozled. Give me that tail. Come on. I hate this game. Not stupid. This stupid tail tag game is the worst. No. Do I need to turn down my mic? I totally can. I can totally turn down my mic. I'm sorry if it's too loud. You gotta turn down your volume before you turn on the Earl stream. I'm sorry. Listen, a lot of my friends have their mics like maxed out, like Fish. If you watch Fish's streams, his mic's really loud too. It's just a mixing option. No, he got away, you dummy! You grabbed me. Ah! I hate this one. Oh! I hate this one. Oh. You never listen at more than 50% volume? Crank it up! Just another person like you, crank it up! Come on, it's time to max out this volume. It's really streamer to streamer. Yeah. It totally is. Because I can just turn it down, easy peasy. Hey, Frogs has returned. What's up, Frogs? Dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga suki de, suki suki de. Dore dake tsuyoi sake demo yugamanai omoide ga. Fuck, I totally forgot the lyrics for a second. You bamboozled me. A star with that busted internet. Oof. Yes, 100% volume. Let's go. Come on, Kim. 100% volume time. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody, crank up the volume. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Crank it up. Here we go. Okay. Am I supposed to do, should I play one more round? Arisa, should I play one more round? Because I will. Have you got the game launched? Aha. Meow. Meow. Ow, wow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, ow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Okay, volume is at 100. Good. Let's turn it. Now put it on the loudspeakers in your car. And let's go down the highway together, you guys. Windows down. Come on. Windows down, everybody. Oh, snap. There's two beans. Hello. Double bean. Arisa, do you want to be on call? Do y'all want to be on call or not? Y'all don't want to just play, do you? That's too confusing. No. You gotta be. Okay, sweet. Hey! Let's be on call with all three. Let's turn it on. Here we go. Hang on. Let me gotta turn on my abaga. Oh, good. The Discord didn't open up in the main window again. Thank goodness. Okay. Beep bop. Boo-doo-doo. Let me just make a group. Oh wait, we already have a group. Nice. Da 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 da. Doodle doo. Okay, hang on. Almost ready. Oi. Oi. Okay, let me see. How do I do the, let me see. I've just got to switch up where the audio goes to. Just let me switchies over to, let me see. I'm listening to music would be maxed out. I can't leave that alone. I'm gonna have to put them on system and we're gonna have to play with the settings, you guys. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to hear them. So we're gonna do our best, all right? We're gonna do our best. Eep op. Let me adjust these. Okay. Hopefully this works. Oi! Oi! Okay. Arisa!
Hello. Oi!
Okay, I think it's working.
Wait, I can't hear you. What am I doing? Wait, hold on.
Adjust it. It's all right. We'll be ready in a second. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to my main screen for just a second while I get this ready.
Okay. I hear.
You can hear. I think y'all are too quiet though. Hair.
I forgot to change. The microphone was the controller again.
Oh.
Feels bad.
Okay, I'm just
Well,
trying to
okay.
like even y'all out, and make y'all the same volume. Now I gotta turn down Fall Guys because it's gonna be way too loud.
Oh yeah, I turned it down.
Okay, I'm just gonna
we heard?
crank it down. Yeah, I think everybody can hear y'all. I'm pretty sure.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Yeah, y'all
Hello?
are probably just a little bit quiet. Should I turn them
Yeah.
up? You guys, how is it? Because as soon as I turn on the game, then I can't do anything. You can hear them good. Okay.
Oh yeah. Hello. Testing.
It's all right. The test has already happened. Turn them up.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Arisa's already maxed out.
They're the judges. I don't know
Arisa,
if
could
I
you turn
can
up
do
your
anything.
maybe your input or something?
It's at max.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I've already maxed you out. User volume 200%.
Aw.
Is it slightly better now?
I hear
Maybe.
you just
I
fine.
took the microphone closer.
Okay, I think that is better. I think that y'all can hear pretty good. I'll just like adjust in the game, just so long as the game's quiet enough so that we can actually hear you guys, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Who cares about the game? Okay. I think that we're good. Is the team ready? Which one is which?
I'm the bird.
I'm a dragon.
The bird's the word. You are Tadurgan. I will be the Goblino.
I am fluffy.
Come on, Nagi Squad, let's win.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go. Ooh, night.
Oh.
This one's scary.
Y'all are so sweet.
Who's so sweet? The chat?
Yeah.
She's just so adorable.
Aw.
I agree. How dare.
Arisa is super sweet.
No, you.
No, you! In there.
Amen.
Listen, enough compliments. There's only gameplay.
Ah, yes. Trash talk.
Yes, trash talk.
Yes. Look.
Yes.
You guys are garbage. Come here. Gonna grab both of you and throw you both off the edge. Hey! Come back up! Y'all are way faster than me. Slow down.
Ha.
Have y'all been
Run.
practicing without me?
No. I died.
As I said, not played in like half a year.
You haven't
I
played in
was
half a year.
First.
No.
And yet you're in first.
I fell.
Oh. I managed to grab the edge. Yes.
Ah.
Go, go, go. Yeah, the edge grabbing is really janky in this game. I hate it. Ah. Goblin, go! Oh my gosh. Almost got yeeted off the edge. It's not safe out here. Be safe, you guys. Oh my gosh, y'all both beat me.
Qualifying.
Great.
Yes.
Here we go again. It's Mario Kart all over again.
I think we should play.
Arisa destroys me at Mario Kart. Now I'm getting destroyed at a team-based game.
There is no team.
We're
in
not a
Amalia.
team.
Wait.
We're in a squad.
Oh,
This
that's
is cool,
us.
guys.
Oh my gosh. Which game are we playing right now?
The one with the beans?
Yeah.
Y'all can all only hear Arisa? What?
Oh.
You can't hear Anne.
Oh.
Some people
Oh,
say that they
no.
can hear Anne.
I am Anne.
No, you're not.
Yes.
No, that's
Arisa
not
is
Anne.
Anne.
No.
Yeah. Arisa's Anne.
Yeah. Have you seen us in the same room?
Oh my gosh. Okay, Alchemic
Yeah.
can hear you both. That's what matters. Squad is questionable. What? We're squad. We're like one unit. We're like one bean. Headed
Oh,
towards
what?
victory.
Huh?
Yeah. We're gonna
Yeah,
win.
we qualified.
Easy. Man,
Cool.
watching all these people be bad at this game is painful.
Agreed.
Yeah, I wish
Just
that.
like me.
Not you. Just you beat me. You're just insulting me now.
Burn.
No.
Also, they fixed it so that you can put names on here. Oh, because it's crossplay
Really?
now.
I
So-
like Fluffy.
No. All right, team game,
My
team game, team
name
game.
is Mystic Leaping Pigeon.
I don't remember what mine is. Hope it has. I think
Fluffy
it's
Lilac
cheese.
Wolf.
Aw.
Let me see if my name is. I think that it's something about cheese
We'll
or
see.
milk.
So it's cheesy?
No, no.
Kind of actually. Oh,
Wait,
what's this?
What game is this?
This is
Jinxed.
jinxed. So there's like one person that's
Oh.
infected. It's like prickly cheese.
blue?
Yeah, that's what it is.
We are blue.
I'm prickly
So it's
stomping cheese.
Tag.
Who's infected? Who's stinky?
I
Stay
found
away
one.
from the
They
stinky.
actually touched me, but it didn't grab me.
Ew, stinky. Don't let them touch you.
Oh no, I got touched.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Oh no. Stay away. Stay away. Yes. Go hurt my teammates. I'm gonna hide right here. All right, we've got a little commune over here. They're pushing around each other. Ah! I'm still alive. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm fabulous. Don't you filthy stink clouds. Ah, no! No! No, you can't touch me. It's impossible.
We're winning.
It's impossible.
so
No!
close.
Oh, they got me. Dang it. No, I'm cursed.
Where's the one yellow bean?
It's
Hiding.
here.
Where's
Aha!
he?
We
Oh,
win!
Never mind.
Haha.
We ruined all of their games.
Let's go.
They were probably all streamers. Mwahaha. Oh, what was that? TV? Do you see the big TV head?
TV?
They just got thrown off the
Shit.
edge. That is the biggest
Oh.
skin I've ever seen. Ooh. Finale. Ah, tiptoe.
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 Okay, now Arisa, you go out there and find the pathway for us.
All right.
I'll run.
Yeah, just throw yourself off the edge. I'm gonna wait
Yes.
back, okay?
Fun.
Okay.
Ooh. All right, where's the walkway? Nice.
There you
And
go.
dies. Come on, everybody, discover the way.
I found it.
Now the trick is to win.
Oh, so it's over there.
Oh.
I see.
Uh-oh, it's to the right. Oh no, you could jump across. Time to get risky. Getting whiskey.
Risky biscuit.
Ah. Come on, pigeon,
No.
show us the way. Jet Shepherd's here. Australian friends waking up. Oh my gosh.
Hello.
Hey,
It's
Good
too
morning.
early in Australia.
good morning.
Good morning. Wake up to the nice
No,
sound of
I
koalas
did
singing.
not qualify.
Jet Shepherd!
You're gone
Hello.
without me.
Oh, you died? Oh no.
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, y'all both died. My squad!
You go on. Get
No.
the victory.
Do it.
We shall watch.
Why have
You
y'all?
got this.
Why did y'all die? Oh boy.
We
Now I'm
found the way for you. Now
Big
you
shots.
have to win.
Ah, there's two
Yeah.
more rounds. Oh no. You've been up for 24 hours, Jet Shepherd? What? Even for an Australian, that's crazy. Ooh, set up a wedding with flower arrangements. Pretty.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Can we see them in art? Can we please see the flower arrangements? They were pretty last time.
I haven't done this one before.
Yeah, it's a new one. There's probably lots of new rounds for you, Arisa.
Oh yeah, many.
And some of them are very stinky.
I love that duck.
That's a
Which one?
goose.
Oh, the goose?
It was close enough.
Now you are the goose. I think that it makes a honking sound. Or maybe that's the,
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at the pastel cat!
Ah, that's a cute one.
I hope they die.
Do you want to be a cat?
Yes.
In real life? Yes.
In Fall Guys?
Because a cat's the only cat.
I don't have to
Everybody
drag them.
wants to be a cat.
Okay, this is a snooze fest. When's everybody gonna die? Oh, thank you for the lurks, Jet. I appreciate it. Ow, ow, ow.
Boy, lurk.
Duck, duck, goose. Wah, wah, nah. Easy
Whoa.
peasy, rice and cheesy. Here, die. Grab cat.
Yeah, kill people.
Kill cat.
Round over.
No. Okay. Done. What next? Oh boy.
Winning.
I'm all alone now. Next is winning. Now comes a part of the song where Kenny wins. Or not. Bum bum bum. Come on. Oh no. Not thin ice again.
Ooh.
I already died at this one. Ice skating. I'm not very
You're
good at
on
it.
thin ice now.
Yeah. Hopefully I can slip by with a win.
Maybe.
That would be really ice. Go, go.
Oh my god.
That would be
Come
pretty
on,
cool.
you Snow, that one was good. Just silence. Just silence for that? Oh my gosh. She's giving me the silent treatment. I'm in trouble now. Oh no.
Shaking my head.
Shaking my SMH.
Boing, boing. Hey! I see how it is. Norwegians aren't here, even though we're ice skating now. Shaking my head. Died in Tronland.
It's your time to shine.
Hey!
Yes.
I don't
Tell
know.
you exactly how to do it.
Okay, what do I do now?
Go over there.
Yo, where? I can't see.
I can point.
Yes,
What?
point. Yes, point to
you
where
know,
I go.
Wait. You'll have to guess.
No!
You cannot see where we're pointing?
I can't see
What?
anything. I'm seeing red. That's all I can see. Ah!
Red?
Yeah, that's a phrase that you say like, it's a way of saying that you're mad. If you're
Oh.
seeing red, then you're extremely mad.
It's related to like bulls and stuff.
That would
Um,
make
You know
I
how
think that
bulls
it's
sees red.
no, but bulls are colorblind. They can't
And,
see
like,
red.
Yeah, I know, but like how it's like made out in media and cartoons. And
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
that
stuff.
human beings like literally saw red whenever they were mad, because like a bunch of blood went to their eyeballs.
Wow, red vision.
Red vision.
Wow.
Wow. Ooh, that's a feature.
Is that infrared?
Next DLC.
Next DLC of human evolution.
Yes.
Where's our update, Elon Musk? Hey, I win!
Oh, you won!
Squad
Nice.
goals!
Nice. We
I
believe
won
in
with a
you.
full squad. Nice!
I'll not clap. I can't move my mouse.
Aw.
Oh
I
no.
clap!
Quiet clap. Golf clap.
No, hi.
Ow, ow!
Oh, right first?
Ow, 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 ow!
Whatever it's called.
Job
There was
application
the option.
submitted. Anxiety surprisingly not high. That's because you're free.
Wow.
You can do it. Good luck on the job application.
I unlocked shark pants.
Huh?
Wow.
Shark pants? Hyperclaps?
Yeah, shark
Ow, 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 ow. I just
I
need...
just got 7 levels.
I need to be distracted. That's how I win.
Now I'm going to be shark
Chicken.
pigeon.
Oh my gosh, it's eyeballs.
I'm gonna change to
Oh, it's horrifying. I'm gonna try it. I gotta use chicken. New chicken. Shiny's here. Shiny.
Shiny!
Shiny's here.
friend.
Hiya, Shiny.
Shiny is very cool.
Cool, like
Indeed.
cold? Ew, dino legs.
Yeah.
Dino chicken.
Very ice, as you would say.
Very ice.
Yes.
Ice to meet you. Okay, none of these colors matter. Here we go. Chicken time. Ooh, a
Ready.
wizard, eh?
Let's go.
A wizard is never late.
Alright then, keep your secrets.
All right, then, keep your secrets. It arrives precisely when he meets to you, dumb hobbit.
Fly, you fools.
Why doesn't he call him Gandalf? Why does he call him Gandalf?
And elf.
Gandalf. Grand Elf.
Elf?
It all makes sense now.
That's a Christmas movie.
What? Oh my gosh. It's not only a Christmas movie.
It is now.
You smell like beef and cheese.
No, you?
You don't smell like Santa. He's bulging
You sit on a throne of lies.
No. Poor Buddy was just trying to help. He was just trying to be honest. He wanted the kids to know real Santa.
The real Santa.
You're not real Santa. Fonky chonky honky tonk, how are you doing? Elf! They just say Elf!
That's
Elf!
a great username.
Elf! Yeah, that's a... Do you know what a honky tonk is, Arisa?
I've heard it before, but no.
It's like a bar. It's like a small town bar where
Such a
hillbilly
weird
people
name.
will go to do like go to do some square dancing or something. Honky tonk
What is
badonky
this?
donk. Ooh,
Oh, this one.
this is scary.
This looks cool.
Yeah, stay in the it's a hole in the wall bar. Yeah, it's a rural hole in the wall bar. Honky tonk.
That doesn't make any more sense to me.
Huh? Hole in the wall is like small.
No, they pushed me down.
Oh, you can fall.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is
Wait,
kind of hard.
what happened?
Hey.
What's happening?
No! Oh, what?
No.
Die, you only shout out Anne? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. No shout out for Arisa. Shaking my head.
Yet.
Still. Also, I don't think I'm gonna make it past this first jump.
Yes, I
Believe.
did.
You got
No!
it. Oh, I
I'm a
heard that.
believer. Oh! Oh no. I thought that it would switch faster.
Ah!
Art! She's been streaming art!
Art!
Arr.
Me soon.
Art!
Art. Only the most pirate art. Oh no! I'm being stupid. Help! No! No! Somebody be my brain manager. I can't do it right now.
Turn it off. I'm back on.
Turn
again.
off brain? No.
Yes.
Restart.
Restart brain. Here, Windows restart
Yeah.
music.
Oh gosh.
Reboot.
I hate this part. So confusing. This is a long race.
Yep.
Brain too small, can't handle. Also, don't go in the middle. It's better to just go on the sides. Arisa is streaming now. Confirmed.
Am I?
Yeah.
Did I go
Part of his
live?
stream. Also, this character looks like Arisa. Did you see that? Did you see that thing on the left?
Hey! I went through the middle.
Ah, yeah! What? Oh, you went through the middle? That's harder, but you can do it.
Ooh,
I did it.
We all
I
win!
qualified.
Whoa!
You've followed Arisa and have seen no streaming yet. Shaking my head.
I'm
Can't believe it.
sorry.
Aw.
I was
I would-
messing with overlays earlier.
Huh? I would watch Arisa's stream.
Me too.
Soon.
Come to think of it.
Got in
Tier
the
3
way.
sub. Shrimp right now.
Do it.
Yeah, you just have to make sure that you tell me offline whenever you turn on your affiliate so that I can be the first one, okay?
Oh.
I have to be first. Otherwise, I'll be very upset.
What if I'm
Mega
first?
shrimp.
No! No, Anne. You can't steal this from me. Don't take this from me.
No.
Anne, are you gonna draw some bit reward gifts or something?
Bit reward.
Or not
gifts.
reward, but like overlay thing.
Reward.
Giffies of squirrel dancing or something. Squirrel
Dancing
holding heart overhead.
squirrel?
I
Squirrel.
think he's asking for a commission.
Squirrel.
Oh yes, oh yes. Commission soon.
Maybe.
Animate the world.
Animates.
Animations. I know. I was saying if you make a YouTube channel, it's got to be animations.
Might be taken.
It's all right. Anne will be better than them.
Yes, that's why I'm going to have the at the beginning.
The
Ah.
animations.
Yeah, the,
The
one and only.
Yeah, the real animations.
The real one.
Take that. You're not real. That art's not real.
Come on.
Fake.
Door closed.
I'm gonna win. Oh boy.
No, me.
This game is oddly stressful. Because it's also kind of relaxing. Zen-like pain. Oh!
Whoa.
Meditative. Wow! Have you considered a concussive reboot?
No!
What? Concussive?
I did
Okay.
not qualify.
Anne died?
Oh no.
I died.
Anne
You
dies.
carry on.
We got you.
Yeah.
We'll win. We'll carry your body to victory. Then we'll throw it
Yes.
across the finish line.
Yes.
Flop.
The way I want to be remembered.
We'll scatter
One
your
of the
ashes. Maybe we'll store it in the
Switched
trophy.
On my side.
Huh?
It was just kind of planking on the grid below. It looked funny.
Planking on the grid below? What?
It glitched out.
Oh, okay.
One of the beams.
Arisa, can you do it? Can you beat Slime Climb? Poor
I love
Anne.
this one.
We'll give her a
I
proper
believe
burial.
in you. Yes.
Don't believe in me anymore. I just got pushed off the edge like a dummy because I got too close to the corner.
I believe in you, Arisa.
I got this.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Workout break. Okay, I'm gonna work out while you win, Arisa.
Okay.
Oh, I'm scared. He died?
He died.
Wow.
Wow. Can you believe? Aw, it wasn't lucky. Oh no! Oh, you're doing good.
All right, boo.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh,
Welcome
okay.
back.
Well done.
Well done.
I channeled my anger.
Yes.
15 pull-ups. Who asked for that? Ash. I did it. I promise.
Yay!
You made it. Darn it.
Made it.
Urgh. I regret everything.
I knew you could do it.
Regret. Think about wife. Regret. heel wife. Jamie the Raven Queen, Sippies, what? Anne, Arisa, do y'all have water?
I do.
I have soda.
Soda. That's,
Soda.
does
Which
that
one?
count?
Hashtag sponsored.
Yeah.
No.
Hashtag sponsored. Who's
No.
sponsoring the stream?
No.
Come on. Come on. Shout out your drink. Come on.
Coca-Cola. The peer pressure.
Coca-Cola? All right. You passed the test.
Okay, I also have
Oh, no.
Pringles.
You also have what?
Pringles.
Pringle? That's not a drink. Please do not
wow.
drink
No,
the Pringle.
But I have snack.
It says
Yes,
sip.
I
It doesn't
was
say
not.
what to sip. That's right. Get out the booze. Hey, Coco's here. What's up, Coco? Hiya.
Hello.
Sipping the chips. Ew.
Yes.
Do not sip the chip.
What?
Arisa, you're on fire. How are you doing this?
Arisa
yourself
is
out.
I don't
winning.
know. Gamer?
Gamer? I've been
Arisa
gaming all
is
my
a pro
life.
gamer.
Arisa is pro gamer. Hurts my soul. Go, 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 go! Mario
If
Kart 8
only I-
next.
If only I was as good as Arisa at games.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
We'd be a pro team then.
The dream.
You did. Were you the first one?
No, third I think.
You
Third.
practically got first place. Wait, did I see somebody else sneak into chat? I've grown a lot of facial hair since you last came to stream. Fonky, how long ago were you in the stream? I just trimmed. Beard small.
No.
I don't know. Click shaved his mustache. Beard go bye-bye soon.
Aw.
See the box TV thing. I love them. That's actually smaller. Yeah, there's one that was even bigger. Giant head.
Oh, I think it's supposed to be like a cardboard robot.
Oh, I think
Computer.
the other one was a TV, but yeah, that one was a cardboard robot.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Doo-doo.
scared.
You should be.
did it.
But you can win. Hopefully it's one that you've done before.
Yeah, can it be the spinny thing?
Yeah, but the batons or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh,
No!
hexagon. You can
Oh!
do it. Come on. You've practiced this one.
Horrible at this.
This is a classic one.
I do know how to do it.
Have you ever
Not well
won?
though. No. Or
This is the first time that you'll
I
win.
don't know.
Sweet.
yeah.
All right, you guys.
Why
Here she
not?
goes. Come on, Arisha. Everybody's rooting for you. Look at you with your extra. Oh my gosh.
You're doing good.
Extra
Oh, no.
dives. Nice. The lag is kind of weird.
Yeah. I could barely hear you like a minute ago.
You could barely hear me because of the lag.
Yeah. You sounded like a robot.
That is unrelated. That's an unrelated
But
phenomenon.
that was because of lag.
Well,
It's related.
related. Oh no.
No.
That's an unmakeable jump. You did your best. That was impossible. You've only won in squads? What's the advantage of being in a squad? I guess you've got two people that you don't have to worry about if they let you win.
think-
If it was my friends, I'd
think
have
you
to
have,
worry about
like-
them.
I think you have like collective points, so even if one gets first, if the other ones don't get points, then you'll fall behind.
Yeah, I think that it makes it easier if you're on team games, for sure. If you're playing that silly soccer game.
I don't like that one.
Yeah, it's too
Definitely.
frustrating. No team games, please. Thank you.
No team games, only solo.
Yeah, please.
Me
Hey, you
versus
should cut him off, Arisa.
everyone.
You should cut him off right in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they made it. Dang it.
No.
So close. It's okay.
Why are they
You still
faster
got
than
you
me?
still got levels. I think that's just the lag. They're not actually faster than you.
Feels bad.
Feels bad. Feels lag, man. Ooh, I think you just cut him off. Nice.
That was the intention.
Oh, maybe. He might be able to get out of there. Ollie Metalheart's here. Hey,
someone-
Ollie! Welcome, welcome, my friend. How are you doing? Ooh, and thank you, Amy, for the lurk. I appreciate it. Goofy Friday streaming. Oh no.
Oh, this is the last layer.
No, there's a blue one below it.
Almost.
In fact, I would aim for those extra blue blocks over there. Oh no. No blue blocks for you. Here, I'd burn him slowly. Burn him slowly. You're safe.
Okay.
For now.
You should win.
Everyone's died
If you don't make a
before me?
mistake, you should win. I'm telling you.
Yes.
You win! You did it! Hey! That's 2 wins in a row. Nice!
You did it!
You've done it! The first time that you've won Hexagon. What the heck?
That
Got an
was
achievement.
amazing.
Congratulations! Wow, 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 wow.
Yay!
Arisa Pro Gamer, holy moly.
Pro gamer.
I didn't lie.
You've done it! Hexagon's fun though. Come on. That was fun, right? Skyward Zone, what's
magical.
up? Hi there, Ollie. You're tired. You won't be here for long. That's all right. I don't even know why these 2 beans are awake right now. But oh wait, no, it's pretty early actually. Never
Yeah,
mind.
it's only 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's only 1 a.m. in the morning. No big deal. I say we get another win. It's Anne's turn.
All right.
Anne,
Let's go.
it's your time to shine. Anne goes silent. Oh no. You can do it. You got a pigeon, a chicken, and a wizard. So basically, is it a wizard and it's 2 different prop birds?
Reminds me of Stardew.
Stardew? Does the wizard have a bird?
No, but there's birds, right?
There are birds flapping around. There's birds everywhere. I mean, there's definitely chickens, that's for sure. Pixelated Goons, what's up? Welcome! And Princess Toad, hi there. You've always wanted to play this game. Well, here you go. You can at least watch it.
Yeah.
You can at least watch Arisa win again. Oh. Tundra Run. This one's fun.
Wait, is Anne actually gone?
Yeah, I think that Anne, did they leave the call? I think they did. Maybe they had to step away for a second.
I heard nothing.
Oh, I just accidentally connected my phone to it. Whoops. Oi, can you still hear me, Arisa? Oh no! I think I messed up my Discord call. Hang on. Let me see if I can restore it. Okay.
Like I
boom.
heard you
Is
two
it
the
working
whole
now?
time.
Oh, you did? Is it back? Everything's
Yeah.
good? Okay.
Yeah, I just had to reconnect.
Discord's being weird. They disconnected me too.
Discord does that sometimes.
Ha! I
Discord,
was
why you
fine.
gotta do that? All right, Anne. It's your time to shine, just like I said.
Yeah. You got this.
Anne wins an original video animation by TheAnneMations. My Fall Guys story. Whoops. Discord said no. Discord said that's enough. No more games for you. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Chicken Dragon for the win. Go! Chickens are supposed to be ancestors of dinosaurs or something.
Yeah.
This is canon. Ah! No! Extra push. Bless you. Oh no, scary. Oh no! No, not even
Oh,
close. This is so confusing. I don't realize when to jump. Oh, I think you're supposed to like fly over it. Yeah, there. Oh, I'm on it.
That's
No.
confusing.
Oh my gosh. Please. Please. Not like this.
Oh
Not like this.
That's
Yes.
brutal.
Okay.
no! Okay, so jump and then dive.
I
Got
can
it.
make you don't like pickles? No pickles whatsoever?
I don't like it either.
You don't like pickles on anything? Not even on a hamburger?
No. But I like
Qualified!
Ah,
Hey!
French fried eyes. Do we all make it? It's champion
Yes.
team.
We
Aw,
did it.
can't believe no pickles on a burger. I'm crying. Pickles are yucky? What? Why is there so much pickle hate in the chat? I can't believe this.
Pickles are yucky.
No, they're not. They're slimy and sour. They're not slimy in a burger, though. They're crunchy.
I can't think of any pickled food I like.
You don't like... Oh, well, I don't think I like anything else besides a pickle. Only pickled pickle. Pickle. Who's got the pickle? I've tried to eat pickles straight, and they are kind of gross. You eat peanut butter and
Why?
pickle sandwiches? What? Peanut butter and
Wow.
pickles?
Oh.
Oh, no. That's horrible. Honky
Sounds
tonk,
fun
no.
to try though.
You don't like burgers? What? Okay, now this is a whole nother level. Not liking pickles is one thing, but not liking burgers? I can't believe it.
It's
I like
fine.
burgers.
Burgers are delicious.
They are good.
Pickled garlic is good? Ooh, I've never tried that, but that sounds
Ooh.
super scary.
That sounds like something I could like, maybe.
Pickled garlic, but I thought you were a vampire. Probably hate it.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh yes, I am a...
Allergic.
Allergic? Aw.
I'm not.
I
I do like garlic.
don't like garlic.
Wait, what is this?
Garlic's good on spaghetti. Yeah, this one is a serious race.
Oh, this is a race.
Yeah, there's like 3 laps or something, so it's all about efficiency. But there's edits on here that I've never seen before. Oh no, this is frightening.
Oh dear.
Thanks,
Come on,
I hate
let
it.
me through.
Okay, it's kind of working. Oh no!
But
No, the wrong way.
zoom. Ouch! Right in the face. No. the lasers move way too fast. Also, definitely use those launchers. It's pretty important. That's how I lost the first time.
Oh! I got pushed ahead.
You and me, Sharky. Come on. After hearing Baby Shark so many times, I've had to make allies with it. How are y'all doing back there? Are you gonna win?
I do. Well,
I don't know.
might qualify.
Oh. I found this very hard the first time that I played it. Go, go, go!
Nope.
Nothing is more frustrating in life than a program crashing and then saying on reboot, you didn't close me properly last time. The program's like, what did you do?
Oh! Oh, I qualified. I didn't even see the finish
Oh
line.
no, Anne!
I did not.
You were so
Oh.
close!
This is a hard one.
Yeah, that one is a hard one. Too tough. Shiny's going to bed.
Aw, good night, Shiny.
Well,
Get some schlep.
Schlep.
The schlep.
Schlep.
Shiny neighbor
Schlep.
must go to schlep.
Schlep, schlep.
What the heck is this? Hoverboard heroes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh no, this one stinks. No. Oh, I hate this one. I don't think I've ever
What is this?
passed it.
Whoa.
It's cool, but it's hard. Oh, I messed up the jump. I think I've only played this one time, though. Where's my soul? No, boy.
I am quite scared.
Good luck, Arisa.
Oh. So if you fall off, you disqualify?
Uh-huh. Yeah, done.
Oh no.
Game over, one try. See this jump right here? You see this super far thing?
Okay.
I jumped way too soon and just jumped straight into the goop. It was pitiful. It was super sad.
That sounds sad.
Okay, this time I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just watching. Oh, you gotta grab it. Yike. Oh,
That worked.
scary. Scary. Oh, no! No! What is that? Oh, come on! There were people standing on it. Arisa, you've got to win. Yeah, this level's cursed. Oh
no!
Oh, Arisa, you saved
Cool.
it. Hey,
Yeah.
shortcut. It's all part of the plan.
I believe in you. I believe
You
in
can
me
do
too.
it. You just have
You
to
can
qualify.
qualify.
That's all.
Oh gosh. Oh. Yay!
You did it.
Yay!
You did it the first try. Ah.
You did it.
How do I do that?
Wow.
Ay. Arisa was the real gamer after all.
5 people?
Yes.
I'm scared
Ooh.
again.
The finale. You can clutch it.
Second win.
Ah.
Second win in a row.
Ooh.
Go for that 5 in a row win streak. Come on.
Oh, Fall Mountain.
Oh.
Ooh.
I know
Fall
this
Mountain.
one.
Ooh.
Oh, NH
mean,
is
I
here.
actually
Hi there,
like it.
NH.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Ooh. Just you versus Cuphead, Planet Brain, Toucan Sam, and I don't even know what that other one is. Is that a plant?
A planet and an alien.
Ew, he's got an alien on his brain, and he's gonna lose too.
Ooh. Secret agent alien.
Oh my
Wow.
How did that work out? On my screen, you totally got smacked.
You're in the
Right.
lead.
Oh, no,
this is
unlucky.
mean.
Oh no.
Oh, you're still doing
Cuphead,
good.
work.
You're still doing good. You can still win. They might miss it. Easy. Easy, they can totally miss it. No, they didn't.
No.
So close.
Hey, I
You're
got an
so close.
achievement.
You got an achievement. Almost winner.
One to watch.
That's an intense cut.
Make someone else win.
That was a pro move, Lynn says, and then just flip. How dare.
An attempt.
An attempt was made.
I got a crown. Ooh.
You got a crown. You should spend it right now.
Got it by leveling up.
Oh. Fake crown. Oh, speaking of Dai having troubles, the BSOD is right here. It's the perfect color palette for Dai.
Wow.
Right now, his computer just crashed. Fantastic. Or
Oh
program.
no. Die.
Chopper
do it.
cap. What is that? Aurora candle. Ooh. I think that's for the candlestick. Awesome.
I don't have money.
Go find anything good in the store.
I have money.
Money. Oh, Tron costume pack is. Do you have to buy that?
Probably.
Time to
DLC
stumble upon
store.
the grid with Tron. It is a DLC pack. Copyright Disney. Nice.
Ah. You gonna get it?
No. No.
It
No.
looks so
I don't think
cool.
I will.
Why?
I will grab this candle though. What? Jedi what?
Jedi.
You can thank Epic Games for that. What? It is epic.
Oh yeah, Fall Guys is. No wait, that was Among Us.
Watching the stream is tempting you to buy this game. Do it, Leela. Do it! Give in to your cravings. No self-control squad. Head out.
The game is better now, in a way, than what it used to be. Because one of the reasons I stopped playing was because of all the hackers.
Oh yeah, there were not so many hackers on PS4. We didn't really have that problem.
It was a huge problem on PC.
Yeah, I've seen videos. It was pretty great.
Yeah.
Just somebody shooting straight up and then just flying to the end.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a video of a hacker went to the end and still lost.
Oh. Insult to injury.
Yeah.
I saw on a stream once, someone playing Fall Guys, and there was a hacker, and it was the one where it was one of the finals. It was either the spinny thing with the ground like falling down, or the one Arisa won. And the hacker was just hovering above the entire thing.
Oh no.
So it was impossible for him to fall down into the slime.
He can't lose. It's a foolproof plan.
Yeah,
I think-
just learn to fly and you won't lose.
There was some like bug that I ran into one time where it was on like the spinny platform where there's a baton, and I think you just couldn't see where the person was. Like either the game glitched out and wouldn't let somebody win, or there was a hacker, I don't know. But that was like the only thing that I ever saw. PS4 was great. I regret going to PC.
There's cross-platform.
Yeah, now it doesn't matter.
True.
Big jump.
Wow.
Yeet.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh. Among Us jumped in front of me. Come back here. Also, the like lag of pressing buttons
no.
on the PS4 was more comfy for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't good. It was
Racing
just comfy.
controller.
Oh, he got a yeet. I hope you get knocked off box TV. Let me win. No. Bye bye.
Oh no.
I just slid down face first. It looks very funny.
You face planted.
Uh-huh.
I
It's
usually
good that there's no
don't
damage
really
in this
struggle
game.
with this one.
There should be like a damage mode where each hit that you take like takes a little bit of health off.
Ooh.
So it's the carefulest person survives. You found a really bad hacker on Jump Showdown. The hacker won after losing. What? You lose and you still win? Now that's proper hacking. Oh no.
Oh yeah, I qualified.
I don't know if I'm gonna.
You could do it. If you're gonna get smacked by one of those things, just stand in a good spot for it. Oh no. You're flying! Flap your wings, quick!
Pigeon style.
Pigeon style.
Oh.
Oh, it's so confusing with the server lag. You did it!
Yeah.
I did it!
Leaping pigeon.
Just
Leaping pigeon, hidden
melted
dragon.
through the bridge.
Mystic leaping pigeon.
You picked it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beautiful name.
It's true.
It's true. I did so.
I admit it.
It was I.
They're all hugging at the end. Stop. Just go across the finish line, you dummies. Oh my gosh, someone
I've
almost
seen
fell off.
I've seen so many people lose because they do that.
I don't understand. Maybe that's the children. It's a little children's filter. I appreciate it.
Oh, there's one person at the beginning who hasn't moved.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
they
probably just went
probably
AFK just to win some, get some coffee or
Aw.
something.
That one cat skin, that's so cute.
Oh,
Which one?
cat.
Is it still here?
The
Also,
yellow
Ninja's kind of stuck down there.
one. You see it?
Yeah. um, now that's what I call a pro gamer move. But the cat skin, is that the pastel cat that we saw earlier? I want one.
Yeah, but this one was completely like pastel orange.
Ooh.
Super cute.
Ooh.
Like a
stripes.
tiger.
No stripes.
Oh. Stripeless tiger. They exist.
I want to
Exit to main menu. No, I don't want to do that.
No,
How
no.
do I not? Okay, it went away. Thank goodness. I'm scared.
Okay.
Dang, Kenny's getting really good at voices. I know, right, Lime? And I could throw the voice too, so that it doesn't match up with my lips.
Yeah. Like, hey, that's illegal.
See?
I'm totally Kenny.
Like,
Yeah,
I have
and
no
that's-
idea where we're supposed to go.
Oi, 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 Lime! How are you doing? I'm scared. I almost just died. I've never done this one before.
I haven't either.
Okay, do not jump there.
Why? I don't understand what's going on. That's some skill. Oh, thanks, Lime. I've been working on it for a while now.
Wait, I fell. Come on. Let me. Oh no, the slime. No. I died.
Oh, sucker punched. Whoa! I didn't see that there was a fist there. Oh, oh.
This map
This is-
confused me.
Yeah, this is a
Scary.
okay.
Oh, I couldn't
I
move.
don't understand what all these, like, there's a bunch of, like, ledges that you can just stand on. I don't understand why you wouldn't just stand on the ledge. Wow! Oh no! Oh dear. Oh, this is weird. It's
Very
like a big
confusing.
spinny leaf tree thing.
Oh, this is scary. Oh.
This is fun though. Oh no!
Oh no!
Off I go. Oh no! What? No, there was slime down there. Oh gosh, that's
Yeah.
a tough one. That's tough.
The slime got me too.
Oof. This is long
I'm
too.
alive.
Is this a finale? Hey, Yoshi fan, what's up? Also, Lime, you're all good. Working over the weekend, but it's pretty dead. Nice. Quiet
No
work.
one.
Bye bye.
What?
That's it.
Aw.
We all died on the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we quit. All right.
That was a difficult one.
Yeah, that's tough. There's
cool.
only like 2 people. It's like the hardest. That's got to be like the hardest race. Easy peasy. Also, Leela, we'll see you
Yeah.
later. Enjoy your music and painting.
Oh, painting is
Enjoy.
fun.
I agree.
Teach me how to paint. Oh,
Bob Ross got you.
Bob
Yes.
Ross. Yeah, let's do a Bob Ross tutorial. Bob Ross tutorial
That would be
stream.
very
I'll buy the wig as well.
Do it.
There's only happy accidents.
Ah, I've met a few
Yeah.
of those. How do we? Oh, I got no rewards.
Terror.
Aw, that's too bad.
Aw.
We lose. Did you get
We
rewards?
lose. No.
Oh, we got ripped off.
me neither.
Also,
Yeah.
this chicken's like little gobbler is just one drop. Looks like a drop of blood. I hate it.
Oh no.
Ew. And the pigeon looks like it's got one piece of bubble gum that it accidentally put above its beak, and now it can't get it down.
Yeah.
Let's win.
Okay.
This time we win.
Wait, I need to change pants.
You need to clean Pookie's room. The bunny must take care
There.
of Bunny.
Okay.
Pookie.
The pigeon got pants.
Nice.
Pigeon's got pants.
Pigeons with pants.
Oh, that reminds me of something I saw so long ago.
Oh.
Someone making plants with pants.
Plants with
And
pants?
someone drew them. It looks
Aw.
amazing.
Oh, drew them. I was gonna say, where do the roots go? Do the pants have dirt in them?
No, it's just emojis and a drawing.
Like carrots with little legs sticking out of pant legs.
No, they're like actually hot. I need to find it. It's very funny.
Hot. Is that the chicken from Toy Story? Oh, you mean Al from Al's Toy Barn? Oh, I think so, yeah. Except for it's got dino legs. Mutated. Oh, look, the cute cat. The cute cat is back. Where are they getting this cat skin? I want it.
Probably missed it.
It better not be DLC, though. I will be upset.
Maybe a pay-to-win skin.
Pay to
I
win
would take
skin.
it.
But the
Yes.
skin doesn't have any rare abilities.
But it looks cute.
The cuteness
Yeah.
rating is plus 50%.
Oh, no.
Arisa dies.
No!
Oh no! Oh, that was scary. Oh boy.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm alive.
You live. You live to die another day. Splendid.
Oh no.
Chicken. No! Oh no. Mistakes were made. Huh.
No.
Chicken
Oh,
and
boy.
fries. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Okay, we can do this.
We can do this.
Oh my gosh.
Just take
What
some.
is
Just
this?
take some doing. Just take some practice. Oh no! They keep triggering the bouncers before I could go on it. My turn. Anne.
No, they triggered.
Hey! It was a featured item for crowns a while back. Oh, dang it!
No.
I knew I should have played this game daily. Work on my battle pass.
Come on.
There's no battle.
Qualified.
Hey, you made it.
Whoa, clutch.
Come on, pigeon.
You
Pigeon.
can do it.
No.
No.
Or not.
No.
Pigeon's been lost.
Achievement unlocked. One to watch.
That's the one I got.
Achievement
Oh,
unlocked.
there's the
Not
TV
qualified.
head.
Yeah, look at that big head.
Aw.
I got
Why
the
does it-
antennas.
Yeah, it's got antennas on both sides of its head.
Yeah.
Maybe antenna up top too tall? What?
Maybe.
The slime scraper again.
Oh no.
See, I don't get the the part that's featured in the picture. You could just walk across the little purple sticks. You don't even have to step
Yeah.
on the special. I don't get it.
Well, there's a lot of people.
Yeah,
There's a
so
lot of beans. They're pretty pushy.
yeah, people are very pushy.
All right, now Arisa, you gotta win this one. All right.
You got it.
You haven't seen a win yet, and it's not gonna come from me. I don't think.
What? But I won earlier.
You gotta win again. Keep up the
yeah.
streak. Win streak.
No problem.
Ooh, they are pushy.
Aris-
Yikes.
Arisa carries us in Fall Guys.
Oh.
Yeah, carry
No.
carry the team.
Carry us. Carry the team in Fall Guys.
Okay, there you go. Okay, now I get it. That's why you
Follow my lead.
follow your lead. Where are you?
I died.
What? I'm dead. The stupid. Oh, that's.
Tried too hard to go on the ledges.
Where are you?
Aw.
Are you dead?
I died
What?
before you.
This game
Like
sucks.
right after I said follow my lead.
Ah! The game's defeated me. Fall
Oh,
Guys.
are we all dead?
Yeah, we're all dead.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
quitting. Turns out it's too
No.
hard to run on the purple sticks. It's true.
Yeah.
It worked the first time, but it didn't work this time. Now
The
I see how it
problem is-
goes.
The bean.
The problem is the beans. Now, if we
Beans.
if we could make a custom match where there's no other people and we could just run by ourselves, then I bet we'd win.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Isn't there some sort of tournament mode?
Error. Failed to receive information about claiming rewards. Any missing rewards will be claimed automatically. What am I looking at?
I
Lego.
got my rewards.
You got your rewards? Okay, well, I mean, I'm going to get mine eventually. Wholesome Trash
Yeah.
Bag. We'll see you later. It's 1:23 a.m. Hey, 1:23. That's
Here too.
lucky.
Whoa!
Well, nighty
not
night
anymore,
trash
but-
bag.
Good night.
European wholesome
night.
trash bag.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just one Among Us guy running endlessly. Okay, sorry. I had to watch the errors. I couldn't help it.
That was definitely a Lego board.
Yeah, it looked like a Lego board. The big bricks.
I really miss Lego.
You miss it? Did it get recalled in Norway? No more
cannot
Lego.
I cannot afford Lego.
They're
It's too
expensive.
They
Lego
are.
fun.
You could get like a $10 Lego set, or maybe buy one minifigure for a few pennies.
Maybe. Or maybe just kidnap the Lego from my family.
Kidnap
From
the
my
Lego.
childhood. Just kidnap the Lego from my parents' house.
Why not? Do it!
Do it.
Yes.
Do it. If you play in squads, nearly everybody will fail Slime Scraper and everyone will advance anyway. What?
Oh.
I'm confused. Oh, that's actual squads. Oh, because we're just playing as a party. We're not playing squads. Oh. Do we want to try that?
We are the best squad.
Last time I tried, it took a really long time before you got into a game because people were just quitting the queue because they didn't want to wait.
Yeah, matchmaking broken. Impatient beans. Bad beans. We could maybe just try one time. Ew, is that the Rat King? Gross.
Rat.
Oh,
that
the
looks
Rat
so
King.
funny.
Yeah, the Rat King from the Sugar
Dad?
Plum Fairy thing. Ooh, bouncy. Whoa, cool. That's new. I like it.
I fell down.
So did I, but I still like it.
I'm still on.
Boing, boing, boing.
Bro, I made it.
You did it.
Yay.
Hey, it actually isn't too slow to go below. Well, we're all gonna do it. Oh, Anne, you changed your outfit. You're the wolf.
Yeah.
A
I'm a
woo.
Hello.
No, not a woo. A woo. Oh dear.
Hello.
You cannot escape the woos.
What's this? Falling in the Fall Guys game?
No. Whoa. What is that? Is that a Doom character? Ew. Gross. Where's Lupus?
Lupus.
If you wait for multiple shows, matchmaking for squads wouldn't be a problem. Oh.
Ooh.
Matchmaking is better now because it's pulling from both PC and PlayStation.
Yeah. But didn't Switch get Fall Guys?
Yeah, but it's not cross-platform. Probably because Nintendo Online sucks. Fall Guys on the Switch sounds kind of nice, though. Convenient.
Yeah.
Frogs are green. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Welcome back.
Frog, frog, frog.
The
Hello.
Pro controller is definitely
frog.
nice.
Hello, frog.
Ooh.
Ooh, this one again.
Ooh.
I like this one. This one's good.
Yeah.
I approb.
I like flying.
You like flying?
A prob.
I approb. Ooh. Oh, I like getting smacked in the face by a planet. That's my favorite. That's my favorite part. Oh, there's no.
Sky point?
This one's a little bit easier. Did you say style point?
Yeah, I got an achievement. I landed on top of the
Oh, an
cannon.
achievement. I was like, yeah, you did a flip. Do a flip and get
Maybe-
some extra
oh, yeah,
points.
Probably.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! This is weird.
Whoa.
I don't like that at all.
No, I jumped too
No,
soon.
I was gonna jump on the hammer, but I'm not taking the risk anymore. No! 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 I'm gonna lose. Oh no,
Oh.
I'm gonna lose. Oh dear.
Good.
Oh my gosh. You have to
Don't lose.
anticipate it. Run away! Don't press that button, you dumb shark. Don't do it. No! Why have you done this? Oh, why have you done this?
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh no, it's rotating the other way. Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Must open. Open. Press button. Yes. Okay. I just want to qualify. I just want to live.
Yay!
I just want to live,
Qualify.
live.
Yes.
I like the middle.
I don't. It's too hard. Plenty of time, lad. We'll see, die. We'll see. Did y'all both already
I
make it?
believed in us.
Also,
I
there's, see, there it is. There's the Arisa icon. It's blue. Blue hair, blue
Icon?
skin. Yeah, there's like an icon on one of these steps. Don't you dare, you monsters. Don't touch me! Ah! I believe in you all. Heart, effortless, diving.
I am
Divey's
the best.
Divey's the best cheerleader.
Qualified.
You made it! It was all because
Yay.
of Di. I wouldn't have made it without Di cheering me on.
Thank you for believing in us.
Hey, what's up? Is that Stowe Go? Stowe! How are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the party. Oh no, another, oh, Santa was upside down. Santa was plummeting to his death. Yikes. No presents this year. We all made it.
We did.
And now we all win. Together.
all
And I
do.
almost quit. I almost quit again. Because of me
Stop it.
pressing these buttons really fast. I like messing with the thumbsticks. I go like gug, 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 gug. I can't help it. It's a nervous tick.
Oh,
Ooh,
I'm
this
playing
one.
with keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
I don't
Keyboard
think
and mouse sounds like too sensitive of a view.
Nah, it works.
Oh no.
It looks like it.
I hate
What-
this
what's this?
level. This is so
I haven't
scary.
even seen this.
I hope that you do good at it, Arisa, because I struggled real bad on this one. First time that I played it. But you're a pro gamer. You got this.
This.
Oh, floaty.
Oh, the music is so strange.
Yeah, the Christmas music is really like crazy.
Oh,
'Cause
I
it's
was
like the-
thinking about inside the place.
Oh, whenever it slows down, it gets like all
War.
thick.
Thick.
Thick music. Always going extra slow. Ah! Do I have siblings? Yes, lots of them.
Too many.
Too many? You're not supposed to say that. All right, I'll tell my family you said so. Okay. Arisa says that there's too many of you. We're gonna have to pick off a few of you. Some of y'all are getting some new homes.
Qualified.
How many siblings do you have?
9.
It's as many.
9, right? I think.
I think we're all great. Yeah, you do have 9.
A whole
9?
baseball team worth. Yeah, 9.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm number 2. Whoa, that's heaps. Heaps of kids.
They're all
That's
10
buckets
out
full.
of 10.
You should see our car, or their car. It's a big old van that's used for like churches or whatever.
Wow.
You can
Like,
play
that's almost
5-a-side
as many-
football. Yeah. Bummer for the person that has the like 1-year-old on their team though. They'd be the football.
Yes.
The sports ball.
Ooh, hoops.
Airport van, yes. An airport van indeed. One of the smaller ones, not the
Church
giant
van.
ones.
I have 3 siblings.
I have 2.
3, 2. Now if only we had a squad mate that had 1. Shaking my head. That's still siblings. Y'all aren't only children.
No.
You're not
No.
spoiled. You had to
Not
share.
spoiled, no. I have 3 brothers.
Whoa, 3
I got
brothers.
2.
3
So-
bros.
Oh, I got the
Brothers only.
brothers
There's
only.
so many over here.
Oh no. Joke evaded. Barely. Oh, there's a gold one. Give me that gold. Give me that. Oh no! No, you stupid
No, the banana got it.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
You can't have it, dragon. You can't have it. That's mine. That's mine. Don't do it. No!
Silver.
I'm gonna lose. Oh wait. Oh, there's 11 people. Well, I might make it. This is so stressful.
I am struggling.
This one is horrible. I hate the rings. So stressful because there can only be one.
I think it's so hard with the maps with like those blocks you have to move because nobody wants to work with you and everyone wants to be the one using them. So everyone is just standing still until someone decides to move the blocks.
Oh no! I'm gonna lose! Oh no! Please let me win. Yes! Yikes! Whoa, that one makes you nervous. Me too. It's so nerve-wracking. It's worse than the tails. Barely.
Oh, that was a penguin costume. I thought it was a narwhal for a moment.
Champion of the Raven Queen returns with snacks. Did you bring back everybody some snacks?
Welcome back.
Did you bring back the Pringles?
There can only be one victor.
There can only be one.
There can
Oh
only
my gosh!
be one.
Oh my gosh! It's edited. Oh no! That's horrible. That's horrible. This is gonna ruin
There's
it.
one. There's 3 beans without the platform.
It's with a low gravity.
I know. What? That's horrible. Who said? Who approved this? Who approved this? This is broken. This is gonna be way too easy to win.
Are you sure?
Or lose.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it'll be easy to lose because it's easy to win. It's just too random. What's the strat?
Yeah, because you can jump very far.
Yeah, you can like jump everywhere. All it makes it is that it's easier to eliminate each level evenly with everybody, so that everybody just ends up at the bottom. Although you can walk, yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Walk and destroy. But most people could just jump and bridge any gap. This game's broken. It's broken. Oh no, Arisa, you just like...
I bounced.
Yeah, you smacked.
Aww.
Smackdown. Live on Twitch, Smackdown. Arisa suffers.mp4. Ooh. Uh-oh. Nobody's dead yet. See, there should be dead people.
Oh no, this is the last one.
I know, but everyone's here.
Destroy as much as you can.
I am. No one's allowed to win. Oh no!
No one's allowed to win. Oh no. Everyone loses. Ooh, banana wins. Banana wins because they make the last jump. That's how you win, is that you make the last jump. Oh, nice. Wow. That was awful.
Penguin won.
Down
That was
vote.
fun though.
Yeah, penguin.
That's a cute penguin though. Look at him. I
Aww.
like the eyes.
Yeah.
The derpy eyes.
It's like
It
the
reminds me of
opposite
the
of the
pigeon.
Oh, I was gonna say it's like the opposite of the penguin in Wallace and Gromit, with its scary little beady eyes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I was thinking about
the evil one?
Yeah, the evil pigeon with the glove on its head that pretends to be a chicken. I love him looking at himself in the mirror and like running his hands through the glove, like it's hair. He's like, oh yeah, this is gonna fool him.
Oh, Wallace and Gromit, it's so good.
What a movie.
These are the wrong trousers, Gromit. Oh, it's kind of scary. Always disturbed me as a child, and I always cried whenever Gromit left in the rain, abandoned. So sad. And then like the babysitter that was watching me was like, is this too sad? I don't think that you're allowed to watch this movie. And I was like, no, I'm crying because I care about Gromit. Let's keep watching. You can't just cut it off with it unresolved like this. But she did.
Oh
Wow.
The bun is clean. How do you clean a bunny? Do they take baths? Do they hate baths?
Rabbits are not supposed to be cleaned.
Oh.
Do
They
they
clean
do
themselves. But
No
if they
bats.
like if they struggle with cleaning their butts, you can clean that.
Oh, the
not like-
cage. The cage is clean. I misread it.
Yeah, rabbit. Do not give rabbits baths.
No, well, I don't have a rabbit. Don't worry about it. Well, I just read the bun is
That's
clean.
what's
I
so
thought that meant
cute.
the bunny.
Ah, the bun cage. Yeah,
The habitat.
the living space.
Yeah, the room. Go to your room.
Get a room.
Get a not get a room. Go to your room.
What if
Telling
they don't
telling
have
your
a
own
room?
pets to get a room is pretty funny.
What if they don't have a room? Then they should go and get one.
Do they shrink when wet? Do not put a bunny through the wash. They will shrink and they will. It's horrible. Tiny bunny.
They can get really sick.
Oh,
That
no.
is not good. So what do
That's
bunnies
not
do in the rain?
good. They stay
They,
inside.
no, they don't. Wild bunny. What does a wild bunny do in the rain? Or if it falls into a pond? They
I'm
take
stuck
cover.
in the wall. I'm
Houses?
stuck.
They take cover. Oh, they burrow. They hide.
They
Yeah.
take your house.
they get under your house. Probably. That's probably right.
You never
They
seen Alice in
steal your
Wonderland?
property.
They steal. They go inside and they steal your wallet and then they buy themselves a house. How do you have
Your
enough for a
name.
mortgage in your wallet?
To buy a house in your name.
Yeah, they stole your identity.
They are you now.
What? Yeah. They wear your clothes.
Yes, and now you're the bunny
Get a
in the
room.
wild.
Humans are fine. They can take baths. In fact, they
Yeah.
probably should.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I think they shall. We should play the Splatoon level. Where's the Splatoon level? The one where you like hold a battery. Yeah, you like hold a battery and then you walk over the tiles and color them for your team.
Wow.
It's kind of cool. Your bunnies would fight because they're both
Kinda
boys.
cool.
Zombie food, you have bunnies? How many people have bunnies? There's so many.
Everyone.
I've never met a
have.
single person with a bunny until Twitch. And now it's Joy, Anne, Lynn's, Zombie, and who else has a bunny? I can't remember. I think that's all. Boing. Your cousin has a bunny?
Anne.
Aw. I got to see bunnies whenever I was a kid, though, but we didn't really know the family. They were weirdos. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I only thought that they were weird because they had bunnies, though. I'm lying. Go. No! Go, go. Oh, dear. Who's that? Who pressed the button twice? Oh, my gosh. You tried letting Pook free roam in the house, but she's super territorial. She claims the room and gets aggressive. Oh,
Oh
aggressive
Aw.
bunny. That's so cute.
no. That is
I'm sure
very
that
funny.
Pookie would be very upset hearing me say that, but I think it's cute. Angie bunny.
Angie.
Oof, my room. Wow. Ow, wow. No. Fried chicken. All right. It's great watching her chase my dad out of the room, though. Aggressive.
That sounds funny.
Dad doesn't stand a chance. This is Bunny's land now. You've entered the Pook zone. Whoa! Go, go, go! Ooh!
Come on.
Nice, nice. Thumper evicted
taking
Fluffy
so
from their
long.
run so that Fluffy had to move in with the guinea pigs.
Qualify.
Move in with a whole nother species. Shaking my head. We're
I
picturing the
did
bunny
not
from Monty
qualify.
Python. It has sharp, pointy teeth. That's no rabbit. That's a monster.
Yeah, if you have 2 rabbits, the ideal is to have 1 male and 1 female, and have them like castrated.
Neuter.
I think you can only castrate one of those, but okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
sterilize.
Sterile environment. Make sure that they're wearing gloves all the time. Ooh.
Like have them both
Face
fixed.
mask.
Thumper the rabbit. Very cute. From
I used
Bambi,
to have a
right?
rabbit named Thumper.
It's like
What?
one of the only bunnies in popular child's culture. Except for now there's Agent Hops, but who wants to name a bunny Hops?
What about the white bunny in Alice in Wonderland?
It was
Yeah,
just
what's his
named
name?
The White Rabbit.
Go ahead. No hints. What's his name?
I don't know.
Ah, there we go. That's the problem. Nobody knows his
In my
name.
defense, I
He
watched it in Norwegian.
He does have a name. I don't remember what it is though. It's something weird. It's like a real name or something. Does anybody know what the name of the rabbit is in the in Alice in Wonderland? Oh, it's scary, scary! Nice, Arisa got it. Nivens, is that actually his name? Oh my!
Really?
I don't think I've ever actually
Ooh.
heard that one then.
But what's the last name? Because I remember Mr. something.
Arisa do got this.
Oh,
I got this.
Arisa got this.
Yeah. You love watching bunnies eating berries. It's hysterical and cute. It's scary as heck. Bunnies
Yeah.
eating berries.
Oh, it's so funny
Whoa!
when
Yeah.
my rabbits eat
Hoot
bananas.
hoot.
What?
Aw.
Little Viking, thank you for the sub. Hey, Norwegian friendo. Aw, snap.
Uh,
Hi,
A Norwegian.
Little Viking. Hoot hoot. Thank you so much for the 4 months, my friend. Welcome back. Oi, 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 oi. A Viking.
yeah.
Why, I have Vikings in the chat right now.
Vikings.
Vikings.
Whoa.
Oh,
Real ones.
real Vikings.
Whoa.
Whoa.
This. I'm very confused.
Don't get hit by the big boulder. Don't get hit by the big
Okay,
boulder,
no.
and the red tiles never break.
Sounds easy enough.
Oh, that's an ice cream.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Somebody's doing guitar effects over here. Ow, ow. I'm surprised that the snowballs can't get stuck in the middle. It's strange.
Magic.
Do, 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 do.
Is
It's the
that
best
one
song.
wearing a portal costume?
Oh.
Yeah, what? One of the robots, Wheatley, or
Oh.
it can also be Chell.
Buddy.
Uh-oh. Yikes.
Atlas and
Oh my gosh, I almost died twice. Holy moly. That's frightening.
Qualified.
Yikes.
Yay!
I almost got. It's true. I was just like laying out on the thin ice, and it was threatening to break.
Got.
Got. Look at all
As I
these
would say.
beans. Look at this dude.
So many beans.
Too many beans. Oh, great.
Oh no!
Ball game. Darn it. Okay, I'll be the goalie.
I will not.
I am dead.
You can be the the ghostly support. Ooh, subscription.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Phasmophobia stream win. What?
Do it.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Phasmo.
Said spoon.
Wow.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I like playing defense in this game too. It's the only way to. Oh my gosh, we're gonna destroy them.
Hey.
This is pitiful.
Good job.
Oh, this guy with the baseball cap is a pro. Go baseball guy. I'll stay in the background and root for you.
He's kind of glitching out on my screen.
Oh, yes. A little bit of that sweet,
it was, like,
sweet desync.
spinning
Whoops.
around.
Oh, dear.
Oh no.
Great.
Oh, no! My job! My job flashed before my very eyes. Ooh. Must watch Shadow. Shadow the Hedgehog. Ow! Ow!
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast!
Gotta go fast. Chili dogs.
No. No, no.
Oh, dear.
Stop the banana.
Bounce. Not the
Or this.
banana. No. Go, 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 go. You had one job, Kenny. I've got lots of jobs. Score points, defend goal, so many jobs.
All of the jobs.
Oh
Even
my gosh, that
Steve.
swinging thing's the worst.
Even Steve.
Even Steven. I
Steve
call this round
Jobs.
Even Steven.
You
Steve
got
Jobs is oh,
dead?
dear.
Oh,
Is
Yeah.
just like me.
Wow. Are you... Oh yeah.
Oh no. This is horrible.
Oh no.
Aye. Okay. We
We're
win!
still winning.
Yeah!
We won.
Oh, you're gonna get your Overwatch weeklies done? Oh, nice. Alchemic. Get that stuff
Good luck,
done, my friend. Lurky, lurky. Lurky turkey.
You'll crush him.
Crush them all.
You two must win.
Bathe in the broth.
Will.
Shall
Together.
we? Ooh. Wait. No, I don't think we can.
We can if we believe.
No.
That's how it goes.
Nope. This is not the Hunger Games. We don't get to say,
Okay,
all right,
I
we're both
will-
gonna eat poison berries at the end.
I
They'll be
will
like,
then
"No!"
gracefully push you away.
What? Don't push me. Just try to win. just run beside, and whoever gets knocked down, whatever. Don't actively slow me down.
I won't.
Okay, good. Oh my gosh, you love my beard today? Oh my. Viking. Thank you.
It's
I-
a great beard.
I brushed it just for you. I woke up this morning going, I don't know, there might be Vikings in the chat, and I've got to look my best. Whoa, this is scary. Oh, yeah. Well, things are going well so far.
Yeah.
That robot's still in front of me. Oh, he just tried to yeet. Oh, he did yeet, and he's gonna win. Dang!
What?
I've never seen somebody
Whoa.
win with the yeet hammer before.
That's amazing.
Oh, that was well
Yeah, he
played.
he angled it to the side. Well, grats
Yeah.
to you, I guess. Okay. Hey,
Good
Becky's
job.
here. What's up, Becky and Ivy? How are y'all doing? Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
We tried.
Hullo. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, well, hello there. All right. I still like chicken outfit.
Oh, where did you go?
I
Are you done,
must
Anne?
Go.
You must go.
I must go.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes. I
Then
have
we will
work
say-
tomorrow. It might be a Saturday, but I have work.
You've got
Oh,
work,
no.
and
I
good
got
luck with the
work.
work. It's been fun.
Thank you. I'll
Thanks
hang
for
out
jumping
in chat
in.
for a bit.
This is what you get for playing Fall Guys while I was playing it.
I was like, I really want to play, and I started playing while having you in the background.
All right, Anne. We'll see you later. Nighty night. Everybody say
Night
goodbye to
night.
Anne. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
I'll hang out in chat for a bit, so I'll see you there.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Good stuff. Bye
Bye
bye.
forever.
Bye forever. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. We'll try to do more Anne streams sometime. I don't know.
Yeah,
Now it's Arisa.
it is us.
It's us. It's us. We shall win.
Yes.
Squad of 2. 2 beans, 2 eyeballs, 2 ears.
Duo?
Duo. Yeah, it's true. Duo. We gotta get me a win. Arisa, please carry me. just
Okay.
pick up my bean.
I'll
right over your head.
Drag you.
No, don't don't drag me. That
I'll
makes me
drag
feel
you.
like I'm slowing you down. No!
I'll drag you fast.
I'll drag you fast. I'll put a turbo engine on the back of my backpack. I'll drag you. Just if you do that, please drag me on my back. Don't make my face be in the dirt while you're dragging me.
It's
Please.
the only way I drag.
My teeth are one of my best features. Please don't ruin them. While I bite down on all the rocks that are in the way. Ouch.
Extra?
What? Don't have extra teeth? You don't have bonus teeth that are hiding below your gums? No, I don't. I've run out of my bonus teeth. I already used them all. Oh, my vampire teeth. Those are molded to fit with my normal teeth. If I lost some of my teeth, I would have to remold them. Bonus teeth. Never thought of that. Adult teeth are just bonus teeth.
True. They're
Oh my
the
gosh.
evolved version.
Evolved version, like a Pokemon. Kenny has evolved into Tooth Kenny. He wants to learn Bite. Will you forget one of your previous moves?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that reminds me that whenever I was a kid, I went to we were jumping between park benches or something, like jumping from bench to bench, and then I slipped, and then I slammed my tooth down onto one of the benches, and it was bruised until I lost it.
Ow.
It was a black tooth. It looked like
I've
a
had
pirate.
that too.
You've had the famed black tooth?
Yeah. They died. I had to pull them.
It perished? Ew. Dead
Yeah,
tooth, Alice. My least favorite skin.
I had no front teeth for like years.
Oh, I bet it was hard for you to
That's-
speak.
Yes. But I did look cute. I'll take it.
If you do say so yourself, I say. All right. This is the first time. Can we start account mods? First time that Alice called herself cute.
No. I won't do it
One.
again.
And chicken time.
No, but I ran straight into a plank that my brother was carrying, and he did kind of smack me with it, but it was an accident. Funny story though.
Your brother hit you with a plank of wood? Oh dear. It's horrible.
Well, he turned around and I was there.
Oh, was he like carrying it over his shoulder?
Oh,
That
no!
sounds like slapstick.
I
Sounds
don't
like the
know.
Three Stooges.
Very cartoony though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It sounds cartoony. Alice, Arisa can call herself cute whenever she wants. What? She just gets a free pass. I see how it is.
Thank you.
Oh!
hey.
Yikes! Hey! Oh no! You just pushed me off the edge! You just murdered me!
That was an accident.
You. Now I lose.
I didn't.
Now I'm not gonna qualify. You
Click for
threw me off
alchemic.
the edge. Pro gamer
I
kills G Fuel loser.
On my
Dang.
screen, I jumped on your
Oh
head.
no! I think I'm not gonna make it.
You can do it.
I don't know. No! Oh no! That was my fault. That was my fault. It wasn't even yours. That was my fault. Murked.
Call it
Absolutely
nice.
murked.
I'll win for you. Don't worry.
I doubt that I'll feel the same satisfaction. But I'll
What
try.
if I die?
Your teeth was into more... What? Your teeth was into religion more than me because they were always so holy. Your teeth were holy? Oh, that makes me think of holy like Swiss cheese. That doesn't make me think of holy like they're missing. Yikes.
I thought they meant like cavities.
Oh, but cavities are just like little divots. See, there's this Kirby anime that I watched whenever I was a kid that had like these little tiny goblins that were hacking away at Kirby's teeth. And now that's all that I think about. All I think about is just like little, like they had pickaxes and they were mining away at the teeth. And that's how they described cavities. It's horrifying.
Ooh.
So much worse
That
than
would
just,
give
oh, there's
nightmares.
just food sitting there. That's all that it is. It's just kind of corrosive. Oh, Arisa dies. Oh, almost. Imagine
alive.
if humans could get new teeth the same way that sharks do when they lose a tooth. Sounds convenient. Come on, natural selection. What the heck, man? We don't get tails. We can't regrow our teeth. Come on. Where's my vestigial tail?
I'm very upset about the tails.
Yeah, why can't we have
Oh
tails?
dear.
Just imagine if you could meet a fellow human and they'd wag their tail with joy if they liked you.
I would.
You would like that?
I would absolutely wag my tail all the time.
Arisa wags her tail all the time.
Die.
What did I say? Quote 200, I'm a furry now. Where's the fursuit? Just gotta talk to Kelsey about.
She could design
By
it.
the way, for anybody that's wondering, your first language is not English, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. For anybody that's wondering. And I'm gonna take full advantage of that at all times. So my American friends, bon appetit. Enjoy.
Wow. Bully.
Bully!
Making fun of my
Bully!
red accent.
Bully!
How
No, I didn't say
dare
your accent. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Oh yeah. I almost forgot that I was dead. I was like, these controls are pretty loose. And why am I a wizard?
It is me.
Driving home? Alright. We'll see you soon,
Oh,
Ivy.
me.
But would the
Have a
human
safe
tail have
drive.
hair, like the top of your head in a way, or not? I think that it would be a tail like an elephant.
Fun?
Because there are humans with tails. Have you ever seen them, Anne? There are some mutations. You can get a mutation and have a tail. The New Mutants.
True.
So if you look at that, it's kind of gross. It's kind of strange tail.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of
Beautiful.
it's hairless, I think. Looks like a bottom antenna.
It's
Ooh,
okay.
see that gold over there? You'll never get that gold over there.
No.
You gotta go for it though. You gotta try. Can't win if you don't try. Oh, look at these chumps. They got no class. You could just win just one more. You just need one more. You gonna lurk while you write? All right, Becky. Enjoy the lurkies and the righties. I hope you write a good story. Write a story about Arisa winning. All you got is the ability to move your ears. Well, alongside your head or independently? What do you mean? I have to leave my ears at home. That's why it's so dangerous for me to drive. I can't hear all the honking. Oh, independently. Oh, nice. I think I can
I got
kind of
this.
move my ears, but it's cheating. I can move my ears, but only if I move my forehead. Totally
Same.
cheating. Not real ears. I hate watching all these losers. After watching Arisa, it's hard to watch anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Too good.
What?
You've ruined my taste for gameplay.
Time to stream.
Look at them. Look at. Oh yeah, they missed it. Is it gonna get? Oh, they got robbed. Oh, that's a shame. Kenny doesn't have real ears. No, they're synthetic. I purchased them. Oh
You should
boy.
get cat ears.
Lupus redeemed a sip. All right, Arisa, take a shot. I mean, a sip.
Okay.
All right, I'm supposed to work out. Arisa, well, can you regale them with like some tale of triumph or something while I work out?
I mean, I'm still alive. So
And
I
a
can just-
juggle break? Oh, Lupus! Lupus chose
Juggle
violence
the fire
today. Lupus, just because you're having a bad day doesn't mean you've got to make me have a bad day. Love you? No! This is not love. It's hate. All right, Arisa, have you got this? I'm going to go do some pull-ups.
I'll take over the stream.
I've got to go get strong for whenever I visit. Wah, 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 wah. Also, I can't hear you now.
Okay. Finals. Oh, I've never done this one before. a 1 and a 2 and a 3, and I realized this is very upsync. I'm counting real time while I'm watching the stream. It's close enough. Okay. Sneeze. It's working? Somewhat? Oh. The juggle! Look at it. And the avocado.
All right, I'm back.
Avocado. Welcome back.
Avocado is the only thing that I heard.
I said it wrong.
You hope somebody comes into the stream for the first time right now. Kenny juggling in the background. Alice talking
And I
about
am
avocado.
Kenny.
You are the Earl of Swirl.
Swirl.
Egg, frying an egg. Arisa talked about how cool you were. Mm-hmm, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Was
Those
trying
poochy
to
lips don't
narrate.
lie. Mm-hmm. That's right, Orl. She did. Mm-hmm, Lupus, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, the poochy lips again.
I'll be honest, I can't. Oh!
Arisa dead! Arisa dies. .mp4. I can't watch any of these people. None of these people compare. Garbage.
Okay.
They're all garbage. You practically won. I can feel it. What topics here? Oh, what? Oh, what? What topic? Hey, how are you doing? I was watching Human 1 play this game, and it made me want to play it. Ah! It's true. It's true. It was all Human 1's fault. You can blame her for that. It's true. Maybe I should change outfit. Do you want to match?
Go for it.
Let's be matching characters. Who have you got? Hot dog? Hot dog?
What do I have? Let me get to the menu first.
Dragon?
There we go.
Big bad?
I have some monkey, knight, paladin, Santa.
You have some
Sure.
monkey.
There's a monkey king.
Oh, we can be any of the we could be the wizard, or we can be all of those things because I have that pack too.
Yeah.
I
wanna
got that
be
back
the
too.
Dragon. But I've had pretty good luck with the wizard, so I kind of don't want to change.
What's a wizard pants? Let's see.
It's a
The
skirt.
robe. I'm gonna give him
You-
basketball shorts. There we go.
Go for it.
I'm gonna be purple eyes. Ooh yeah. You ready to be balling with these wizards? You're about to get hooped.
Ready.
The Arisa link didn't work for you? What?
Oh, wait.
Arisa got this. It doesn't work. Twitch.tv.
It should work.
It should. Hey, oh, NH, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. The wizard's
Bye.
strong and pro at juggling like you, Kenny. Mm-hmm. He's got his balling shorts on.
Now we match. Kind of.
Yeah, now we match. Works for you.
go.
OT, you got a broken computer. OT, is your computer on the fritz again? Oh no! You're a wizard, Kenny.
I can wave.
Why is OT
Hello.
left out?
Well,
Arisa
before I
doesn't
even
actually
see it.
stream. Not yet, anyway. Everybody bully Arisa into streaming. I've already
No.
tried my best. We need something to put in the corner whenever you play game with me. Arisa
mean-
graphic.
It,
Must give.
don't you already have one? Do I have one?
I do have an old one, but I'm pretty sure you would cringe if I put it on.
That's true.
You'd go like, no, take that off. Give new one.
Probably spammed out the.
Stream, do it. It's the law. It's the law. You're following Arisa and Anne now? Aw, yes.
Thank you.
Aw, yes. How about a what? A squeen? What the heck is that?
I don't know. Stream queen?
The squeen of suds. Go! Zoom! Where are you? Oh, there you are. Wizard Squad. Wizards of Waverly
Wizard.
Place. Wizards rule.
Oh, I used to love that show.
You know that... wait, you haven't watched much Adventure Time, have you?
I think I saw the first season. Because
That's-
that's all they had on Netflix at the time.
That's the password to the secret wizard city. The secret password is Wizards Rule.
Really?
Wizards Rule, that's how you get in. That's a super secret
Whoa.
password. It's how they keep all the magical secrets away from the normals.
Amazing.
Oh, wow. You love Wizards of Waverly Place? I never watched it. I was only teasing. Oh, a squirrel and queen. What, does Squirrel have a girlfriend? I don't think so. Maybe. A blue squirrel?
I could make one.
A blue squirrel for squirrel.
Yeah,
Squirrel and
I
squirrelet.
can do that. Squirrelet.
It would get you. That's a girlfriend. Spell the thing. No.
Oh, man.
My eyes. They burn. They burn. My purple eyes.
It made me laugh.
You made Arisa laugh. You win. You win, Linz. Linz wins. Although I do need to get some purple contacts.
Ooh, I used
Purple.
to have some, I think.
You had purple contacts?
Maybe. I've had many colors.
You collect them. Do you have any white or black contacts?
No. I
Those
do
are
like
the-
white ones, though.
Those are the ones that I want to try. Oi, Crystal Bestie, how are you doing? Hello! Oi, oi! Crystal, hello! Oh wait, it's Crystal's bestie, so you're not Crystal. Who are you? Listen, to
Hello,
me,
new bestie.
you're not just Crystal's bestie. To me, you're an independent person. Although
You're
it
the
reminds me of
bestie.
like meeting, people would meet my little brother and they'd be like, oh, you're Kenny's little brother. He didn't have a name. His name was Kenny's little brother. A shame.
I relate.
The plight. Oh yeah, you're their little sister. Oh. Yeah. Did you make it? Are you winning?
I'm determined.
You can still win. All you gotta do is you gotta be laying down. No, you gotta dive faster than that.
Yeah.
You have.
give up.
It's really glitchy. You have to like glitch it. This game's broken. You want to get green contacts because this year for Halloween you were dared to cosplay Antisepticeye. Is that a thing?
Ooh, yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
F's in the chat for dead Alice. Rip. You could win if you get good. Ooh, Lime, is that you? Is that a picture of you? I can't click it. Help! It's too small. It's too small. I can't tell. I love that picture regardless. I don't know what it is, but I want it. Where's the real Earl screen grabs? When are we getting some emote updates?
Isn't that up to you?
Arisa, when are we gonna get some panel updates?
When you ask me. Or someone else. I've heard nothing of this.
I'm just teasing. I'm teasing because I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I talk a lot whenever I'm about to die. Arisa, when are you gonna stream? Oh, it is Lime sexy. What is that? Lime? Please, yes. Love it when Kenny sasses himself. What? sass myself. Self sass. Oh man, there's a lot of people dying this time. That's weird. Do you hear the honking?
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to ignore. The honking and like the guitar music are both really hard to ignore. Oh my gosh, the star is doing some serious damage.
I like the star.
Yes, you can still win this. All you have to do is not lose. Oh. Oh. Is that what you were doing, Anne, earlier? Oh! I have a duck costume and the honk emote. It is an emote then. Okay. Pro gamer Anne, it's true. Anne is elite in mini games. Yes, don't do what Anne did. Do as I say, not as I do. Listen, Anne is good at mini games. And you have to carry us in League sometime. Just kidding, I'll never stream League, but the emote might be too hot for this stream. Oh my, if you don't say so yourself, Lime. Goodness gracious.
It's beautiful.
Wow, 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 wow. I might not be able to visit y'all in over in New Zealand. I hear that it's hot this time of year. Goodness. Don't think I could get anywhere near you, Lime. Oh yeah, that reminds me that my water was so cold from a bath the other night that it actually burnt my hand and scalded it with a noticeable mark. And I was like, who turned up the water heater so high? Garrett!
Cold?
Huh? What?
The water was so cold you burned
Hot.
yourself?
No, it's so hot.
Oh.
Did I say cold?
I heard cold.
I meant hot. I meant hot. You can't burn yourself in cold, right? Freeze burn?
I'm confused. Oh, good night, Anne.
Also, I'm going to die. Oh, Anne, are you leaving? Oh, we'll see you later. Night, night, Anne. I did say cold. Yeah, the water was so cold that it froze my hand. And whenever I smashed it on the side of the tub, then it left a mark. Son of a biscuit. I hate this. Why? Why? Ah! Okay. Listen, I bailed out because I wanted Alice to get to keep playing. All right.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet.
You're welcome. It's okay. It's not your fault. I just decided. Time to get fitted for a hook. Oh no. That reminds me. Yeah, well, for the broken hand, you know, that ice hand that I smashed it on the. Yeah, now I need a hook. Also, fun fact, that sound effect that I have for the "Give my son the juice," that actually is in an episode where her son gets a hook hand. That's why he needs the juice, because he's got a hook hand and he needs to ignore the pain.
Wow.
You can. Dry ice will burn you. Yeah, I don't really feel like that is the sort of thing that you should expect to come out of your faucet. If you open up your faucet and dry ice. Do you mind if I stop talking? Can I stop talking right now?
Yeah, I'll talk.
I'm pretty sure
you.
that I just accidentally cursed in British. Oops.
I mean, it sort of.
By the way, Kenny, Antisepticeye is a character that Jacksepticeye. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, you honky tonk, you are not allowed to say that. That's denied. Denied. That's...
Okay, Night Automod says it's a bad word. So
for me, it was an accident. For you, you typed it out. You sorry sucker. I am British offended.
Bonk.
Oh, LSR's got the bonk. I didn't know that you had the bonk. LSR's strong. I missed your British swears. Don't worry, you'll hear it again sometime. British stream win. IRL streaming around London.
British. I'm
gonna go over and Di's gonna show me around the London streets, and we're gonna do it all. We're gonna do it all live.
Ooh, London is pretty nice. I like it a lot.
You like it? Why don't you marry it?
Maybe I will.
Maybe I will marry British. Wow.
No, London specifically.
London.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a name.
What's so mean?
Like, no, it's London is a name, an actual human name.
It's a human name?
Forget.
What, like?
Yes.
Yeah, but nobody really is named London.
But you don't know.
I know. I just know these things. Just trust me. Trust me, I'll be your guide. I'll be your eyes and your ears.
All right.
Yeah, just trust me. I know what I'm doing. Hitting head into wall. Trust me, I'll carry you to victory. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, there we go. We'll be able to partake in the Big Ben Bing Bong traditions. The Big Ben Bing Bong traditions? What are those? Do I get to climb to the top of the tower and ring the bell? The canvas print was returned to you? Alchemic.
No.
I didn't get a notification or anything. Did it make it to the place? You've already sent me a package, so you shouldn't have got the thing wrong. That sucks. All right. I'll be there in a little bit. Booking my flight right now. Get to listen to the bongs and work out what time it is. Dong, dong. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Dong. 3, sorry. Dong. You'll try it again, though? Oh, that sucks. At least it isn't all the way from Norway.
Yeah, I was scared of my package getting lost.
Me too. Package small brain got lost. Okay, package is like, where am I? Oh! It's like, oi, it's 12 bong, time for tea chippy, boyo. Tea chippy? What, time for tet... Oi, I'm glad that A-Star's not here to hear this goodness. A-Star would be livid. He would be livid, bruv. Oi. Oi, 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 you got your stabbing license? I got my stabbing license right here. Oi, carry on, bruv. Oi!
Whoa.
It's 12 bong.
Boyo.
Oi, 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 oi. We need a British person on call. Teasing live. Should have asked if any British friendos were in the chat before. Oh no. Viewership dips down by 25 people. I didn't know that I was half British. So are we gonna win again, or what do you think?
You are gonna win.
Becky just says, oof. Oof. Take it easy. Listen. British people can take a joke. They're some of the funniest people on earth.
Yeah.
Mr. Bean and all of that. Tee-hee.
Do love Mr. Bean.
All right. Do you know the strat on this one, Arisa? Don't help. Don't help at all. Be the person that makes it across, not the person that helps the other ones make it across. Be the biggest pain in the neck that you possibly can be. No! Arisa! You just got in my way! Hey! I meant the others, not me! No, boy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, boy. There's, one of the Among Us people was in the... Oh, wait, I tried to dive, dang it. Oh, thanks for the boost, guys! All right! All right! No! Dang it! Oh, I can't see anything. I'm blind. Oh, what? I grabbed on the edge. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? What is happening? Are they knocking me off? How are they doing that? What? Did you just see that thing just floated?
Oh, goodness. That almost got me.
Oh,
Goodbye.
boy. How do you do this? Oh, boy. You got first? Oh, my gosh. You're a savage. It's probably because you jumped on my head. You used me to propel you to victory. Shaking my head.
I didn't even see you.
You pushed me. I didn't even see you whenever I... Don't push me off the edge! That guy just pushed me off the edge. Oh my gosh, this game's gonna make me go crazy. It's too far. You can't make that jump anymore. They ruined it. Oh, these nincompoops are ruining the course. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
No. Yeah! No! That's... No, you can't make the jump. Oh, I'm dead. I give up. Done streaming.
No!
No, I quit. Ah!
Rage quit.
I hate other
Carry
people
on with that.
are the worst part of gaming. That's why I play single player all the time. Kenny, you took everything from me. Arisa, I don't even know you. Yeah, what was your name again? I didn't see you. What skin are you using? I never even. Are you sure that we're even playing in the same map?
There were like 5 people. I jumped all
I've got a
over.
little. I've got a triangle over my head that tells me that I'm on your team.
That's the confusing part.
No, it's not.
Well, I did take off my glasses. Maybe I shouldn't have.
Oh my gosh, Arisa's playing without her glasses. Her little brother's using the controller, and she's
What?
turned her head away from the screen. She's blindfolded, and she's on pain medication. And yet she's still beating me. I see how it is. Oh. Now I just gotta sit back. So this is what it's like to watch a stream.
Yeah. This is what it's like to watch an Arisa stream.
Yeah, so once she puts her glasses on, she'll be even better. Love that. Her glasses make her see worse. She's cheating by not having them on. That's what.
How dare they grab?
Yeah, that's rude. That's always rude.
Do I have any ammo?
The power of glasses activate. She's got glasses on in the game. Big
Yeah, they look
glasses.
exactly like that. It's just not pink.
Not pink.
But they do take up a third of my face.
How can they grab? It's pretty easy. I mean, you just press a button. When I got home, Ivy had to be an internet fixer. Oh no. Ivy busted internet. The worst. All you gotta do is just get the hammer, go over to the router, and give it a little bonk. Wow. Grab back, Arisa. Do it. I actually do not suggest doing that, because you'll probably just mess up your own game.
It's very true.
The most selfish thing is to just leave them alone and let them die.
Ah!
Let them perish. Arisa win!
Oh, you didn't see the emotes on your screen.
The emote? Did you do an emote?
Yeah, I did the finger guns.
Finger guns, just to rub it in.
Yeah.
That guy has like a crown pasted onto his character. Do you see that? Do you earn that? What is? Did you see how it was? It was the one that looked like the red robot. It looked like he had a crown pasted onto his forehead, like the Scarlet Letter, except for gold and a crown.
I didn't.
I'm gonna take a look. We're gonna take a look. I could have swore I saw something.
Oh, is it the samurai?
Yeah, it's got a crown over its head. Is that part of the skin? This is definitely a Fallout crown. But who cares what they're doing when Arisa's alive?
Yeah.
Win, win, win. That's for finishing the pass. Oh, so it is extra. Okay. Can you pay for pass? Can you pay to pass?
Oh, please no.
You have an outfit for level 50? Oh, level 50. Oh my. Fancy. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, it seems for a while I've gone, and it seems that my house had a power blackout for a few seconds. Oof.
Oh no.
How frustrating. Nope, it's free. Well, I know that it's free. I was saying, yeah, I don't even think that you can pay to cheat. You can't pay to win. Boyong, boyong. Oh yeah, we could also play squads, or we could try squads.
Oh yeah.
Is it supposed to be 3 people, or can you do it with 2? With 2.
Or did I?
Oi, bruv. There's no pay to win. This isn't COD or Apex or every other thing that has a battle pass. I bet you Fortnite lets you skip tiers too, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely.
This isn't COD. Pays for the Earl's COD. It's true. Delicious COD dinner. Oh no! Ah, rest in peace. You deserved it. None of these people deserve it. They haven't worked as hard as you.
It was too tempting to just dive into it.
They didn't go through the childhood that you did. You deserve to win after all that you've been through. You guys, y'all don't even know about Arisa's dark past, but she absolutely, after everything that she's been through, people should just move out of her way and just let her win. Goodness. I'm sorry, Arisa. Please ignore all of them. Let's do a here.
Big liar.
We'll do a squad show just to make you feel better, okay? We'll forget about your past for a few minutes, okay? Also, Anne, I thought you were going to bed. Hey! Anne cannot sleep. Can you not sleep thinking about Fall Guys?
And go to
Pay
sleep.
to win.
Oh, well,
Pay to win. No skin, no win.
error. Come on, let me leave. There we go.
No.
Let's go.
Anne, don't go to sleep. Stay here. Don't leave.
Stop it.
If you stay awake for like 5 more hours, then I can play League with you. Also, why isn't Anne a VIP, Kenneth? Come on! That's because she never makes it to the end of the stream. You have to make it to the end of the stream to be a VIP. All right, Alchemic, start up a vote in the feedback. Start up a vote in the feedback, please.
Wait.
All right, we can vote her in. We can vote her in if y'all want to. All right, that's 100% up to y'all. Shaking my head. Shaking my way downtown.
No,
Tundra
I
Run.
think you should have it right now.
Right now, but I literally can't. But I can't do it right now. Wait, maybe I could do it. Can I do it on the phone?
Right now. Yeah, you should be able to.
Yikes! Yikes! While playing game, this is hard.
Yeah.
If Anne makes it until I die, which will be very soon, then I will VIP via my phone. Riot!
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Oh, now you want Anne to stay awake. I see how it is.
I see how it is.
La 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 la. Ow! La 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 la. How you go so fast? How do you go so speedy fast? Do you have Sonic's sneakers on? What are you doing? Whoa! Zoom! Smack!
The boots.
You got the boots. The boots of speed. Hey, that's illegal.
Hello there.
I remember when Arisa was alive. Whoops.
I am alive.
Oh, we're playing squads. I almost forgot.
Oh yeah.
Hope we win.
I did.
Yeah, carry me. Carry me.
I'm carrying.
My knight in shining armor, carry me.
Yes.
Ew.
No.
Strong Norwegian princess, carry me. Oh, no. They throw me off the edge. You're supposed to defend me. Help. Lunch. Lunch. Oh, we win. How do squads differ? I don't know. I think we win easier.
Yeah. If one qualifies, we.
Yeah, if one qualifies, we win. That's too easy. Okay, let me see if I can stream manage from here.
Yes. You got this. How am I awake? I just realized it's like 2:30.
You're having so much fun. All right, I think I did it. Did I do it? You have to select it in the show selector. Oh, did I not do that? Oops, I tried to. I think I pressed the wrong button. It's because the B and the X are actually A and B on this controller. It's ridiculous. Anne's got a diamond! Everybody, please put some hype in the chat for our newest VIP. Anne, official streamer friend, and a good bean all around. Has easily met the requirements. Even with the short viewing time, you still have ascended to level of VIP at record speed. Very important VIP. That's VIP. Vivip. And Anne shall forever be known as Vivip. Oh boy. And now Arisa and Kenny die live.
Yeah.
No, you are a good bean. What? We can't both be good beans at the same time. Shaking my head. Also, you see the Arisa things? Look, they're blue.
Me?
Look at there's images everywhere that are of a light blue skin character with dark blue hair. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's all throughout this these new levels.
Okay.
I keep seeing it. You just gotta keep your eyes peeled. Ooh. Can you grab this edge? I don't think you can.
No. I tried many times.
You could definitely jump up and get back onto the platform, but now I've wasted a bunch of time.
Now I die.
Oh, oh God. No. I died.
You died. This level is ridiculously hard. If Arisa dies on this level, it's too hard.
I only had good luck that one time.
Yeah. Well, we've never passed this yet.
That's true.
Nobody's passed it in our squad. This is a weird jump, though. It's so easy. Oh, now Anne actually goes to sleep. Okay. Night-night, Anne. We'll see you later. Get some schlep. Good luck with workies tomorrow.
Good luck.
Working hard, making the moosh. Make that money. Whoops. All right. Squeaking past.
You can do it.
Oh no! Oh, you can't dive there. Oh no. No diving allowed. Dying is allowed though. Here we go. Oh! Help! Bless my soul.
Good.
Try go. Oh, I thought that it'd be up. Okay. I'm gonna make them all wait and make them mad at me. What is this? Ah!
Yes.
Must succeed. Oh! How painful. 5 other people made it too. Whew.
The person standing next to them.
I think I stopped playing Fall Guys in Season 2. Haven't played since. Yeah, Ivy, I quit in Season 2 too. 2. That's 22 for all of you counting at home. But yeah, I oh my gosh. Yes, I only played Season 1 seriously. Hey, Earl. Hey, everyone. Hope that you're doing well and having a good day so far. Hey, Night Mage.
Night Mage.
Yeah,
Hi.
sweet bean. Hi there.
I know you.
You know Night Mage?
Yes, it's a friend of Kelsey's. It's me,
Kels?
Arisa.
It's what?
Me,
Oh, it's me,
Arisa.
Arisa, you said. Oh, I thought that you were saying who they were. Oh.
No.
Night Mage.
I'm
Thanks,
me.
thanks for being over here. Hello. Oi, oi, oi. Kelsey friendo. Kelsey friendos are all welcome here. We have so many. Elvio, A-Star, Arisa, Lupus. The pivots.
Yes.
La, 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 la. Also, these guys are actually good, unfortunately.
Oh no. Oh,
No
you can
easy
be
claps. Difficult claps only.
better. Clap. That's clap.
You're gonna make me lose my focus. You're gonna make me lose my marbles.
I'll be quiet.
Yatta!
La 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 la.
Whoa, there's a big hole there. We believe in you, Kenny. I hope you don't regret believing in me. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'll do my best. I will do my best to ruin everybody else's dreams and to succeed in my own. Uh-oh, I die. I live. Never mind. Kenny dies. Oh, this is very scary. Oh, that's a little hasty, eh?
Oh no.
You sorry sucker, now we lose. Now we lose. Oh, that guy's got tons of tiles. Ah, wham. Too bad.
Rude.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles.
though.
It was close. Fall Guys changed it quite a bit since you last saw. Yeah, there's tons of new matches. I want to play hexagon, but with the normal gravity. That's my favorite. Arisa, you want to play squaddies? Marbles. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Your best Obi-Wan voice?
Okay.
We almost won. Wow, Kenny's still alive. I didn't hear the words. Oh, there's no TTS. Darn it. It's a shame. Okay, squads show. Let's see how slow this is, eh? Two only squads. You survived, therefore you won. No, I didn't survive. I died. Oh my god. OMG, Kenny's still alive. Wow.
Wow.
Oi, Vonchik, watch your mouth. Also, delete. I also like the, looking at these wizard hats always look like smiley faces. The moon looks like a smiley face and there's 2 stars as eyeballs.
That's so cute.
And then below it is like something going, ooh, with its little mouth. Ooh. Little starfish mouth. Ooh. I assume, Alchemic, maybe they meant to say darn it. You seemed pretty alive to me. Am I watching a ghost stream? Becky? Step back. It's about to get spooky. Ooh.
Oh,
It's about to get spooky whenever Arisa stays up too late and dies live.
Ha! It will be great.
Ha! That won't happen. It'll be great. Ooh, spooky. All right. We'll play some Phasmophobia. Hey, Arisa, let's go.
I'm down.
What? You're supposed to say,
played that
no,
one
too
time.
scary. You did play it one time. It'll be a scary game. We play scary games sometime. Ooh.
Let's do it.
All right, it's time for us to win. Garrett, oh wait, it's
You.
squad time.
Yes.
Ivy is not about to, wait, Ivy is about to not sleep when she turns on her PlayStation. Uh-oh. Ivy. Whoop. No sleep for Ivy. Sleepless in
Relatable.
Ivy Land.
Ivyland. That sounds so pretty.
Ivy Land.
Yeah. That could
Does
be a
make me
fun
think of
game.
elves.
Yeah.
Elves climbing up vines. What do
Oh,
you
it's
far I
this
see?
one.
Oh yeah, this is easy. Squad
Oh,
position
easy.
10th. Huh? Does that update whenever you cross the line, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, because look, it's still. Oop! I'm making mistakes over here. Ow! Oh no! I messed up the squad. I ruined the squad. I messed up our numbers. 13 points. Nice. What's with the? You see how there's like 4 little guys with flags? What's that? 4 flags. Squad score. What the heck?
Need to do tricks?
Confused. Yeah, you have to do some tricks. Ooh, it's so satisfying. I like how you rolled over the finish line. Yeah. My dead little hot dog body just barely rolled across the finish line.
Wait, do we have a team of 4?
No, we got a team of 2.
Sure.
Uh-huh. Yeah, pretty sure. They're my teammates? What? Oh, we have filthy randoms. Oh no. Filthy
It's okay, they
randoms.
can hear us.
Yeah, they can't hear us.
We're
It's
friends
4. Ew. Automatically sized squads. Ew. We need 2 other friends.
now. Friends?
Fr-
Where are you?
friends? What was a friend? Ooh. Skyline stumble.
Food in?
Food into? I'm pretty sure that's Tomodachi.
I know.
You need to be 4 to be competitive and have a chance. I don't want a chance. I want a
I don't wanna be
victory.
competitive.
Yeah, see, look, there's our friends. One's a Boxhead. Boxhead, then there's somebody else on the side. Let's try to knock them off. Team kill. Yeah, kill him. Team kill.
Oh,
How rude. Ah! Whoa. Getting lifted with Kenny the Wizard. Whoa. Whoa. I just died. Ooh.
oh!
You get smacked.
Whoops.
Shot to
No,
the heart.
No!
And you're too late. You give love.
Dang it.
These platforms.
Yeah, these are the
so
worst. So fast, you have to anticipate it 100%. You cannot just respond to it. They press the buttons that keeping you from going through. Go, 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 zoom!
confused. I
Go, go,
accidentally
team.
pressed it, but it happened. Oh gosh. Why?
If you go to the left side, you can see the Arisa logo. Ow!
It won't.
Ba-boom.
I am going middle.
Are you gonna be the first? Who's your first teammate across the finish line? Oh boy! Oh, I was right behind you.
Done.
Let's go! Go, go, go! Our teammates are pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys. Hey, all right, Becky. Enjoy your lurk mode, friendo. Thanks for hanging out. Lime says, "What are friends?" I'll teach you what friends are on Sunday, Lime. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! Let's go! Go, go, go! Who is this? Pigeon. It's a pigeon imposter. Oh boy, this takes a while, doesn't it?
Mega bouncing samurai.
Mega bouncing samurai. And it's a unicorn. Alright! Time to win!
Sorry, I mean disappointed.
Disappointed! That sounds menacing, Kenny. Oh yes, friendship. The most frightening thing of all. I could take anything. But when they offer to be my friend, I never thought that they'd go so far. My heart broken. Face brokener. Ooh, big shot, scary.
Oh no, is it this one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's of course it's this one. It's not the other one.
I didn't actually know. This will be my first time.
What? I could have swore that I remembered you dying on this one.
No.
This Super Sonic is cursed and I love it. I want that Sonic outfit so bad.
Oh!
Cursed. Perfect. Are you dead?
Yeah.
Did you die? You died? Oh my gosh, we lost a teammate. We're in danger now. 6th place.
I got yeeted by the star.
The star is a real pain in the neck. Look at this guy glitching out. This Sonic is gross. What is wrong with him? Is he cheating? How can he do that? It's like deforming the mesh. I almost died. Kenny dies. Dang.
What am I watching?
Oh no.
Why?
Our squad's still alive. Come on, carry us. Listen, I know that I said some mean things to you guys, but I'm gonna need y'all that. Oh no. We've only got one left. Oh dear.
Oh,
You got 30 seconds. Come on, carry us. Yeah, I died.
Where's our friend? I see them. Let me
There's
watch.
one bean. Come on. We're in 5th place. We're in danger. We need some other people get knocked out first. Man, I don't remember this one being so hard.
You
We
remember
played this
wrong.
like 3 times earlier. We're in 6th now. How do we have less? How did it go down? Oh no, we lose. Eliminated. No. Did we lose?
No, he was
No, we lose. Yeah, because there were other teammates that were still alive with more points. That was fun though. That was fun. Shall we play again?
Yeah.
All right. I say another one. Another one. It was a good match. Yeah, our teammates were doing really well. They were good beans. Another one. We can do it. Wizard Squad, moving out.
Oh, whoops.
Let's go, fellow wizard.
But,
If you were
my
one
head is-
character in Harry Potter, who would you be?
Luna.
Luna the dead horse whisperer.
Luna Lovegood.
Luna
have her
Lovegood. Why would you be them?
Because she's the best.
What? And you think that you're the... Oh my goodness. Night Mage, glad to see that you still have energy whenever I first saw you. What? Have that energy when I first saw you stream? Oh, Night Mage, are you saying like you saw the stream like a while ago and you think that I still got the energy, I still got the juice? Yes. Thank goodness.
You get me.
You got the juice.
Ravenclaw percent.
People who want to be Neville. Luna's the best. Who wouldn't want to be Luna? I don't know. She's a good being, apparently.
She's very weird, but she's super cute.
Where's the juice? Give my son the juice! Di, do I need to give you juice commands so that you can trigger the thing? Give my son the juice!
Do it. Okay, let's go, squad.
I will give mods control over almost the entire soundboard. As long as they behave and they have good timing.
Gotta get
Boing.
good.
Draco Malfoy for his fashion and hair? Draco? Is he the snake guy? Is he the one that's always slithering around? Yeah. Sarah!
Happy anniversary,
Hey,
Kenny.
happy
D.
anniversary. Thank you for the 2 months. Ow! Ow! Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate it, friendo. Ow! All the mods. What do you, Calico, what do you mean? No, what do you mean is there? All of them, even that one. Looks shadily at specific mod. Even that one. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support, Sarah. Ow! Two. That's dose. That's me? Oh no. Ooh, that's me dead. Yeah, isn't it Ichi-ni? Quack. Roku nana hachi kyu yo. Ay. Oh my gosh, they almost knocked me off the edge. Whoa! You think that Di is Slytherin? Slytherin. He's Hufflepuff by 1 point. You saw me on YouTube doing sudsy things? Glad that you found me here. Hey! Oh, you found me from the Sudsy channel. Oh, yes. The Earl of Suds. Making soap. It's ever since I made soap on the channel. The Fall Guys soap, actually. Ha! Ever since I made the Fall Guys / Alice in Wonderland soap, I haven't made a single soap. I own my final soap that I ever made. Yep, it's over there on the shelf. Washy. Kenny, you have a YouTube? No.
Exclamation YT.
No.
Do it.
No YouTube.
Do it.
No YouTube.
Do it.
I was a hat stall by Hufflepuff and Slytherin. What? Hat stall? What? What is that?
Ooh.
You stalled the hat so that you could be a Hufflepuff? I'm confused.
I'm
That hat's
assuming
scary.
it's like
I don't like that puppet hat.
movie.
Nani?
Harry got to choose.
Harry got to choose. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that whole Chosen One thing is a kind of boring story thing. But hey. There's lots of stories like that. It's when the hat goes, you could be either one. The hat's like, heck if I know, dummy. Pick yourself. You're so smart. You're so smart and so unique. Just pick your own house. I can't be bothered. I think we're both gonna die. Never mind, we both lived. Wizards rule. Wizards forever.
Oh, wizard.
Magic forever.
You're a wizard.
Hey, you're a wizard, Harry. Harry, you're a wizard. You're a Harry wizard, Harry. Boy, Harry. Yeah, take the wand, Harry. Harry got toe, Harry.
Oh gosh. The screen
Are you gonna
shake.
die? Are you die? Oh, these people are grabby over here. Watch out for the grabbies.
No.
Get got. Get got.
Get
Oh.
got.
I did get got. Someone threw me off the edge. What a savage. What a little savage. What a rude bean. I haven't grabbed a single person except for one time. And now I die. Pottermore told you that you're Ravenclaw, but in your heart you're a Slytherin. Ah. You just decide. Why take the quiz if you already know what you are? Quiz knows nothing. Besides, you could just change the answers until you get what you want. Don't let the wizard squad die. The mage sends support magic. Kenny falls off the edge. Dead.
Yes.
No, we lose.
No.
Not enough points. Dang. This whole squad thing is kind of a ripoff.
Yeah. You wanna fight?
Arisa lives and Arisa dies. Arisa lives by the squad and dies by the squad. Wah wah. I dragged you down. I basically grabbed your little wizard leg and pulled you underneath the gloop.
Yeah,
You died.
did. Pretty salty about it.
Said if you're gonna die, you're coming with me. Oh, look at that. I'd selected both of them. Yikes.
Yep.
All right, next match, you do this. For every round you all survive, I bet 100 bits each, and the team that wins the match, I'll give a gifted sub. You both game. Yes. Let's do it.
Yeah.
What are the rules? If you survive 100 bits each, and if the team wins, I bet a gifted sub. A bet?
Wait.
Does that mean that I have to gift a gifted sub? I could do one if we lose, yeah. Oh, Ollie, are you going to bed? We'll see you later. Nighty-night.
I want to.
Huh?
I can give 2.
You can give 2? Did you just
as a
raise
round.
the stakes?
No, it's just English.
Oh, 2. T-O-O, okay.
Yes.
Arisa, are you mad? Oh, I wasn't trying to tease you. I'm sorry. Oh, no.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, laptop turn on for me now. Oh, no. Ivy, you can do it. 2. Goodness. Listen, sorry, you guys. Goodness gracious. I'm glad that y'all all share the same brain cell. That's good. Sorry, I'm just independent. I just view things differently. I'm just an independent guy. Sorry. Sorry about that. While we're discussing
more.
While we're discussing Harry Potter, it's nearly Pride Month. What do those have anything to do with each other? It is nice that it's Pride Month, though. That sounds good. That sounds good, but I don't understand. Help.
I believe I know why, but I don't think we should talk about it here.
Yeah, I don't think that we should probably talk about that. I don't know. Harry Potter is a contentious topic now. Shaking my head. Shaking my head.
All are great.
Huh? Loot crate?
All are great.
All are loved. All are loved here. That is true.
That's true. Wizards unite.
Wizards win. That's a WW. www.wizardswin.com. Dang, Americans need to learn English. Ah, really? Oh, really? That is rich. Coming from a Kiwi. Absolutely rich.
Oh,
I
take
don't
it.
know what to have for dinner. Alchemic. What are the options? What's the options for dinner?
Oh, what are those things you do for like barbecue? You put everything on a stick.
Oh, a
And
skewer or a shish kebab?
I had that today. You should have it too.
You had a shish kebab?
Except I didn't have the stick.
No, it's stickless shish kebabs, huh? You said what is the thing where you put food on a stick? Ah, well, I had that, but no stick.
That was the plan. But works.
Stickless skewers, yum yum. Did you just use your finger? Stick
No,
them all
no, I
onto
had
your
a fork.
finger. Be careful not to bite too hard. Go,
Okay,
go.
careful.
Team's looking pretty good. Poppy had kebabs for dinner too. Poppy. Hoi. Oh, ouch! bowling ball to the face. Go, 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 go. I'm allowed to make mistakes. English isn't the official language in New Zealand? Really? What is it? Whoa. One of our teammates is getting rolled. Ooh, a kebab would be pretty good. Kebab time. What is the shush part of a kebab? What is that word? What's the point? English isn't the official language in the States either. Ooh, got him. That's what I'm talking about, Alchemic. Thank you very much. It's basically, this is to say, the official language means absolutely nothing. If English isn't the official language of America, then official languages don't matter. Ow!
Okay.
Ow! Yeah, who decides anyway? I speak English.
You speak Norwegian.
We don't have one, Dai. Ooh, speak Norwegian? Jeg Roman. Jeg Edmon? What is it?
Yes, you got it right.
What about, what is it? Svetpanne? Or did I say it the wrong way? Svetpanne Svet? Svet?
You got it right the first time.
All right, Svetpanne. I'm ready to go to
Stop.
Norway. What other words do I know? Jenta is girl, right?
Yeah.
Jenta. I don't remember any of the rest of them. Wizard Squad survived the first
Squad
round.
survived the first round. Will they survive the next round?
Have you ever told them what that?
Will we survive
what
that?
any of it
Listen,
means?
Arisa, this is much more important. The Night Mage said, Wizard Squad survived the first round. Will they make it to the next round? Will they? Arisa, what do you think? What's your view on this?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were you saying about the Svetpanne?
Do they know what it means? Have
Do
you
they know what it
ever
means? I'm sure some of them do, yeah? Yeah, I'm sure some of them do. All the people that speak Norwegian, yeah. Ow, oh, wow! Why? Why do you ask? What? Should they know? What do you mean?
I'm curious.
I don't know. Ask them yourself. They're your friends too.
Conversation.
They're your friends too. What other Norwegian word should I know? Is there like a Norwegian word for American? Like a gaijin? Or like a gringo?
I mean, it's pretty close.
What would you call me in like the if you were saying like the meanest thing regarding me being an American? Is there like a mean way to say Americans?
Not really.
It means sweaty pans, right? Yeah. Pan sweat. That's true. That's because you have to sweat your copper pans to get them ready for the heat of the oven.
It's sweaty forehead.
Yeah, sweaty forehead. What? We lose? We both qualified though. Oh my gosh, our team didn't pull their weight at all. The terrible beam of balance has claimed many bean lives. Will they conquer the land of beams? No! We both survived though. Oh! What the heck? This team was ridiculous. Arisa and I both qualified.
3 of us did.
Oh, 3 of us
one
did. And one drug us down.
Oh no,
Shaking my head. Last squads brought you down. Ridiculous. We can't play squads. Arisa and I are too much of champions. Good effort. Oh, thank you, Night Mage. And thank you very much for the 100 bits. 100 celebration bits for the successful times that we used to have. I remember. We were on top of the world.
Yes.
Nothing could stop us. What?
Let me leave.
Oh, you can't leave. Oh no. You have to be quick. Okay, that's fine. Maybe, let's see. Do you think that we need to freshen up the wizard outfit? Maybe it's the outfits.
Maybe it's dinosaur time.
Dinosaur time? You mean dragon?
Dinosaur time. It's close enough.
All right, I'll take your word for it. You are an archaeologist after all. Or paleontologist? I think archaeologist is somebody that's looking for American artifacts, right? Isn't archaeology searching for human artifacts and then paleontology is rocks? Or am I getting that mixed up? One of them is human, I think, only.
Paleontology is like just fossils.
Just fossils. Just boring old fossils. Who could care less?
Why is it not letting me?
Paleontology is for dinos. Archaeology is humans. Okay.
I'm just gonna close it.
Arc.
It's taking too long.
Just close the game. Just delete game.
Yeah, I'll reinstall it quickly.
Add quote. Arisa says, maybe it's dinosaur time. What? Arisa quotes in the quote generator?
Really?
Oh my gosh. This quote shirt's gonna be a mess. There's gonna be tiny little Arisa heads saying things all over this shirt. Unbelievable. Maybe it's dinosaur time. That would make a fine clip though.
Oh yeah, clips. That's
What?
the thing.
Oh yeah, clips? Yeah, that is a thing. Dino Dragon Squad, the return of the Apex Predators. Let's go! Oh, did you quit? Where'd you go?
Yeah, I told you I closed the game.
Oh, I didn't think that you went all the way out. Catwalk model, what is this? This says, equipped your first legendary custom item. Oh, I'm not rich enough. I'm not rich enough for such things.
Poor.
Oh, this derpy dino. Look at his big old mouth and his big old eyeballs. It's cute.
Hi there. My name's Dinosaur. Hi. I'm ready to win some games. How about you?
Almost. But I should say I'm starting to get a headache, so I don't know how much longer I want to play.
Oh, okay. We'll play like a couple more rounds, okay?
Yeah.
All right, like 2 more rounds, you guys. Then Arisa's gotta go. Arisa's gotta go.
But it's still almost 4-hour stream.
Yeah, well, I think that I'll play Getting Over It right at the end.
Ooh, nice.
Just for fun. We'll scale the mountain real quick. Hey, after all the sassing you've done to Arisa, she deserves a quote. A what?
Thank you, Jedi.
Listen, I do the verbal sassing, and she sasses me by beating me at all the games. It's the only way for me to keep up my pride.
A few times. I did kill you.
I mean, I would say murder, but that was a strategy thing. I mean, it's good strategy. There can only be one. Do you have Super Mario Party? I do not. I do not have Mario Party. Alchemic Hyperclaps! Kill the Earl! Kill the Earl! Very nice. All right, let's do this one more time. The same as before. 100 bits for every round that you win. And if you win the match, you'll bet a sub. You both game Dragos? Oh, snap. Double Dragon.
Do we gift sub?
Yeah, I think we have to gift a sub, right? Is this a bet? Is this a real bet? My mom told me not to bet. She said that gambling was wrong.
Well,
Whoa!
Okay.
Yeah!
Arisa got
Arisa!
this gifted a tier 1 sub to fuzzy
You
underscore
just
boot.
gifted a sub! Arisa. Shaking my head. I can't believe it.
It's your turn.
I can't do it right now while I'm playing. I can whenever I'm switching games. Oh my gosh. Arisa gifting subs while live. Shaking my head. Arisa. Thank you. Who was that for?
Pussy Boots, I think.
Fuzzy Boots.
That's what I read. But I can't see it anymore.
There's my zoom.
Oh. Well, bye. What's that look? Come on.
What? Did you win? Did you make it? Did you make
I
it?
qualified.
We both qualified. All right, nice. Look at the, is that Bob Ross? Who is that down there with that long hair? Who is that tall drink of water?
Dev.
Huh? That'd be, who?
Dev? Developer?
Oh, a developer, a filthy developer. The Dragos have climbed and scaled the pit of
The
tar.
Dragos have climbed and scaled the pits of tar.
Ah, yeah. That's Oliver ZB. Yo, Night Mage, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's keep going. Time to roll on. Race time. Scaled the pits of tar. Scaled.
I don't get it.
Oh boy. Whoa! The police? You hear the police? Alchemic!
Alchemic Refuge gifted a tier 1 sub to Miss
Alchemic, thank you for the gifted sub. Hey. A random gifted sub. Whoa! Alchemic. Why, thank you for that gifted sub, my friend. What the heck? Hey! And a hype train started. A hype train for success? For good luck? Good luck, good luck. Hey! Alchemic, thank you for that gifted sub for Miss Jonin. Huzzah! Go, 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 go! That was probably a gifted sub for you, for surezies. Yatta! Go, 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 go! This game's kind of lagging. Yikers!
Do you see where I am?
Where are you?
No!
You better get out of there wherever you are. I want you to survive now. I want you to survive, you hear? Oh, this guy's grabbing me, you sorry sucker, you stupid dummy. Sound effect. It's about to play.
Oh no!
Yo! Alchemic! What's happening? What's happening? Alchemic's popping off. Yo! Whoa! Die! Yeah!
Die 101 gifted a tier 1 sub to Sit and Spinster.
What the heck? Die! Thank you for the gifted sub.
Die!
Die, Alchemic and Arisa all gift subs. You guys, hey, thank you so much. Divey, gifting a sub to Sit and Spinster. Aw, yeah. Hey, did we both qual?
Yes. I
Yeah,
before you.
double qual. We've done it. Whoa, Callie! Yeah!
Calico Kitties
Thank you for the
YouTube
gifted
gifted
sub,
a tier 1
Callie.
sub
What
to
the heck?
Sensi_PRKR.
I appreciate it. To Sealsy Parker, is that the name? How to say? Is that how to say it? Insomniac Esper, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, what the heck? Lynn's played. Wow. Wow.
Wow!
You guys are going crazy. Thank you very much for the hype. Yeah.
Drago teams have bulldozed through the pits of despair and gingerly the cat guardian.
Drago team has bulldozed through the pits of despair and past the cat guardian. The cat guardian. Oh boy. Here we go. Oh, the cat guardian was the person that tried to kill me. Oh. I get it. The cat guardian. Okay. I just took a little tip from this guy in front of me. Nice.
Uh-oh.
I'm not doing too bad so far. You can do it, Arisa. You can do it. I believe in you.
Uh-oh.
You can do it. Where are you? You back there?
Yes. But
Oh,
not too
boy.
far behind.
Look at that person diving along. That looks kind of hard. Oh, you need more momentum. Yikes. Oh. All right, slow and steady. Here we go. Oh, dear. Yikers. Almost died. Yatta. Arisa dies. Animated Netflix original. Zoot. I made it. Whoa.
Yeah.
Jedi Aurora gifted a tier 1 sub to Lil Jailer.
You guys are the
If all the mods are doing it, oh my god. Thank you guys.
peer pressure.
Thank you for the generosity, Jedi, Die, Calico, Arisa, Night Mage, Insomniac Esper. Goodness. You guys,
Yes.
that's all too
Did
much.
it.
Unacceptable. You have awoken from a nap. Hey, Kelsey's here.
Here. Hi.
Kelsey.
I'm here.
Did you win, Arisa?
I I qualified, yes.
Yeah, Arisa wins. Arisa lives. Kelsey, it's nice to see you. Hello. One of our favorite
Wait.
beans. Ow, wow, wow. Where would we be without Kelsey?
Not together.
Unmet. Unmet, that's
Yeah.
what. Big shots.
Oh no, not again.
Big shots. The Dragos have survived the Ice Age.
Dragos have survived the Ice Age and flew into the Caves of Victory.
The Caves of Victory. All right, let's go. We can win. What? Just stick close to me. I'll take a bullet for you. Just kidding. I'll throw you off
Whoa!
the edge.
Yeah,
Just to
yeah, yeah,
win.
yeah.
Ow! What is that?
Oh, so tempting.
I can't read that. Is it the Ice Dragon subscribed for 15 months? Oh my gosh, 15 months. Holy moly, it's Dwagon. What perfect timing. We're
It's
Dwagon team right
Dwagon.
now. This night commentary is giving me A-Star Revenant vibes. I remember.
I can't hear it.
I'm sorry.
Turn up the
I've been
volume.
reading them all. Go, 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 go. This level is easier if you use mouse and keyboard. I don't find it too hard. This is all new to you, Kelsey? Me? Oh, come on. No! It's the angles! These things fly at angles.
Hey,
They
that's
changed
illegal.
it. Ice Dragon with the 5 gifted subs.
Wow. For dying? That's generous.
For dying. No, it's not for dying. Ice Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy moly. Oh, and one of them's a Honky Tonk. Shin Trace for Ash, Gaming Titan, and who's the other one? I think I missed it. For Keyblader. Yo, thank you so much. Generosity. Look at the
I
generosity
survived.
bird.
Gib.
I did survive.
Kelsey
Thank you.
Rich.
The
Which
coin
bird?
bird. Coin bird.
The gem is
Arisa, you
adorable.
have to win, because I'm suffering. Oh, I didn't know that they'd be at angles. I thought that they'd only be straight. But they weren't. What a ripoff. Refund game. Arisa, you can do
bought
it.
it twice.
Here we go.
One Drago was unable to stand the excitement of modern ages, but one has adapted to the butterfly of time for the end.
Oh no,
Gravity?
it's a floating one. One Drago was unable to stand the excitement of the modern ages, but one has adapted to the passage of time for the end. You've adapted. You've overcome. You survived.
I'm flying like
I
a
would
dragon
maybe
should.
stand, because you're probably going to accidentally jump off the edge. You're getting awful
No, no,
close.
I got control. I'm spinning.
All right. All right.
I got this.
All right. All right.
Wait. Believe
Okay.
in me.
Arisa is a pro.
Believe in me.
Arisa religion. Yo. You can win. How many wins did you get tonight? Only one.
I got
Only one. But to be fair, the gravity hexagon was a real bummer. That was a real bummer. That was my opportunity. Opportunity revoked. I think that she's only won once, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're on the same level, Alchemic. Thank you very much. Right now.
Wait, did you win?
Temporarily.
Oh, yeah, you did.
For now. Oh, I love that person jumping right behind you. That is not going to end well for them in the end. Oh, no, so close.
Oh, so close.
So close, I
Oh,
can't
wait,
watch
wait.
the rest. I can't watch the rest. I won't watch it. I don't care what they do. Unacceptable. We died. Everybody died. Everyone dies. Ooh, I almost have the Amoga skin. I didn't know that those were free. Ooh. Ooh, so close. Okay, now do I have to give 2 gifted subs?
Do it. No, you said one.
I know, but it's 1 each.
Oh, yeah. 2. Do it. Get that 100 gift sub badge.
In the end, it does the 100 gift badge for my own channel. No. Okay, let me load up my own Twitch. Let me add myself to the viewer count. Okay.
No, no, he took the challenge. He has to do it.
I took the challenge. It's true. It's true. We gotta do it. We gots to do it. Okay, boom. Some 2 lucky beans. 2 lucky beans. Oh, hi there, Beowulf. What's up? Oi, 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 oi. Custom quantity. 10. No. 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 2 will do. 2 lucky beans. Huzzah. Let's go. Who are they gonna be? Who are they gonna be?
Whoa!
It's
Yeah,
Red Nurse Son
The Earl of
and
Suds
Almond
gifted a tier
Jelly.
1 sub to Red Nyerson.
Whoa!
Almond Jelly. I love it.
The Earl of Suds gifted a tier 1 sub to Almond_Jelly Eye.
Oh, and Animal Crossing Allie's here too. Hi there, Allie. What's up? I'm playing some Fall Guys with Arisa. Got this. My mod. I have no. That's the most important part. She's just a mod.
Just the mod.
Just a mod.
The soul of magic.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
You ready to go? Let's go win. Me and my mod playing mod night. Here we go. Ow! 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 Go, 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 Dragon Squad. Look at these. There's 4 big old dragon eyes staring at you. And 4 little Fall Guys eyes as well. Oh, you guys. Thank y'all so much for the hype train. Level 3 hype train. Please put some hype in the chat. Hooray! I so appreciate all you. It's the strangest hype train I've ever seen. Thank you so much. Go Drago Rangers. Choo choo. Go Drago Rangers. The hype emote, is that the doggo? Aww. That's cute.
Yeah.
I love it. Oi, oi, oi.
There goes the chat.
You love the dragons? Me too, Callie. They are funny. Funny and cute. Their big derpy eyes. They look kind of like a crocodile. Night Mage, whoa! Strong Kelsey Bit Badge. Strong.
Oh, I want to show off mine.
Aw, Linz, the dog. That's a good dog right there.
That's a good dog. Tell you what, that's a good dog.
It's a dark heart angry. Ow, ow. Look at you. Arisa's a shrimp. Shrimp.
Yes. Kelsey was my first Twitch sub.
Twitchell sub. A Twitchell. That's like saying official, but for Twitch. You're a Twitchell first Twitch friend. Okay, let's just. I'm just gonna focus on this game. Talking.
Fun.
How is that guy standing up there? Look at that shark go. Oh, it's because the bouncers. Oh. The bouncers that are standing at the door. Arisa, how do you go so fast? You're way at the beginning. I mean, way at the front. Holy moly.
It didn't go back.
Why am I so bad? Help! I should wear. You need to train me. Please take me as be my sensei. Train me. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. Dang it, Sensei's already passed across into the other realm. Sensei died. The hype train is glitched with 1 second left on level 1. Oh yeah, sometimes you have to refresh it. What's great is it happening, a hype train happening at the beginning of a stream. It just sits on my screen for the whole stream. We need a training montage. Just me doing pull-ups and Arisa going, do it, more.
I was trying to count along when you did the pull-ups, but then I remembered the desync.
Oh, is it viewable? Can you see me doing pull-ups on the tiny view? I didn't know if you could.
Barely, but I do have you on full screen on the other monitor.
Full screen? Oh my. Oh my. A workout break right now in the middle of the game. Don't know if I can do 10 pull-ups before this is over.
You can do it.
Get you a girl that'll put you on full screen on the other monitor. Go, go, go! Training montage! That is the channel trailer.
Go, go, dragon magic. Ow! I have to beat Arisa. That's my one goal.
Warrior.
Huh?
I can be the dragon warrior.
Be the dragon warrior, head of the dragon clan.
Oh,
How to train a dragon boy.
we saw all the movies. Oh no,
We saw all the movies of what?
Kung Fu Panda.
Oh, the dragon warrior, yeah. I didn't remember what the name of it was. It's always the panda warrior to me. I don't know. Oh no, yikes. What? Yikes. Don't be so dramatic.
You're right. So disappointing.
Alchemic, do you teach drama? Owa! Owa! Ah! No! Kung Fu Panda 2. Kung Fu Panda 2 slaps. Not 1 and 3. Kelsey's picky and choosy. Listen, Poe just wasn't the same.
Whoa.
I'm having trouble qualing. I might die, actually. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. These guys are blocking up the way. Well, this is frustrating, darn it. No, that's too bad. Gotta teach me the ways, that's a shame. The hot peacock villain, just saying. Oh, I thought he was in the third one. No, that's the third one's with the dad. The peacock is super cool. He's probably like one of my favorite characters. Don't know if I describe him as a hot peacock, but... We demand more peacocks! Planda, not panda. That is proper grammar. What?
You said Plenda.
I know, but it says planda, not panda. That is proper grammar.
It might be iron. I mean sarcasm.
It might be iron. Who knows? He's an albino, I know that. He's an albino peacock, is that true? Back from axe throwing? What Kuya cat are you training to be? An axe warrior?
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Hope you won't mind if I asked about it. How was it? Grammar is hard. It's true. And difficult. Grammar! My old grammar. She always gave me the tastiest chocolate chip cookies whenever I'd visit her. Good old grammar. Hello! I'm your grammar. Arisa dies by peach.
No. Wait,
Arisa dies by watermelon.
No.
Arisa dies by log. Arisa dies by blueberry. Oh, almost watermelon. Oh, there's the orange. Arisa dies by winning. No! Now I want cookies. Sometimes I think about how inflammable and flammable are the same thing. More than flammable. There's a joke about that in the Three Amigos where they're like, oh, so this guy's infamous. That means more than famous. So he must be like a really, really popular guy. Yeah, if he's so famous that he's infamous. It's a stupid IN. It means sometimes opposite things.
Incredible.
Well, that goes along with it because it's more than credible.
Bad example.
No, it's a good example. That's why it's so
wanted-
confusing. And then infamous means like bad. It means bad famous. Famous, but for the wrong reason. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even know.
Yeah, infamous is bad.
Interesting.
I mean, unless you want to be like a good bad guy, you know? If you want to be like, I mean, I suppose being infamous is good for Darth Vader. He's like, yes. My Darth Vader impression. Yes. You gotta win. Go, go, Dragon Team. Go, go, half of the Dragon Team. Gotta love the English language. Yeah. Also, how raise and raise both mean the opposite things.
Oh yeah.
Jedi.
English.
Do you know how you recognize it? Oh, you see that plane going by? It's a mail plane. How can you tell? I'm just hoping that Jedi remembers that movie, like every single quote from it. But who said Vader was the bad guy? I mean, I've watched a video which was called "The Empire Was Right," and it's got some pretty good arguments. Not gonna lie. I think that all the arguments are ruined with these new Star Wars movies, though, because they make the enemies are so ridiculously evil in them, where they're just like, blow up the planets because destruction is preferable. Where the Emperor before was just like, rule the galaxy with an iron fist.
But the Death Star, didn't it blow up a planet?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it blew up one of the rebels' planets. But it was a strategic move. It was a strategic move to knock out a lot of the rebels, and then they wanted, they were trying to bring peace to the galaxy. They're doing their best, but you know how these regimes are. These strong-arm it, they can't do it right. You like Rogue One? I haven't seen it. Arisa said it was her favorite ever. Yeah.
Woohoo, fellow beings unite.
Out of all the new ones, yeah, that's what I meant. Ricky Tiki T, thank you for the sub. Hey, 10 months. Wow, 10 months, baby. Can we get some hype in the chat for our friend Ricky Tiki? Thank you so much. Awa.
Awa.
Awa. That's your favorite of the new ones, but I've only seen one other new one. I've only seen the Rey is born.
Yes.
The Force wakes up. The Force awakens, I think.
Yes.
Are you gonna win? Awa! That's something that I've been saying to Arisa for some weeks. I can't stop saying it. Awa, awa.
I thought I started it.
Oh, did you start it? Arisa said that it was like a dog or something.
Awa, awa.
Yeah, there's a dog that makes that noise, but I've never seen it. I just thought that it was like half of the like, ow, 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 in my Valentino.
Got pushed off. How rude.
Win it, Arisa. Shame, Kenny. Oh, die. Ooh, that's a bad timing, my friend. Ooh, that's too bad. Yikers for die. Woo. It's a chihuahua, and that's his bark. How his bark sounds because he's so small and angry.
I love it.
Little angry doggo. It's so cute. One more, or are we done more?
We can do one more.
All right, one more, you guys. One more! Uno más?
I get like
Ichido?
an error every time I leave.
Ow, 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 ow. In my Valentino bag! Moikai?
One more time? Or again?
Ah.
I don't know the translation. Something like
Angry doggo is bork bork. Aw. Make sure that you both do a stretch and hydrate. Stretch.
Never.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to do a workout. Ow, ow. All right, you're on your own, Arisa, for like a few seconds.
Okay, I'll hydrate then. Okay, I'll stretch. Meanwhile, in the background you can see legs. Something most streamers don't have.
Oh wait, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back. Hey, I'm across the alley. Oh, stinky!
It was too quick, Linz.
Quick. What were you gonna do though? Just go ahead, pretend like I'm not here.
Hmm?
All right, I'm gonna just pretend like I'm not here.
Oh, no. Stop it. Get some out. Can he actually not hear me? Oh no. Hello, people. I love you all. Oh no, start again.
You did great. That was very sweet. Acro Demon, what's up? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Acro Demon. Ow, 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 ow.
Are you? Awa wawa.
Ow, wow, 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 wow. Ow, wow. Spanked across the
awa
finish line.
means bubble?
A what? A wow means bubble?
Awa.
Awa.
A-W-A.
Awa in what? In what language?
Japanese.
In Japanese, awa means bubble?
Yeah.
How
Like,
cute.
so.
I love it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Lynn.
So I'm the Earl of Awa.
Awa. Yes. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, rolling in, baby. Yow, yow, yow. Go team, go. Ivy, we've got it. As Kenny dies.
First call.
This is super fast. Holy moly. You can barely recover from getting, ooh. Ooh. Oh, you can go around. Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh, we set up different. Oh, I think I'll still qualify though. Yikers. Yikers. What, you the stupid horse? You Hans? Speedy batons. Yeah, I didn't see that you could go around the side. Well, that's convenient right there.
I did it on accident. I got
Acro.
smacked around.
You just take your time with whatever confusion you've got. You take your time, and we'll call you whatever you want. Kenny, you streaming tomorrow? Why?
Yes.
Yes, I am. We're gonna be playing Portal 2 co-op together.
I'm sorry. It's the exact same time as you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Oh no. Am I gonna miss something? What's happening? Kelsey. Kelsey, speak to me. What's the situation?
Terraria?
Wow, 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 wow. All right, MK, want to see if you wanted to mod. Oh, if I wanted to mod, I'd be your mod. As long as you play time that I'm going to be off. Jaden's going to be there, so it's always a bit crazy. I would mod you. I would mod you just so long as I wasn't streaming. Oh, that reminds me. Portal VOD got muted at the end yesterday. Really? For... Oh, yeah, for the music. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's part of the game's soundtrack, and they won't even let you listen to it. Reminds me of what they did with Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk 2077, like, has a streamer mode where it just cuts off, like, pretty much all of the music. Which is really convenient, but it really just communicates how silly the copyright situation is right now.
Yeah.
It's because they don't own the copyright to the music anymore. Nice. Good job, Valve. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Huge success. Huge success. Now you can't listen to the music. Zoot. Ooh, different. Oh my. Huh?
Still Alive is amazing.
Still Alive is top 10 gaming soundtracks of all time.
Absolutely.
Somebody push that button in the middle, please, if you don't mind.
Never.
Now don't push that button. Yeah. Now don't do it, because I'm on the other side. Qualified. Okay, yeah, this is the one that has 2 laps. Whee! Jump! Go, 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 go. Dragon Squad, Dragon Squad. Wow, you're in first. How do you do this? You're just good at games.
Just far ahead.
I wish I grew up with older brothers. They would have pushed me to be better at driving, at playing games. Or driving. Well, I was thinking of Mario Kart, okay? I was thinking of Mario Kart. I think.
They taught me nothing.
They taught you nothing.
They probably did.
Showed you how difficult some competitors could be. Reese's the boss. New stream boss? Dang it. I don't like a manager.
Me.
No. Go, go, go.
Qualified.
I'm right behind you. Ow, wow. Nice. Oof. Oof. Evil Poppy 666 just died. Oh no, they actually made it. What?
Someone kept getting spanked between the platforms and the rolling thing. They were stuck for like 10 seconds.
Oh no. Shaking my head. These physics. That's a bummer.
That's great.
Permanently spanked. What a way to go. I do like the Tron outfit that's like all black is so cool. Your Twitch channel's now Arisa's? Alright.
It's mine.
Okay. I'll roll over. Jump club.
Maybe
Jump,
I'm actually
jump,
off
jump.
screen. Never know.
Leela, you've returned. Welcome back. What'd you just say? Off screen? What'd you just say?
Nothing?
Huh. What kind of sad... I wasn't listening because I was greeting people into the chat. You're going to have to learn how to do that if you're going to be the boss around here.
I swear I'm in the basement.
In the basement.
I'm nowhere else.
Oh my gosh, I almost fell off. Woo! Oh, it's horrible. That strawberry almost ended me. Death by strawberry. What a way to go. The Among Us guy with the teeth. Yike. Scary. Lids. Lids is the auto-corrected lens. Ah, good old Lids is in the chat talking about old Pook. Pook and Lids. Kenny ended by a strawberry. Arisa escaped the basement. Yeah. Lids and Linda are my faves. See, I do try to write Lynn sometimes, and it does change to Linda.
Same.
Also, kinda. I'll sometimes accidentally type Linda instead of kinda.
Did I? You're the best. What?
Oh boy. Tail time. Here's the
Oh,
tail, it
no.
never fails. Makes me want to wag my mail.
You what?
I am making many verbal errors this evening.
Yep.
I think it's about time for the stream to be over. Holy moly. I know I really did something wrong if Alchemic says holy moly. It reminds me, it does make me think of that meme of the guy that's like super red and he's like, holy moly.
I'm laughing.
I have to put an age restriction on this VOD. It's
Wait,
all
pull out the
unintentional.
PG
I'm
quote.
trying my best. It's
PG
hard.
quote. Come on.
There's PG. Parental
applicable.
guidance requested. Help, mom. How do I get a tail? Gimme. Yeah, all right.
Can't have mine.
No, I already got one. No worries.
No.
Tattletale. Ow, wow, wow, wow. There's two after me. Nah, what? Practically teleport and grab my tail. Teleports behind you.
No.
No. Oh my gosh, I'm hanging out with Cat over here. You and me, meow meow. Yeah, all right. Nice. Goodness. Kenneth. Jedi. Shush. Silence. We are all too addicted whenever something fun happens. Addicted. Ahsoka, welcome back. Are we both in the winning squad right now?
Yes.
Nice. Oh boy. Hexagon. Nice. Please do not be gravity restrictive. You won last time in Hexagon, right? No, you won in the ice one.
I think I.
Oh, you
No, I
have
think
won
I
twice
did.
because you won an ice one and a Hexagon, right?
No. I won.
You just won
I
Hexagon? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now fight to the death. I mean, I doubt that there's hardly anything that you can do that hurts somebody specifically. I would never, ever.
Hurt their feelings.
Yeah, you could hurt their feelings by saying mean things in the chat.
Trash talk.
Trash talk. You're totes garb, bro. You're totes garbivore. If you were a Pokemon, you'd be garbivore.
Is there any?
This stupid dum-dum is this purple hooded fool that keeps bothering me. Oh, great. Amogus.
Is there a trash Pokemon?
Trash Pokemon? Yeah. He's like the big garbage guy. Oh no, I died. That's too bad.
I only remember Grimer right now.
Ah, I got desperate. Fool. You can do this, Arisa. You can get it! You can get it! Come
I
on!
will try.
You got this. Yeah. Just use your wings.
Fly on the wings of love.
How does that go?
Yeah,
How does it go?
that was all I taught you.
I know, but how do? What's the tune?
Don't make me sing.
Sing!
No.
Come on! Everybody knows that you're joking.
No.
It's fake singing. Sing, it'll make you win.
No.
Fly on the wings of love.
Does it go like that?
No.
Fly.
You're distracting me.
You need to be distracted. See, I just made you win.
Whoa!
She won't sing, but she does win.
Good job.
Congratulations. That's a good last round too.
Yeah.
That's a good last round. You just, goodness gracious. When did you get so good at video games? Kelsey, is that new? I've never seen the bird thinking emote.
Oh, that's tier 3.
Oh, tier 3. Amogus egg. Nice. Now I can be an egg.
Wait, thinking? Is it time? No, just looking at the emotes.
Oh. Now I could be a little sus man.
Hey, congratulations, it's a celebration party all day. I know you've been waiting.
Thank you, Night Mage.
Yeah, Night Mage is cheering you on. Ow! A monkey. I do love the eyes. The eyes are very cute. I think that makes the outfit. Also, the floating hands is funny.
Oh, I love it. I want it. Can I have it?
Huh? You want what? The Among Us thing?
Yeah.
Well, you can get it. You'll get it eventually, but that was your last round, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was
I
super
am
duper fun.
tired.
What?
I am tired.
You're tired? Well, you have to go to sleep? What time is it? How late is it?
3:47.
Goodness, 3:47. Whoa! Arisa, what are you thinking?
Oh, I almost accidentally left the call.
You can leave the call if you want to.
Oh, too soon.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about? So, welcome to our podcast, you guys.
Alright, that was fun. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for hanging out with us, Arisa. It was fun to just have you just jump in. Just hopping into the stream. But we'll see you tomorrow, right? Oh, she's literally gone. Okay. Stood up. Shaking my head. Okay. She already left. I didn't think that she was actually gone. I don't have the sound notifications for when people leave, so I didn't know. Stood up. Tee. Okay, we're gonna just try to climb this mountain one time, okay? And I'm gonna adjust the music just a little higher. Okay, there we go. Nice. Okay. Sweet biscuits. How was the games, you guys? Did y'all enjoy? What did y'all think about it? I mean, I know that Arisa's still here. Sorry, I'm just changing one more thing. I know that Arisa's still here, but still, was it fun to have people just jump in? I mean, it's gonna be a rare occasion, but I saw my opportunity and I went for it. I mean, today was gonna be a weird stream anyway, because it's because Portal 2. I told y'all we should have cut Portal 2 in half. But I mean, we got a bonus Alice and a little bit of Anne as well. I thought it was nice. You weren't here, but it seems cool. Oh, thanks. I'm glad that you liked it. Hey, do you know what movie we're watching on Sunday? We're gonna be watching The Cat Returns. Oh my gosh, I hated this game so much. This thing boiled me over. Oh, Night Mage. It is? It's frustrating. Don't worry. I kind of know what I'm doing. Very nice. 11 out of 10. Okay. If you say so. If you have second thoughts later and you wanna tell me the truth, then you can always put that in feedback and suggestions. I hope it was fun. I know that I couldn't really focus on y'all very much. I'm sorry. No. Okay, this is the only part that's frustrating. Hang on. The Cat Returns, the movie was so fun to watch whenever you were a kid. It's super cute. It's actually still a great movie. It holds up great. It's very cute. Very cute. I mean, cats talking and wearing clothes is always a good idea. In my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, but this is a game, this is like a challenging game that's super duper difficult, but we've practiced for many hours together. So it's kind of just a fun little bonus thing to do at the end of the stream. And besides, I can chat with y'all because I didn't get to talk with y'all very well because I was too focused on talking to Alice and Anne. It was a little bit easier whenever there's only one person, admittedly, but still, yeah. Oh, you like the movie Cat streamer? Oh, did I like it? I haven't watched it yet. Should we watch it? The Cat's Return is the sequel that's coming up soon. You want to watch? Should we watch Cats next week, you guys? We could work on Cats, you know. We could watch it. We could watch it together. Why not? Did you like it? What did you think about it? Alchemic, did you see it? Peeking in after movie night at Salty's? Is Salty doing like 5 movie nights in a row? I'm amazed. 10, is it? How is he doing so many? Is it because y'all are doing a Star Wars, are y'all watching all the Star Wars movies? Is that what's happening? Because I remember peeking in and I think that y'all were starting the 3rd one. Are you watching all of the movies like in a row? Salty's here! Hey, Salty! What's up with the back-to-back-to-back movie nights? How are you doing? Salty, my friendo. Hey! Much love to Salty. Can we get a shout out for my friendo Salty? We haven't played games in forever. Movie nights are a vibe. It's just that I hadn't noticed you doing movie nights before, and then boom! 9 movies. The Star Wars movies? Whoa! Sweet Star Wars.
Alchemic Refuge gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Salty the Alien.
Thank you for the gifted
They've
sub
gifted
for Salty. Oh my gosh.
months in the channel.
6 months! Whew! Whoa! 6 big months for my friendo Salty. Oh yeah! Salty. Dang. Streamer friendos get the dang big gifts. Holy moly. Finally, we've been waiting on you to arrive, Salty. Where have you been? I'm just kidding. Salty, holy moly. Enjoy the 6 months, my friend. Maybe you can check out my movie night sometime. Who knows? After all this time trying to get Salty, I finally caught him. Salty's been supporting too much, Alchemic says. Alchemic's got you, Salty. Boom. Alchemic. Holy moly, you stole the support from Salty. Amazing. You did it! You stole the support right from Salty. We should play Apex soon, you said? I'd play some Apex. I'm horrible at it, though. I've been enjoying arenas, though. Have you gotten to play any arenas, my friend? Arenas is like, oh, what did I do wrong here? Hang on. Am I losing my touch? Did I mess with my sensitivity? Nicely snatched, I say. Well done. Okay, hopefully I don't lose my mojo. Did I lose my mojo? That was weird. I haven't slipped there in a while. Now I'm scared. Okay. What's arenas? You don't know what Apex arenas are? Apex arenas are whenever you go 3v3 for a few rounds and you get to like buy weapons like in Valorant. It's a new game mode. It came out like a few weeks ago. I'm surprised that you don't know about it, but I'd be totally down to play some of that. Oh, what was that? Oh dear. Oh man, oh man. What was that? That's weird. Why did I do that? Okay, my bad. I don't know why that happened. Something feels off. Something feels off on the mouse right now, but I think we'll still be good. Okay, we can do it. It's still challenge awaits. The challenge awaits at the top of the mountain. Get a new mouse. Download new mouse. Download a new mouse online. You wouldn't download a mouse. The speedruns of this game are absolutely insane. Summer Wind Snap, absolutely crazy. Salty, I'm in shock too. Alchemic with the gigantic 6 months. Surprises me every time. I forget that Alchemic has such power every time. Salty, I hope that you've been enjoying yourself, my friend. Watching some movies? Watching some, what is happening? What was that? What was the sliding? What is happening? Salty, my friend, we haven't hung out very much. I think the stream group's been really busy, eh? Everybody's been busy beans, but I've missed you guys. I've just been feeling, I guess, I don't know, I just haven't sent any messages. I haven't sent any messages, but I still love all of y'all. I still love all of y'all. I'm just a shy boy. Ow, wow. Kitty's doing speedruns to the bottom. The fastest you've ever seen, Lime. This is probably the closest I've come to speedrunning a game, so you ought to enjoy it, Lime. Although this is a horrible run so far. Oh, okay. Maybe if I hear the sound effects, it'll help. 10. Yeah.
4 months. Just finished all Star
Oh my
Wars
gosh,
movies
thank you
at
so much for the
Southeast. I wonder how your movie night is like.
4 months, dang. 10. It's so nice to hang out with you, my friend. I saw that you just had, didn't you just have your subsiversary on Salty's too? Because I was over there. I was over there hanging out in Salty's chat, being sneaky. Dang, I didn't know that we shared subsiversaries. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tim. It's always nice to hang out with you. I know that this is maybe not the best time for you, but it's always nice to see you. You sneaky. I'm always sneaky. I gotta be sneaky. I'm sorry, Salty. I'm a sneaky guy. What can I say? Oh, let me see. How do we... It's this chimney's always a pain. Oh, big toss. Ah, no! Man, there's the thing that's scaring me is that I can't get... There's a specific motion that I'm used to, that I'm not doing it right. Oh. There's a specific motion that you have to do with the hammer that's like a... It's like a certain swinging motion, and I'm not getting it. I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it to the top if I can't get it right. We'll have to see. I don't know, but something's off. Something's off. Maybe it's because I think I've stood and played this game, right? It's not that. Apex messes with me if I stand and play Apex. It's a bad time. It's because you're playing at 164, not 165. It's the 1 hertz. That's what it is. Also, this music is most excellent for this game. It's that 1 hertz. It's killing me. When you're thirsty, so you drink anyway. You drink milk even though you're lactose intolerant? I would literally die. Absolutely not. Do not do that. That's a problem for future Kelsey. For future Kelsey? No! Treat future Kelsey right. How dare you? Current Kelsey, shaking my head. I can't believe you. I feel bad for future Kelsey. Pain. Yeah, no. I could never drink milk. It would be, the milk would be right back out. The milk would be like, all right, it was nice to hang out in your stomach for a bit. Boing. Okay. Uh-oh. Have finished it before. He has achieved Zen. How am I so calm playing this? Oh yeah, it's because I've done this before. The first times that I ever played this game, holy moly. It's taken me some hours. But it's what? How long have I played this game? I've played this game 12 hours. You know, just healthy half a day. Half a day of pain. Half a day of pain will do it to you. Yeah, once you pass each of the things like twice, Salty, you won't feel so mad because you're just like, I could get back up there if I need to. Yeah, there's a motion that I'm messing up that I'm getting really concerned about. It's that like a flipping hammer motion where I like flip the hammer around nice and short so that I can grab what's right above me. You have to use it on you have to use it whenever you get to the top of that tower that you see in the background. And I'm concerned that I might not be able to do it today. It's so, this game is so like, I don't even know what the word would be, but not momentum based, but it's like skill based. And because of that, some days I just can't do it. Some days it just ain't the day. It's like muscle memory sport or whatever, I don't know. You wanna see what the full map looks like? It's ridiculous. There are way harder parts of this map, but this part's, you know, no easy. This is not one of my easiest parts for sure. See, I just gotta keep my momentum going. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but the part that I died over there near Orange Hell, I do that pretty often. Oh, Jedi, is it time to go get some coffee? Oh, yeah. Coffee beckons, and the coffee mod must answer. And this right here is a time skip right here. Right here is zoot. Because there's a slower way of doing this that is a nightmare, and I don't even want to. Actually, I'm gonna waste my time and show y'all how to do the slow way. Okay? I'm gonna show y'all the slow way, just because y'all have been such good beans tonight, and y'all deserve it. This is the annoying way. If you don't do what's called pool skip. And also, this hole right down here leads all the way down to the bottom. All the way down to the bottom of the map. Here's a slide. We ain't skipping it. Let's go up the slide. Here we go. Okay, so we're not even to what we've skipped yet. We still got more. This is all stuff that we normally skip. Right here. And then this is one of the toughest parts, is this part right here. Those monsters. There is a snake at the very top that can send you all the way to the bottom. But yeah, see, we can skip all of that if we just do like one special little hop. Oop. It's the most important skip in the game. And it took me quite a while to be able to do it, but after that, it encouraged me to actually beat the game. After I learned slide skip, I was like, wait a second, I could do this. Wait a second. This isn't that hard. This takes a lot of patience. Just as, okay, now I'm still, is this desk higher? What's the deal? Something's messing with me. Oh, you gotta go to sleep? We'll see you later, Becky. Also, I saw something super sweet that let me read it. I can't quite see it through the Avodago. Bro, just watching this stream has helped me so much. That's so sweet. Acrodemon, I'm so glad that you've been enjoying yourself. Everybody in this community is a real good bean. These streams make me happy too. Ah, dear. Okay, oh. Ah, I did the same thing. I even flung car. Dang. That's a shame. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this tonight. I don't think that I got the juice this evening. I don't think that we have the juice. You know what Mom would say? Let me press all these buttons.
Where's the juice? Give my son the juice!
You know what Mom would say? We need some juice! We need some juice to be able to conquer this stupid mountain. Give my son the juice! Yeah! Come on, Mom! No, Mom! Opposite of juice, cursed juice. Okay. Yeah, I keep making like little weird mistakes that I haven't made in the previous like 5 times that we've streamed this. Huh, it's weird. I don't know. Some days it's just like that, you guys. Especially for skill-based things. Some days it just won't work, you know? Some days you just gotta take your lumps, you know? Just take your lumps and just move on. You know? Just try again. Yeah, one day Kenny will get better at this and speedrun it. Yeah, exactly. Someday, you know? Someday I'll get it. On a good day. You know, you can't have good days at everything all the time. Then the next thing you know, you speedrunning Doom. Doom and this game have nothing in common. They can both be played with a mouse and keyboard, that's it. Oh dear. Kenny's stream helps me go to sleep, so I say a stream is a good thing. I'm already half tired. I'm glad that I put you to sleep, Ivy. I'm shocked and happy. Shocked and happy, just like normal. This is called the Devil's Chimney. Can you guess why? It's because the devil is cooking us in this pot. Yum, yum, yum. It's Devil's Chimney, a real pain in the neck. I love how every zone has a pretty funny little name. Oh, who's going to bed? I'm Zombie Food? Oh, you gotta go to sleep because it's 3 in the morning. Oh my gosh. Friday vibes, my friends. Friday vibes. Oh. Oh yeah, and don't forget that tomorrow's stream is gonna be a little bit early. A little bit early. And I don't know how long we're gonna be playing. I mean, if we can beat the game, we can beat the game, you know what I'm saying? That'd be one thing, but we might have to cut it into 2. I'm not sure. Depends on how often we kill each other accidentally. Oh. Okay, we're back at it. We're back at it again. What time early? 2 hours earlier than normal. So that's 2 p.m. Central Time. That's Texas time. All right, we're back up here. Nice. By the way, Kenny, our work tomorrow. Oh no. Oh dear. By Arisa's performance today, I would say that it might be me that's in danger of getting crushed. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do slide skip this time. Lupus missed both streams. Don't make her sad. Lupus, there'll be millions of streams later. Lupus, you're not missing anything. You can watch the VODs. Oh, this is the music. This is the Opst music. Hey. Ooh, subscription. Alchemic. Alchemic. Thank you for gifting that. Oh my gosh. The Earl is here. Everybody, please check out my friend, the Earl. One of my favorite streamers to watch. Oh no. Zoom. Come on, zoom. We already got a skip in here. We should be able to do this. If we fall at the same spot, then I might be done. If we make it like, if we make it to the cathedral and we fall, we should be good. Okay, if we make it to the cathedral, especially if we make it to the jump scare, then we're gonna keep going. But if I fall again, I think I'm done because I'm not feeling it today. Something's off. Something's wrong. There's a disturbance in the force. My DPI feels weird. Jump scare? Oh, it's a fake jump scare. Don't worry. But it sure scared Arisa the first time she saw it. It's just bats come out of the top of the cathedral. And one time Arisa was watching me play offline and she flipped out whenever it popped up. Oh God, not again. Oh, I'm slipping and sliding. I'm telling you, it's like the previous, it's like our previous month of practicing this game has gone backwards just a little bit. It's probably because of my inconsistent mouse movement. Otherwise, I shouldn't be slipping. It's because, yeah, see? It just slipped there in a way that it shouldn't. Too slow, that's why. Huh. Well, like I said, might just be a bad day, I don't know. We could work on it later. Maybe I shouldn't have played a game with a controller all day. Maybe that put me off. Is it really so based on if I use the mouse that day? Because I'm sliding like I used to about a month ago or whatever, whenever we first kind of tried it again. Whee! Oh. Recovery. There we go. Nice. Oopsie music has been clipped. Oopsie! The last time that you clipped something, Alchemic, of me doing an Oops impression, Oops said that he watched it over and over. What a sweet bean. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can do this part. Uh-oh. It's a weird problem to have. There we go. Oopsie is such a good bean. The best of beans. It's true. Oopsie is a sweetie pie and a half. Okay, yep. Feels weird, man. Feels weird. The mouse, it just doesn't feel right. Didn't change mouse pads or anything. Just can't grip anything anymore. Okay. That was better. That was better. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what we can do. My mouse is dying. It's actually fully charged now. I charged it today. Yeah, I think I need a break. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. We'll get back to it later. Yeah, it's just strange. I wouldn't think that this skill would go first. I thought that I've said like 5 bad words accidentally today. Maybe my brain's fried from playing with Arisa. That's probably what it is. Probably Shy Boy. Shy Boy was way too embarrassed. Oh, you gotta go? Oh, we'll see you later, Acro. We'll see you later. Pretty plastic. There's a jump scare. All right. We'll see you later, Acro. It's always nice to hang out with you, my friend. Fall Guys take a... Oh, yeah, and also lots of losses there. Salty boy. Salty boy. All right. Now we can show Kelsey the rest of this map. Thank goodness. Hopefully. Although, if I'm not doing the circles up down there, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do them up here, but we'll try. Snowland! Wait! Your nightmare came true today, Kenny? Oh, the nightmare of me saying bad words? Oh, well, at least it was just a slip-up. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue, Nadab. No worries. Yeah! Ah, yeah, that's right. There we go. My nightmare came true. Please tell me someone clipped it. What? I make a mistake? I make a mistake and then you clip it? That's hurtful. That's hurtful. Lupus is trying to get my account suspended. They weren't really bad words, more like Freudian slips. They weren't Freudian slips. It was slip of the tongue. They were all totally understandable. They were all like one letter off. It's because my vocabulary is too immaculate. We must immortalize these slip-ups. They have to go in they have to go in a museum somewhere. Ah, I need more reach. Akumic. I'm just trying to help. Oh yeah, there we go, Hat. Bye-bye, Hat. What did you say, Anti? Are you trying to summon the great spirit of OT? Oh. All right. Yeah. Ah. Okay. Oh, hang on. Hang on. This is called anvil jump, you guys. We can do this. Oh, hang on. Anvil jump. There's an upside down snowman that you can see up there. Oh, that was a bad jump. A little slippy. A little slippy. Okay. Oh, it's a little bit on the edge. I'm surprised I can sit here. Okay, hey, I got that right. What? That was what I was having trouble with the other day, and now it works. What? What? Yeah, I know. It's the part that normally messes us up, we're totally good at. Okay, now we just gotta pogo this. I know it's kind of a cheap shot, but it's easier. Hey, maybe we'll just be good at the parts that we're normally bad at. Oh, wait. Nope, can't do that. Can't do that. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to make it to the top. Oh, that'll work. The music's perfect for swinging. Cute. Okay. We're almost to flail land, you guys. We're about to prove that we're not just a flailure. We're also a winner. If I can get this right. Oh, nope. I did not get that right, but how did I recover from that? Doesn't seem like I should have been able to recover from that. Nope. Oh no. Okay, so that's the same motion that I was messing up earlier. Oh, we're on the bucket. My bad. Oh no. I think we'll slip off the bucket at this angle. Oh, well, all right. Can I just jump across? I know that I've done it before, but it's very tricky. It's kind of like if you do it just like anvil jump, it works, but it's tough. Because the angle of this wood is a little bit trickier. Ah, slippy. Little slippy. Oh, little too slippy. Oh, slippy sloppy. Kenny wants to be one with the bucket. Listen, I can fit inside of a cauldron. I could be in this bucket. This bucket's my new home. Okay. You wish that there were more bucket jumps? They seem fun. Yeah, it's not actually that hard. It is definitely not one of the harder jumps. Jumps like that are way harder than a bucket jump. Bucket jump, not too bad. I'm just glad that there's no bucket jump to bucket jump thing. Oh, flail, you guys. We're at the flail zone. Flail. Oh, the mouse feels weird. Flail. Don't give up. Never surrender. Here we go. We can make it to the top. We're so close, actually. Okay, we just gotta flail correctly. Listen, become the flailure that your father always thought you were. No. Ah, dang. Oh no! Right off the mountain! Whew, as long as we don't ride the snake. Yikers! Did your sensitivity change? I changed sensitivity things in Apex. It feels wrong. It feels like my sensitivity changed. But maybe it's because maybe it's just because I haven't been using my mouse today. Because I kind of have hardly used it today, but the sensitivity does feel off. Haven't messed with any mouse software, and I didn't mess with it in this game. But I did mess with it in Apex. Dang it. Oh no. Oh, don't go off the edge. What? What do you say? Become the flailure like that your father always said that you would become. Die lovely. Interesting. I know, it's weird. Don't know. Just because it's so like skill-based, it should be understandable. I guess it could just be a tough day. I don't know, but we can still get it. We just have to we'll just have to be really careful around the radio tower, because if I fall from there, I might not have the patience to finish this game right now. My patience is waning a little bit, but I've still got a couple failures left in me. I kind of half forgot that needs to be immortalized somehow. What needs to be immortalized? What, the flailure thing? We've been having trouble grabbing the bucket. Yike. Okay. It's a little bit tricky all the time though. I can body block this bucket. There we go. Nice. Oh, that was a little hasty. Yeah, it feels like the mouse is more sensitive than normal. No. But I'm scared to change the settings now, because I mean, if I come play the game later, I don't want it to be different. I want it to be just like it used to be, because we've beaten this game before. Okay, we're doing a little bit better. Oh, flail. Oh no, not that! What is that motion? What is that motion? Why? You can always check the stream for what the settings were. Okay, that's not quite right. We gotta get back. Oh, there we go. Oh. Maybe mouse is just having a bad day. What's funny is that I just charged it up last night. Maybe I need my battery, my unjuiced. Maybe it's an unjuiced mouse that I need. Take a break. I mean, if I take a break, I'm done, Lupus. You want stream to be over? Lupus screams for the first time for the stream to be over. Okay. All right, Lupus. I thought that you liked after show. I'm sorry. Too much juice. Then end the stream. Oh my gosh, she's serious. She's serious. Flips table. All right, but if I can get over this mountain, we're gonna do a Doom speedrun after this. There we go. Lupus finally wants the stream to end. I actually am kind of close, die. That's, oh, what am I doing? No, you won't. What? Callie, you don't know me. You don't know me. Oh, uh-oh. All right. All right. It's time to go to bed.
A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to.
That was accidentally pressed. I was trying to switch. I was just trying to switch to the camera. All right. I am tired. I am too tired to play this game, you guys. It was fun, though. It was fun. It was fun. We got super far, Salty. I didn't know that you were still watching. Dang it. Now I wish that I could have showed off my skills. We've been up that mountain. We've been up that mountain in 11 minutes, right? We didn't get the sub 10. It was 11, right? I'm pretty sure. We've beaten it in 11 minutes, and then I can't even do it. You were learning. You were doing good. Oh, we'll try it next time. We'll try it again soon. It was a good stream. I hope that y'all enjoyed me just goofing around, just inviting people just onto the stream randomly. I promise I didn't plan for Arisa to be on there. I didn't plan for Anne to be on there, certainly. But I thought that it was fun. Just kind of people jumping in, jumping out. I thought that it was an enjoyable time. And I'm glad that I got to share some time with you guys. I think that we should go raid the crane couple who are at SeaWorld right now. What the heck? Should we go do that? Should we go do that, or should we raid Storm Shield, who's playing Fall Guys? I don't know. I kind of want to raid the crane couple. They keep raiding us. I think that we should go say hi to them. They're super sweet beans. It's literally, I mean, it's a couple, obviously, and they're at SeaWorld right now. SeaWorld. It's awesome. It's awesome. IRL streams, I can only imagine. Salty, we should play Apex sometime, but I've been doing really bad at Apex recently. But it's fun. It's fun. Hey, I hope that you enjoy that 6 months of ad-free emotes. And if you want to, you can check out our movie nights. I know that you're busy, of course, but hey, just in case. Yes, I'm worse though. I'm just saying that I've gotten worse. You've only been to SeaWorld once? I went to SeaWorld whenever I was a kid. We went down to Austin, and then we went to the SeaWorld in San Antonio. We've been to that one whenever I was like 11, and then I also just recently got to go to the one in, what's it called, in Florida. I got to go to the one in Miami. Is that Miami? Is that even in Florida? I don't know. My brain is fried. First girlfriend stream was rough, I'm not gonna lie. Salty the alien, aw, so sweet. Salty is a really good friend to me. Salty's a really sweet bean, and feels like Salty is an uncle that I never had. Salty, you're the uncle that I never had. Please help me become a better streamer. Salty's always looking out for us. Salty's a real sweet bean. We gotta play sometime soon. Hey, but anyway, Uncle Salty, we gotta see him later. I will see you later, Lupus Jedi. I'm so glad that y'all got to hang out. Hey, more girlfriend streams. Ah! Stressful. We're doing it tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna play Portal 2. All right, we're gonna play Portal 2. We're gonna kill each other. It's gonna be incredible. Let's go check out the crane couple at SeaWorld and see if we can see any beautiful, cute little sea animals. Perfect timing for Subnautica, you guys. I gotta go. My brain is cooked. It was so nice hanging out with all of y'all sweet people. Let me just say goodnight to my let me shout out to my main friends real quick. I gotta say, moderators, Alchemic, Die, Jedi, Arisa, thank you so much for watching over the chat. VIPs, Anti-Darkheart, Kelsey, Calico, Jet, just another person like you, Kivy, Lime, Lupus, Minnie, and Salty. Thank you so much for being sweet beans and for hanging out with me so long. Hope that y'all had a wonderful time. I love you all. I want to play games with all of y'all very soon. I'm a shy boy, so please, you must be patient. You must be patient. Yeah. It was nice to hang out with you. Ivy Rose, good night. See you later. Hope y'all had a wonderful time. Nighty night, Salty. Enjoy your evening, my friend. My most saltiest friendo. I'll see you later. Let's go give some love to the crane couple. I've got a couple of raid messages right here. In fact, I think that I got a double one, didn't I? Pretty sure that I did. Yeah, it even types it types in both of them, boom, with one button. Bada bing, bada boom. Put those over in the chat if you want to give them some hype, but I'll see you there. Nighty night, everybody. Let's go tomorrow, Portal 2, nice and early. See you there. Bye-bye. Go. And thank you so much for watching the VODs. Hope you had a nice day, nice night, nice evening, whatever's going on. Happy times, though.